Guin Saga. Volume 6. The Black Prince of Argos. And now a black war was going up in the midst of the field, and it was going to cover the sky of all the nations. And it was the beginning of a long and great night that would last until the year of the lion. From the Codex Island. Prologue. Beyond the red road, a few small, black dots appeared. It is a straight road from Roadland in the south to the capital, Crystal. The everlasting spring sky in the middle of the plain was shimmering with flames, and the black spot that was gradually approaching flickered dimly. Lucas watched it closely, his eyes narrowed. Eventually the dots became large enough to distinguish them from a group of 4 or 5 horsemen. They seemed to be galloping very fast. The bodies of their silver armor glittered in the sun. Lucas walked slowly into the hut and brought out a small cross-shaped crossbow, which he raised to shoulder height for aiming. But it looked like an insinuating gesture, a gesture of disguise. "It's a good thing I'm off for the day," Lucas muttered softly to himself. Had the nasty black lizard and his men returned from their meal, the roadkeeper would have known at the first glimpse that the hoof-beating party coming down the street was not on their side. "It's a bold move," Lucas said as he slowly lowered the crossbow. "If you want to enter the Crystal City, you should at least disguise yourself as a merchant or a farmer and trudge down the street. The occupying forces in Mongol claim that the bloodshed is over, and they are no longer openly hunting the remnants of Paro, but we both know that Paro, or at least Paro's patriotism, has not been extinguished. We both know that he is still under close surveillance." It had already been nearly 3 months since Mongol troops had marched on Paro's capital, Crystal, and captured its king, queen, and most of their lieutenants. Something is about to happen. Lucas waited for the silver band to approach, feeling his heart slowly begin to beat faster. The silver figures of the Paro knights went perfectly with the flaring red of the red road. Lucas did not dare to close the gates of the road, but stood beside the switchboard and watched. As the cavalry approached, the first rider gave a sharp command, and all the riders stopped their horses immediately and descended with ease. It was a crisp and well-trained movement. Lucas saw a light, plainly made, silver helmet, without ostentatious ornaments, with only a short crest in the middle, ear covers, and a face cheek raised from below. At his waist was a decorative belt with beautiful rivets, and a sword hung down to his left. At the edge of the boots and gloves is a large slit, cut in the shape of a refined heart. To my eyes, which had been forced to look only at the ostentatious, heavy, monstrous, and ultra-colored equipment of the Knights of Mongol, which clattered and clattered when it moved, it seemed incomparably dazzling, elegant, and noble. Lucas's heart fluttered involuntarily, but there was not the slightest hint of it in the dull look on his face as he drew closer to whoever with his crossbow outstretched. 5 or 6 knights were among them when he approached lazily. "It's too much trouble. All at once, this is the last street watch." Such whispers arose. However, when one of the apparent leaders raised his hand to restrain them, they quieted down. The leader walked up to him with no sign of fear. He stood looking down at Lucas. He was extremely tall and slender. The eyes that peered out from between his cheeks and the hem of his helmet were dark and clear. "He seems not to be very old yet. You're the only one keeping watch on the street." His voice was low and soothing. There was a familiar ring to the command. Lucas replied stiffly, "Good day, knight. The others have gone out to dine." "A meal?" The leader let out a short, unamused laugh. "Hear that, Runin? They've gone out to eat. I don't know if it's because they're relieved that they've already taken the Crystal City, but they're quite hawkish." The one called Renaud bows his head in silence. Holy Knight." Lucas spoke up in a panic. "So if the Holy Knight is to pass by, it must be now. I don't keep a journal, so you'd better keep coming, before those black vipers come back. But the gates of the capital are guarded only by them." The leader smiled with his eyes and nodded soothingly to the stammering Lucas. "We're lucky, Runin. Nothing makes me happier than having a loyal people." Holy Knight." Lucas also spoke up out of concern. "But even if that's the way you're going to go here, the big gate and the way you look. Thank you, but there's nothing to worry about. Relax, said the leader. We're not crazy, we've passed through many street guards in this manner, and we've ridden here in this manner because we've thought things through. The leader put his hand into his pocket. In his slender, gloved hand, he held a plate the size of the palm of his hand, made of glass with a mysterious hue. Oh! Lucas put the crossbow down in horror. The bill where? If there's a bill and it's a messenger from the frontier to the ruler of the city, even the Mongols can't complain. The knight laughed. Well, I'll have to think of another way to enter the Great Gate, and I'll have to disguise myself a lot then. But how is the Crystal City? It seems to have calmed down quite a bit. Lucas nodded. Day after day, night after night, the people of Paro are overrun by those vicious Mongol hicks. Answer in a low voice. The soldiers of Mongol do not pay for their food and drink. The beautiful Crystal Palace, the pride of the people of Paro, lies in ruins, and the beautiful mansions of many of the chiefs and nobles are being trampled underfoot by the muddy feet of those lowlifes who have nothing to do with beauty or elegance. The hearts of the citizens are filled with rebellion and vexation, but like animals with their heads cut off, they are helpless without the royal palace to receive them. The most annoying thing is that Mongol, while committing such tyranny, insists that he only did it for the peace of Paro. If I were a giant, I'd gather all the Mongols in the square and smash them. The royal gods have forsaken the royal family, and the heads of the king and queen, two of our most beloved men, are burnt to a pulpit in the Crystal Tower. Every day, no matter how many times they are chased away, the citizens do not stop crying and mourning in front of it, and every day several young men are captured and killed for making a speech to stand up. Who would have thought that such misfortune would befall that beautiful crystal, our pride, our gentle and beautiful Crystal City? How long may this tyranny continue? What can we do against Mongol, who defeated the Crystal's elite, the Holy Knights, with the weapons of our people? As he was saying this, his heart was beating so hard that Lucas was unconsciously shedding hot tears. The Silver Knight laid his hand gently and soothingly on the lowly highwayman's back. There was a strange light in his dark eyes. I don't know how much longer this can go on. He said it slowly, word by word, with great force. The heavens will not allow this. I can assure you on behalf of the heavens that the occupation of Mongol will not last. Paro is not a helpless, tasty, irresistible prey, a fruit left to be plucked. Oh, Lucas said in a low voice. Come on, come on. The man called Rena urged him on. The knight nodded, but as if suddenly it occurred to him. I'm sorry, road guard, but could you get me a glass of water? It's hot today and I emptied my canteen before I came here. Very well, sir. Lucas is hurrying. Drink up. I've mixed it with wine. Drink it and fill your water bottles. Thank you. No, we're not. The others waved their canteens and made a chirping sound, because there was still water. Then Lucas led the leader into the hut of his road guard. In the dirt, humbled, he drew water from a large jar into a wooden bowl and mixed it with precious wine, turning the water a beautiful pink. Rena followed him and stood in the doorway of the hut as if to keep watch. The knight looks around curiously. Lucas was elated to have been able to do something to the remnants of Paro's army without the attention of the weak Mongol soldiers. He also had a premonition that this mysterious group was about to enter the crystal with a great mission for Paro. Don't ask me what it is, Lucas thinks. If I didn't know, I wouldn't be able to tell him if he tortured me later. I hope you succeed. No one in Mongol's platoon on the road guard knows that Lucas' brother and father are also in the hands of Mongol soldiers. He received a canteen, which Lucas filled with water and wine using a spigot, but he casually turned his head and took the ladle away. Your eyes widen into a perfect circle. You rush to cover your mouth with your hand so as not to let out a cry. A ladle falls and water wets the floor. The knight and Lunnan, who stood in the doorway, were startled. The knight had unfastened the fastenings on the right side of his cheek, pushed them away, and was drinking from a bowl, thirstily. His hand paused in midair, and Lunnan's hand quickly ran to the sword at his hip. The knight's face appeared from beneath his cheek. Even if it had been a young maiden, Lucas would not have been so horrified. He had a beautiful, delicate, aristocratic face that is rarely seen. The slender, high bridge of the nose, the thin, firm lips, the large, almond-shaped, bright, but somewhat melancholy eyes. He has the face of a poet rather than that of a warrior. It is a face that would be better suited to a long, loose-fitting robe than to armor. It is a face that, for a man's face, is unparalleled in its neatness and beauty, and one mistake could have made it seem feminine. This was helped by the stern, cold intelligence of this unusually beautiful face, and the sorrowful, sarcastic look of one who is tired of things. Of course, Lucas knew this face well. You could say he knew it all too well. How could any citizen of Paro, let alone the country, not know the face of the king's cousin and fourth in line to the throne, Aldonairis, as well as the face of His Majesty the King, Crystal Duke? In a muffled voice, Lucas moaned. How did you end up here? Lord Crystal gently restrained Rena as he half drew his sword from its scabbard, ready to cut. You dare to go to the Crystal City? Don't you know how they're looking for Princess Linda, Prince Remus, and you, the three who escaped the disaster with all their might and bounty? For them, the occupation of Paro is not complete until the three of you are put to death. It's like going to die. You are alive, that's our only hope. But, Street Watch. Aldonairis stepped forward, took the canteen from the stunned Lucas's hand, put the lid on it, and slowly put it on his belt. Then he looked into Lucas's eyes and gave him a somber, sad, famous smile that would have charmed anyone. Don't worry. I'm Lord Crystal. So I'm going to save my crystal. I'm already on my way. Are you sure? No, please don't say that. Just in case I'm captured and tortured, I'll die screaming that I don't know. Lucas shouted. It is enough for me to hear that. Thank you, Janus, for your grace. And Lucas cut the sign of Janus and hung his face in a heap. Master Naris. Lunnan says irritably from the doorway. I know. I'm on my way. Aldonairis restored his cheek with a snap, nodded to Lucas, and rode out. When Lucas came back to himself and rushed out after him, they were already on horseback as before. Oh, he was about to call him Duke, but Lucas swallowed it in his haste. It's time for the Mongols to come back. Please be careful, please be careful. There was so much I wanted to say to him, but that was all I could say to him. I'm sure you'll live. It's okay. Aldonairis laughed. Then, as if remembering. What's your name? I asked. My name is Lucas. Lucas. Thank you for the water. I'll keep it in mind. Lucas is at a loss for words again. Hi. Naris lightly whipped the horse. Lunnan. We should be able to get to Daimon by the end of the night. Ha. The 6 horsemen passed in front of Lucas, who was standing still, like a silver whirlwind, and headed straight for the Crystal City. Seeing him off, Lucas was still in shock and amazement. I'm alive. Alive even though I heard he was seriously injured on the last day of Crystal's life and was missing for the rest of his life. What a man. The one who is said to be the most dashing man in the court. How beautiful he is, the second best swordsman in the court who fights on equal terms with Lord Beck. They told me they were gonna save the crystal. He said he was on his way. My thoughts are in a whirl. He could not remember how long he had been standing there, stunned by the hut, letting his mind be carried away by various thoughts. Suddenly, I hear a metallic noise, as if a lot of mechanical dolls are walking, and I come to my senses. What have you been doing? He was suddenly shouted at in an inaudible Mongol accent. Lucas looked up at the Black Knights of Mongol, who wore black monstrous headdresses and cloaks, and even wore horses' headgear, and bowed his head quietly. Dine at the Sumi, in a low, inaudible voice. Oh. The Black Knight's platoon leader smiled reminiscently. Farmers around here have pretty daughters. The food is good but the portions are small. You'll have to go to 3 restaurants before you're full. They chuckle in an unpleasant way. They have a fixed diet. They must have gone to a nearby farmhouse, knocked down desks and doors to get food out of the house, devoured it as they pleased, and then dragged out their daughters and women to do violence. When he thought of it, a hot feeling came over him. But Lucas swallowed it down. Only now can we let these black devils do as they please. Lord Crystal is alive. He will drive them away now. Lucas's eyes gaze with longing at the red road, far away in the crystal. No one can see it anymore. Beneath the soft, lush sky, it stretches clear as a winding ribbon. Without realizing it, the loud voices of the Mongol soldiers rose up into the quiet sky of the middle field, laughing at the vulgar things they said. It was the end of the white moon in the year of the dragon. Chapter 1. Pierogi. Clack, 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 the sound of footsteps was ridiculously high in my ears. Their white, metal-clad boots stepped on the intricately swirling marble floor. Behind the Duchess, her long white cloak fluttering in the air, Feldric, Astorius, Rint, and the other major members of the Nosferus expedition, their bandages still painfully visible, walked on with a heavy heart. Only one, Amneris, stood tall and his steps were unhurried. "Welcome home, sir. Safe travels, sir. Welcome home, your highness." I nodded my head to the adoring greetings from both sides. The palace of gold, marble, and jewels, glittering and opulent, was none other than the majesty of the Golden Scorpion Palace, standing tall in the center of Taurus, the capital of Mongol. "I'm surprised you made it back alive." Amneris, holding a white helmet in his left hand, turns his green eyes thoughtfully to the familiar scene on either side of him. Between the rows of thick pillars, courtesans in short golden togas work briskly, and warriors in ceremonial armor pass by. It was a scene that Amneris knew best. It looked like the capital of a new duchy of Aurra, lavishly decorated with gold, but somehow martial and unrefined. More than anything else, the faces of the people who pass through the Golden Palace, both men and women, are scorched by the sun and tightly drawn, showing the severity of a fighter. But even so, as the expeditionary force passed through the clean corridors, they looked miserable, covered with the dust and grime of their long journey, exhausted, and sullen with the blunder of a defeated army. Amneris clenches his lips tightly and shakes out his golden hair. "Right, General, Her Highness Princess Amneris of Mongol." And there, before them, with the heels of their boots clicking together, was a door of marble carved with the coat of arms of Mongol, of gold, so large that it seemed to have a diameter as large as the outstretched hands of an adult. The marble door, carved with the coat of arms of Mongols, opened loosely to the left and to the right, and a flash of white light enveloped them. There were many people in the crowd. They were all noblemen, vassals, and generals of Mongols, wearing long, fur cloaks, tunics, and hats of various shapes and sizes, indicating their position and rank. They stood up in unison to greet the princess, and put their hands on their left breasts. Amneris's eyes darted quickly to it. Then, fluttering the hem of his white, dusty cloak, he stepped out from the middle of the line without hesitation. It was the throne room. On the wall above their heads were the statues of the kings and lords since the foundation of Mongol, and on the high ceiling hung a three-dimensional map of Mongol and the three kingdoms of Aurra made of jewels. And at their feet was an inlay of a huge golden scorpion. Amneris stomped the scorpion, walked straight ahead, stood before the throne at the far end, and knelt on one knee. His long white cloak flowed softly over the scissors held aloft by the golden scorpion. "I'm back, Grand Duke," Amneris said, hanging his head low. Her golden hair fell to the floor. "I have failed to fulfill your orders and I am ashamed of myself. I have resigned from the post of right-hand general, and have taken refuge in my room, ready for any punishment." Amneris, in a clear but firm voice, bowed his head deeply. Behind her, Feldric, Rint and the other captains of the expeditionary force were also nodding their heads, recalling once again the regretful scene of this and that. "It's just," Amneris continued. "Of course, she is the only woman in the Duchy of Mongol who can say what she thinks without the slightest fear of her father, Grand Duke Vlad, who is known as the Black Scorpion of Mongol for his temper and loud voice. The only thing I want to say is that I, Gaius, and Feldric had no intention of surrendering to the barbarians of Nosferus and losing Count Mars and even Regan. I would have retreated to the defensive wall along the banks of the Kess at any cost, prepared my position, called for reinforcements, relieved my weary troops, and then marched deep into Nosferus to fulfill your orders. I had no intention of returning to Taurus before I had fulfilled even half of your order to build the fortress of Mongol in Nosferus, even if it meant a long journey of 10 or 20 years. Father, no, Grand Duke. Amneris stood up straight, shook out his hair, looked straight at his father, and tried to speak. But the man on the throne raised his hand gravely to stop him. I know, Amneris. I'm the one who ordered you to return to Taurus immediately. For the first time since he had received his daughter, Grand Duke Vlad opened his mouth slowly. The Archduke Vlad, wrapped in hot furs in a loose-fitting, opulent crimson velvet robe, draped over a large, magnificent throne with a lion's head design, bore no resemblance, at least at first glance, to my daughter standing before him, except in one place. He was himself an excellent warrior, a stalwart and unflappable warrior. His body was large, his shoulders and neck stout, and his large head was covered with half-white hair. His chin was also stout, and his face was rugged and reddish bronze, full of dignity and cruelty, as if he knew neither mercy nor warmth. The only thing that resembled Amneris was the pair of eyes that shone beneath his long, bushy eyebrows. They were a deep, cool green, with a coldness and arrogance that seemed to intimidate anyone who saw them. In comparison, the slender boy, dressed as his father, standing before the small throne to the left of the throne, a step further back, had a far softer, gentler gaze. His blonde hair was cut to his shoulders, just like his sister's, and he looked much like Amneris, but his eyes, though green, were as gentle, weak, and clear as the young leaves of a remote forest. Speaking of feebleness, the impression given by the boy as a whole was too feeble, too dainty, and too much like a butterfly that might disappear at any moment to be the heir to a kingdom. In age, he would have been just the same as or a little younger than Linda and Remus. From the moment Amneris entered the room, the boy's eyes had been fixed on his sister, following her with adoration and an irresistible longing, while his sister had not yet given even a glance to her brother, whom she had not seen for several months. That was Mirai, Prince of Mongol. But why? Amneris stared into his father's eyes and asked, as if he did not feel the eyes of the Prince of Merhail as much as a swarming fly, if he had retreated at this point. If by any chance this matter had been leaked to Kumu and Yulania. Mongol not only lost the castle of Stafris, the cornerstone of his frontier defense against the barbarian Sem, but also went all the way to Nosferus with 15,000 men. Not only did he lose the castle of Staphyros, the keystone of his frontier defense against the barbarian Sem, but he also went all the way to Nosferus with 15,000 men and was beaten by the apes in vain. That's not all. What will you do if Kumu and Yulania start wondering why Mongol is so obsessed with Nosferus? All we have to do here is to accomplish our original plan, even if we have to pour tens of thousands of men into it and raise Mongol's banner in Nosferus. Even though we retreated once, it was not out of a lack of morale, let alone the castle of Arvon, that we were called back to the capital of Taurus. Despite the saying that a defeated general never speaks, let me say this. Amneris does not agree with your father's actions. I know. The Grand Duke waved his hand. Amneris furrowed his brow. The Grand Duke is in a ridiculously good mood. His cold, merciless green eyes gleam with satisfaction as he watches her. If he were my father, the moment he entered the hall he'd say, "Fool. You've embarrassed yourself with those monkeys and come back with your face in the air." He would have been greeted with shouts of anger that would have blown away any brave man. The Grand Duke accepted Amneris's scornful look with equanimity. In any case, this is an unprecedented time for us, Mongol. Of course, Nosferus and the appearance of Shem are important, but that is only one of the 4 ways we can strike. Besides, it is not the vital point where, if one is lost, all others will fall, the pieces of King Botka will be taken. You've done well, Amneris. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have been lost in the sands of Nosferus before I even got that far. And Nosferus, as we all know, is a land of its own, so to say that this expedition was successful in revealing some of the geography of Nosferus and clarifying the extent to which Nosferus is an enemy of Mongol would be an understatement. I must say, Father. Amneris glared at Grand Duke Vlad. That's not very fatherly of you. May I remind you that the barbarians of Nosferus have made a pact with Paro. They, Shem the ape and Ragan the giant, have joined hands to save Paro's son and hand him over to us. I can't guarantee that they won't follow Paro's son across the Kesu River and harm our country's frontier at any time. Amneris. That's exactly what I think. It's not for you to tell me what to do. The Grand Duke's voice became a little harsher, revealing a glimpse of the man he usually was. Amneris was secretly surprised to see a smile on his face. Good. A long journey is hard on a woman. And I hear Mars is dead. Isn't Reagan, Vronat? Amneris blinked his lips. His eyelids flashed with the tragic images of old Count Mars, who had stumbled fiercely into the flames, and Reagan, who had been crushed by the ID. In the corner of the aristocracy, there must be the figure of Viscount Marius, the son of Count Mars. For a moment, the glittering, incense-laden room is all a dream, and I feel as if I am still standing in the desolate desert with my boots clogged with sand, with only the sand and angel hair flowing down. Also, Thangard has been badly wounded and is lying low in Arvon, but even if he survives, he will not be fully recovered. Well, he was a good warrior and a fine knight. Grand Duke Vlad said. But he seemed to have his mind on something else. In Amneris's calm eyes, a hint of suspicion grew even darker. However, she kept her face expressionless as she waited for her father's words, maintaining her reputation as the Princess of Ice. If Archduke Vlad had any thoughts at all, they would never remain unspoken. And the situation on all sides is not conducive to allowing Amneris a leisurely and regal vacation. Sure enough, after a few moments of silence, Archduke Vlad slowly opened his mouth, as if he were a thoughtful and loving father. At any rate, thank you for your service. I'd like you to take it easy, but I'm afraid that's not possible. After you've rested and relaxed for a few days, you'll have to leave again. I've called you back knowing you'll be angry. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Nosferus. Malice and the other fallen will not be treated lightly. But Malice was your grandfather, wasn't he? I'm sorry, but you probably won't have time to attend his funeral. The arrangements have already been made. I want you to leave as soon as you're done. We're going to Paro. Very well, sir. Without moving his face, Amneris answered. Where is Crystal now? After I recalled you and sent you to Nosferus, I put Tyron in command, with Burke and Carthrin. I'm beginning to think I should have sent the others to Nosferus instead of recalling you from the crystal. Grand Duke Vlad turned his palm up in the sleeve of his toga loosely. By the way, Amneris. Do you know how to dance? Of course you can. What? Even if he had been told that Nosferus was to be given to Paro, Amneris would have been less embarrassed than he was. It was a word she never expected to hear. Dance, sir. The Princess of Ice, whose expression did not change, involuntarily rolled her eyes and asked in return. But her father, the Grand Duke, showed no sign of being disturbed. Yes, the dance. I hear the Paro dance is quite difficult. Civilized countries can be tricky. But while you were gone, I had plenty of the latest Paro fashions made. It's a pity, but they're still much more elegant and refined than ours. Try them on later. I think you'll look good in it, father. What kind of drunkenness is that? Amneris finally exploded. Her smooth cheeks flushed with anger. What do I need a dress for? I am Amneris, Princess of the Grand Duke Vlad of Mongol. I'm a woman who can hold her own with a sword against even the best of men, and I'm a general in charge of half of the 200,000-strong army of Mongols, and you're asking me to dance and dress. I'm my father's daughter. I may be accused of being a hick from Mongols, but I don't want to know how to pick up a sword or ride a horse, nor do I want to know how to pull on the hem of a dress. Well, don't be angry. The Grand Duke muttered to himself, showing no sign of being disturbed. There was even a glint of amusement in his eyes. I'm your father, too. I don't know any tricks except with swords and men. But the world is unpredictable and the civilized nations of the Middle Kingdoms have many tricks up their sleeves. But now, Amneris, will you do as your father commands, and instead of taking up your sword and draping it over a horse's hoof, will you learn to fight with a smile and a bow? No, thank you, Amneris said curtly. To ask me to behave like a courtesan is like putting a bridle on a warhorse to humiliate it. If that is your intention, send my cousin Elia or her sister Maris to Paro. I'm in trouble. It's not like you can just put on a dress and dress up beautifully and people will laugh at you. Little by little, Archduke Vlad's expression began to change, as if he were trying to control his irritation. Seeing this, a faint sense of agitation began to spread among his vassals. There's a reason it has to be you, princess. If you insist, I must command you in the name of my father, the Grand Duke of Mongol. I am the Lady of Mongol and the right-hand general who offered my sword to you. Of course, if you command me, I will obey you no matter what. Amneris said sarcastically, removing his sword from his waist and holding it to his chest as he swore an oath of allegiance. Why should it be me, father? Oh, dear. I wouldn't think of her as my daughter if I didn't. The Grand Duke had a smile in his eyes. But it was far from the loving smile of a father. Amneris. You would have been 18 this year. Yes. Very well. At 18, you're old enough to be a woman and talk about marriage. Go to Crystal and give her a wedding. Ha! This time, Amneris seemed to have forgotten how to even open his mouth. So that's. Tyron is aware of all the details. There's no need for you to ride horses or review troops on this trip. Put on a dress and devote yourself to capturing the bridegroom's heart. Yes, you're as beautiful as my son. The most beautiful woman in Mongol is no exaggeration. Most men would be won over by you. Amneris had gone as pale as paper. And behind her, even more than her, still standing pale and frozen, was, of course, Asturias. Asturias' eyes were blinded, his ears were ringing, and he could no longer see or hear anything. Asturias, it's you. Asturias. If someone's hand, perhaps Feldrick's hand, gently pinched the back of his hand and brought him to his senses, he probably would have burst into a rant right then and there, or run out of there blindly. Is that an order, sir? But. After a moment of silence, Amneris said softly, Yes. Very well, sir. Then, in order to fulfill your orders, Amneris, we will leave for Paro immediately after we have rested. The hall buzzed with excitement. You don't know who you're marrying, Grand Duke Vlad says with a wry smile. Amneris let a cold smile drift to his lips. Whoever you are, it has nothing to do with me. Whether it's the demon doll or the Semites in the wilderness, I'm a general of Mongol. The Grand Duke said something to his satisfaction. You are indeed the epitome of all Mongol warriors. Don't worry. The marriage my father has arranged for you is exactly what you deserve. But, and I'll tell you more later, there is one problem. You're going to Paro to get married, but first you have to pry the bridegroom out of some hole and grab him. The bridegroom may not be in Crystal at the moment. Strangely enough, as soon as he heard this, even the last trace of cloudiness disappeared from Amneris' white face. Okay, sir. Amneris smiled and said, I know who my bridegroom is and why I am marrying him. I, then, should go to Paro, find the bridegroom who is hiding somewhere, and drag him to the wedding. That's right. I don't want to marry you off to a man who might eventually make you a widow. Don't worry about it. The emerald eyes of a father and daughter. There was no emotion in Amneris' eyes now. It was not the face of an 18-year-old girl, but the face of a warlord, a ruthless conqueror who devises cruel schemes and boldly achieves them. Let's practice our dancing at least. By the way, father. Nosferus, sir. Yes, that's right. I was going to ask you about the situation there and thereafter, but who should I entrust with the dispatch of troops to be sent there in your place? Circumstances have changed here too. I can't devote myself to you as much as I'd like. For the time being, it'll be a small war while defending the eastern bank of the Kes River. Count Marius, do you want to avenge your father? Yes. I'm sorry. If you'll forgive me. The Count of Mars' eldest son stepped forward from the crowd and shouted in a youthful voice. He was a warrior-like young man, with dark hair, dark eyes, and a long face, somewhat resembling Asturias. Amneris glanced at him and looked away. No, it's just that eventually, perhaps. When the time finally comes to mobilize a large army and settle the matter once and for all, but right now. But I'd rather be here than Marius, who's trying to settle a grudge with Shem. Amneris thought for a moment. I will send General Rosin or Commander Mencius to the banks of the Kes as General-in-Chief, and the men who participated in this expedition as second-in-command, Asturias will do. Asturias turned upside down. And seeing that, Feldrick quickly. Hey, just accept it here. I'll deal with him later and get him replaced by Ilm or Lint. That's good advice. All right, Mencius. Yes, sir. I order Asturias to be my second-in-command. You, Amneris, take Dirk and Lint with you, with Feldrick as usual. Besides, this time, it could be a long one. I suggest you bring plenty of maids and maidservants. They'll be more use to you on this mission. I know what I'm doing. Amneris smiled coldly again. Well, then. I'll get back to you later with a full report. Amneris turned around and walked out of the reviewing room, and saw Asturias standing there supported by Feldrick, dazed, demoralized, devastated. For a moment, there was a strange, complicated expression in his eyes that perhaps even Amneris himself could not quite explain. Then, with a quick jerk of his chin, he strode out, his golden hair flowing down from his shapely head to his waist, glittering more brightly than the golden scorpion he had just clutched. She did not look at all like the 18-year-old maiden who had just been given her first marriage proposal. That being said, this is ridiculous. As he passed through the long corridors and entered the whitewashed room reserved for the private apartments of the duchesses, and was assisted by his favorite maids of honor in removing his cloak, his robe, and his boots, Amneris at last saw his cool green eyes glowing with anger, like green fire itself. You must be very tired, princess. It's a long journey back to Paro, even for a Grand Duke. No matter how strong a princess is, a woman's body is no different from. The maids of honor, who had not seen their master for some time, were lamenting over her absence, while their hands were busy stripping her of her dirty clothes and leading her to the white marble bathroom that had already been prepared for her. I'm to be married. I knew it was because I would eventually be associated with somewhere for the sake of Mongol, but I was hoping for 2 more years at least. But I'm sure the princess would look absolutely stunning in her wedding gown. Yes, you look like the goddess of beauty, Saria. Shut up, Flory, Lucia. I don't want to be Saria. I want to be Ilana, the wife of Lur, the god of war. You really are an Irana, aren't you, princess? The maids laughed and made Amneris bathe and comb his golden hair. With her white body cleaned of the dust of her travels and clad in a long, soft toga, Amneris went out to the terrace to brush her hair. Then he looked down at the garden and scowled. Meyer. Come into the palace. Sister. The sickly prince of Mongols looks up at his sister with reluctance and longing. How are you, Meyer? Have you grown a little stronger? The sword. Your skill. Have you read the Book of War? Amneris asked somewhat coolly. But he shrugged when he saw Kimiko's weak expression. Yes. No matter how old you get, you've inherited all the bad traits of your dead mother and you're nothing like your hero father. How much better it would have been if you'd been a woman and married Paro and I'd been Prince of Mongols. Oh, you disgust me. A ball and a dress. Amneris, who was about to continue his harsh words to console his brother, suddenly stopped talking tightly. Pull up the hem of your dress like a woman and take the head of your enemy at the ball. It was as if the painful curses that had been thrown at Guin had suddenly rung in his ears. Reflexively, she almost bit her lip, but again she relaxed her body. This is not Nosferatu. The desolate desert of Nosferatu was already far away, and the leopard-headed human super-warrior who had incensed her was also far away. Guin. Amneris swept his blonde hair wildly behind him, as if he wanted to forget something. Around the same time. This was Argos, the land of the steppes, far to the south of Paro, some 500,000 thad from the city of Taurus, where Amneris was having a long and bitter meeting with his father. Argos is not a very large country, but it has never yielded to the invasion of other countries in its own history since ancient times. It is a country with one of the bravest cavalry in the Central Plains, and it boasts of a rich and peaceful prosperity as the best producer of famous horses in the Central Plains. King Hero Stack ruled over Argos, and his queen, Queen Emma, was the youngest sister of Saint Aldros of Paro. With these powerful relations, Argos stands as the southern guard of Paro, protecting its borders and keeping a constant watch on three sides, albeit across a wide nomadic region. In the sunroom near the courtyard of the royal palace in Mahar, the capital of Argos, where a number of low, whitish, bowl-shaped roofs stand in a green meadow, a pair of men and women were quietly facing each other. She had long silver hair parted horizontally like a meadow, hanging in a thick braid over her left shoulder, embroidered in red, yellow and blue in an exotic style, hanging from her shoulders to her feet, wearing a thick dress and strange black pantaloons, with trinkets with heavy silver bells around her neck and in her ears, and when she moved, she made a cool clinking sound. A slender woman with black hair, black eyes, a large, warrior-like body, and a decisive expression, but somehow different from the warriors of Mongol, a man of mature years with the atmosphere of a dandy. It was Queen Emma, the sister of the Holy King of Paro, and Lord Beck, the fiercest warlord of Paro, who had come to visit her and had been struck by the strange crystal disaster while doing so. The sunroom was empty, not a soul to be seen. That is not to say, of course, that Queen Emma and Lord Beck have dismissed people out of hand. Lord Beck was the younger brother of King Aldros, and the surviving son of the late Prince Arkham, and so the two, not many years apart, were, like Lord Crystal, very closely related, aunt and nephew. The round white ceramic table at which the aunt and nephew were looking at each other, and there was a strange thing spread out on it. These are a number of sticks that look like the bones of some kind of beast or something like that, carved and inlaid. Queen Emma, her slender fingers protruding from the tubular cuffs of her long, flouncy dress, softly rubbed and rearranged the bony objects, murmuring something in her mouth as if she were thinking. Lord Beck, his sunburned forehead tense, watched him breathlessly. Eventually, Queen Emma looked up with a sigh. Beck. She looked at her nephew, who was not much older than her, and her face became brighter than before. Lord Beck also let out a deep breath that he had been holding. She looks at Queen Emma as if to ask, "It's a good result." Queen Emma said with a nod, "According to what I read with this spell stick, the two of you are still alive. And Princess Lindy and Prince Remus." Lord Beck's voice shook with a fierce tremble. "Yes." The pattern on the spell stick suggests danger, difficulty and crisis one after another. But no matter how many times you read it, there's no sign of death. Beck, Paro's hope is that he is alive and well and awaits our hand. It's... Lord Beck cut the sign of Janus without a word. As long as you two are alive, Paro will never be a nation that succumbs to the Aurra. No matter how it's trampled and maimed, it will rise again like a phoenix. So are you too. Now, Beck. Queen Emma looked at her nephew with a painful twinkle in her thoughtful eyes. I am not an unusually gifted priestess, seer, or seer of unseen patterns like Linda. If I were Linda, I could have told you which direction to go and what to be mindful of. But I can only tell you that they are alive. No way. How reassuring and encouraging it is for us Paro people to know that. Lord Beck looked thoughtfully at Queen Emma. The women of the royal house of Paro, without exception, are excellent seers, soothsayers, and fortune-tellers, with varying degrees of ability. It is not an exaggeration to say that the prosperity of Paro for 3,000 years owes a large percentage of its prosperity to the power of these women. But even so, Princess Linda's abilities were so superior that they reminded one of the legendary Linda, the virgin princess of King Arcandros, the founder of Paro. When she had fully grown and perfected her abilities, it was expected that Paro would be filled with unprecedented prosperity and pride. But then came the tragedy and catastrophe. Not only Linda, but also the many fortune tellers and mages in the Crystal Palace, none of whom had predicted this sudden invasion. Perhaps the evil cloud that the fortune teller spoke of had enveloped Paro and hidden the approaching evil from the eyes of his good people. If there is such a thing, it is also the sign of the god Yarn. Janus, the all-seeing, all-knowing god of fate, will never forgive the threat of Paro's demise, my queen. For we, the people of Paro, are the people of Janus, chosen only to honor and glorify him. Lord Beck said, I believe that this is the test that Janus was sent to perform. Perhaps, after passing through this ordeal, there will be a time of unprecedented prosperity and glory, unknown even in the 3,000 years of Paro's history, and yet, even the disaster itself was, in fact, nothing to fear. If only there hadn't been one unfortunate mistake, if only there hadn't been that accident with the machine, the deviation of the coordinates. If I had done so, we would have welcomed you both here in Argos long ago, and I would have been blessed with the disappointment that I happened to be playing in this land and was unable to face the enemy during the crisis of the crystal, and I would have received you both and raised a huge army to retake the crystal. The warrior turned his head as if to blame himself for his misfortune, and fought back the hot tears that were welling up in his eyes. Beck, that's no longer. Queen Emma was about to open her mouth to comfort him, when suddenly, as if startled by something. Beck! Take a look at this. Look at this. Look at this spell stick. It's a pattern of protection, luck, and chance. It's also extremely rare. So, what does that tell you? The two of you. The queen clammed up and seemed to be searching for words. It's like someone's protecting me. Somebody. Protected. Lord Beck coughed. Who the hell are you talking to? Oh, don't ask me, Beck. I've told you many times, I'm not Linda. I can't read the greater meaning of the signs on the board. I can only see the obvious signs. The queen rubbed the spell stick in frustration. But immediately she withdrew her hand, as if it had caught fire and burned her finger. It's a strange pattern, she said in a distressed tone. I can't read it with the knowledge I once had. This is something, how should I put it, a great destiny, hardships and miracles. A being closer to God, a long, long way to go and to figure out. Linda and Remus, no, not even Paro himself, seemed to be just one small pattern in a huge pattern. I don't know. I don't know, something superhuman, something more than human and destined. Lord Beck's brow furrowed. But being a Paro man, he knew much about divination and foreknowledge, and so he waited patiently and silently, lest he disturb her, or vex her unnecessarily with questions which, if asked, would be impossible to answer. But really, there was nothing more Queen Emma could say. She fell silent, staring at the spell stick, lost in thought. It was Lord Beck who couldn't stand the silence for too long. So. Open your mouth fearfully. I still think I'm going to leave Crystal, he. Ha! Queen Emma looked up with a start. Oh, about that. If I stay here like this forever, I won't get anywhere. I should return to Parohi on my own, make a connection with the remnants of the crystal, somehow try to find Prince Remus and Princess Linda, and at the same time gather troops to fight against Mongol. And at the same time, gather an army to oppose Mongol. Like I keep telling you, just wait a little bit longer, Beck. Queen Emma said. I, too, have heard of the deaths of my brother and sister-in-law, and I would not dream of standing idly by and watching the perils of my homeland. My husband, King Argos, knows that if we do not mount a full-scale counterattack against the tyranny of Mongol, the loss of our ally Paro will eventually befall us as well. Of course, I have already taken an oath from my husband that if you should raise an army and wage war to retake the crystal, Argos will do everything in its power to support Paro. But, and let's face it, between you and me, it's not the right time yet, Beck. Right now, they're doing everything they can to find the Paro twins in Argos. As you can see, I'm doing my bit. Look, Beck, you can't do this. You are known to Paro as Beck, a brave lord with no shortage of courage to be the general of the counteroffensive. I understand. I am the fifth in line of succession to the throne, aside from the deceased queen, after Prince Remus, Princess Linda, Lord Naris, and his brother. The people of Paro won't bring me in until they're sure all four are dead. I know that. First, I don't want the crystal throne. I'm still a warrior, loyal to my king, but I'm not the kind of warrior who sits on top of others to control them. I don't want to tell you this, but if Remus is not old enough, and you don't wait for someone else to take the throne, and become a key player in the rebuilding of Paro, the more credit you get, the worse it will be. The more credit you take, the worse it will be for you. I know that, too. That's why I'm holding my heart in agony, soothing it, and enduring it here in the faraway land of Argos. Anyway, if only I could find out whether you two are alive or dead, he said, annoyed, as he watched Queen Emma silently gathering up the spell sticks and placing them in an inlaid box. But you must understand that every minute that I am doing this is a torture for me, thinking that I am leaving my beautiful country in the hands of the barbarians of Aurra. My queen, you are indeed a royal lady of Paro who never forgets to think of the future, the future, the future, the future. Every woman in Paro is smart enough to be a military strategist. But I'm just a warrior. In truth, such political considerations are of no concern to me, and right now all I want to do is to advance my troops and take back the crystal. I understand. I understand all too well. You have no ambition to compete with young Remus for the throne on the strength of your success in capturing Paro. You're the most honest man I've ever met. I'm just afraid that. Queen Emma's words ceased as if cut off. Without warning, the door to the sunroom was pulled open with the sound of rough footsteps, and something entered. Queen Emma hunches her hips to greet him. Well, you're being rude again, but I've already learned that it's useless to ask you to observe etiquette. You are the chief of the horse people. That's right, sister-in-law. The man who came in stood at the entrance and stared around the room without hesitation. For a moment, it seemed as if a black whirlwind had burst into the room, such an impressive newcomer. He is a young man of 25 or 26 years of age. However, a calmness that one would not expect from a young man, and a kind of arrogant vigor, emanate from his entire stout body, and frighten those who see him. If anything, by the standards of the delicate and elegant Paro courtiers, he was neither handsome nor well-groomed. The old scar running from the left side of his forehead to the bottom of his cheek gives an even more terrible impression. To accentuate his long hair, he wears a black turban on his head, the ends of which hang long with his hair. She wears a black tan leather bodyguard, a soft cloak, thin leather riding trousers and crotch pads, black sandals, and is thoroughly dressed in black. But on the breast of the leather bodyguard, as on Queen Emma's dress, there was a florid embroidery, done by the dexterous women of Argos, which, strangely enough, combined with the turban, gave him a step-like appearance, and made him look like a horseman and a drifter. The thick, embroidered sash at his waist held a short, curved, gold dagger and a number of throwing knives. His eyes were tight and piercing, lifted up like those of a black leopard on a meadow, as if flames and whirlwinds were swirling around his back. He was a young man with a frighteningly strong personality and an overwhelming spirit that could not help but impress those who saw him. His laugh was brash and fierce, but it was also somehow childlike and pure, attracting and frightening people at the same time. Now, he was approaching them with a fierce smile and his hands outstretched wide. It would be madness for you to expect me to behave with the elegance and refinement of a Paro courtesan. But if all the women of Argos were as wind-blown as you, this land of windy steppes would be destroyed. Yes, Scar. I'm a queen without an heir. Queen Emma looked at her brother-in-law and gave him a wistful smile. Queen, such a... No, Beck. It's true, And I know the temper of the prairie people as well as I do, since I didn't marry King Stack yesterday or today. Yes, we are coarse, but we are not double-minded. We may not act elegantly, but we are sincerely friendly. Scar, the Black Prince of Argos, whose name is known throughout the world for his bravery, twisted his scarred face and smiled. But that's not the point. I've brought you both news that will blow your manners out of the water. News that my messenger has been working on for 3 days and nights. I wanted to tell you myself. What is it? Paro, do you know where Prince Remus is? He lifted his hips, and their voices intermingled. The Black Prince, Bratsk Princesker, approached the table, took up a sake jar from the shelf beside it, produced the silver cup attached to his ornamental belt, and poured it out. A toast to Paro. No, we still don't know where Prince Remus is, but there's good news. Lord Crystal is on the move. Although Neris is. Neris. And they were shouting in unison. Oh, you're the best man in Paro. The Kuratashi stirs up the silver cup. A secret agent, who had been sent to learn of the situation in occupied Paro, relayed the news to the border guards, who sent a messenger to Mahar by night and day. It was said that Lord Crystal had been wounded in the war and had left the crystal intact, but as the rumor had it, he had flown to Madras, near the border region, to heal his wounded body and had returned to the crystal with only a handful of men, leaving his wound untreated. Crystal he. But that's reckless. Without thinking, Lord Beck leapt from his chair. The crystal should be full of Mongol soldiers by now, and it's uncharacteristically brave of you, Neris, to go out there and get captured by the enemy. Lord Crystal is Lord Crystal. Scar said curtly. So to speak, the Imperial City, which can be called my alter ego, will not be able to feel at ease with the hoof of the occupying forces. But, Your Highness. Although Neris is the 4th heir to the throne, no, now that the Queen is gone, he is the 3rd heir to the throne, after the 2 princes and princesses. I met Lord Neris once, at your brother's wedding. Scar said. He has a woman's face, but he is no ordinary man, I was made to feel. And since he's behaving so recklessly, he's got his reasons. You have nothing to fear, Lord Beck. No. Lord Beck stood up and faced the Dauphin with determination. I'm leaving for Paro. Beck. And Queen Emma. It's not my fault that Let's go. That's good. Just like everybody else, Scar said. Queen Emma, I've heard what you've said, Beck. But I'm a warrior, and politics is something to be considered after the world is settled, and what I need to do now is to take back Paro. Besides, at least one of the Queen's worries is gone. Although Neris is alive. We can't let him die. Sorry. Lord Beck walked out of the sunroom, hesitating to thank him. Queen Emma looked away as if at a loss, her hips partly in the air. Oh, Scar. This is what I was most afraid of. He murmurs as he sinks back into his chair. The only reason I kept Beck around was because I was afraid that if Linda and Remus weren't alive, my predictions would be wrong, or that something unfortunate would happen to them. And if Neris and Beck were to fall into the hands of Mongol's army at the Crystal, the bloodline of the Holy Royal Family of Paro must be tenuous. Scar says it like it's personal. Oh, please. So he did this and that to keep the reluctant Lord Beck at bay. At the very least, the 5th heir to the throne, and the last. One after Beck, whose blood is almost all parthenogenetic. You're a smart woman. You are a clever woman, sister-in-law. Scar. Stop Beck, force him, imprison him, whatever. I'm sure Beck's visit to Argos during Paro's crisis was Janus' way of keeping the sacred blood flowing. So, please, keep Beck in line. Calm down. Scar smiled. A smile so fierce that it made him look more like the chieftain of a pack of rogues roaming the steppes than the crown prince of an established power. I beg the king to send troops. If Beck is unwilling, Argos will stand behind him to fight Mongol. I told you to wait. Queen Emma glared at her brother-in-law with a wicked smile in her eyes. Then she rang the sunroom door again and ran out. Scar was left alone. Do do it. He stops by the table, pours another cup of sake and drinks it, muttering to himself. A woman in a civilized country is a pain in the ass. It's best for a woman to be submissive and milk the sheep. Men should fight. Men who don't fight are scum. Thinking for a moment, he cut a drop from a flat silver cup, put it in his belt, and walked out into the courtyard full of white flowers, passing between the pillars of the sunroom in the opposite direction from which they had run. Ta Wong. Ta Wan. He called out in a loud, piercing voice. Immediately, a boy from the east, with upturned eyes, yellowish skin, a turban and a short coat, came calling. Yes, sir. Let's go. Saddle up for Han Yi. Yes, sir. Long ride? No. I'm going to the border. I have to see the chief of the nomads. With the gulls. Ta Wong rushed forward. With the hem of his turban, his long hair, and his cloak flapping in the strong wind, Scar walked between the low white buildings to the back gate. His jet-black horse had already been pulled there, and when he saw his master, he snorted happily and scrambled to his feet. Scar flutters and jumps without a step. Ta Wan, you come too. Yes, sir. Scar kicked the black horse in the belly, not even watching as the boy from the east saddled his horse. As far as the eye can see, it is the middle of a green wave, a beautiful, supple grassland that flutters and flutters all at once in the strong wind. Here, people and towns are also part of nature, and the white bowl-shaped town of Mahar looks like a giant flower of grass growing out of the green grass. The Black Prince of Argos galloped across the field, his black turban fluttering in the wind. He ran across the field like the black wind itself. And again, Paro. Stop. A harsh, raspy Mongolian rant emanated from the black, monstrous head with its cheeks still down. At the same time, the tips of thick-bladed spears crossed and sparked in front of the group that had stopped in their tracks. Who are you? Where are you going? Let me see your handprint. Yes. A man, who seemed to be the chief of the party, stepped forward and held out a bill which he had taken from his hiding place. The Mongol soldiers guarding the great gate of the crystal examined the bill and checked the number of men written on it. However, they were not yet completely relaxed. The name. He looks at the bill and says, I am Garius, merchant of Salem. This is my son, Gun. What are you doing here? In the crystal, there is our shop, though we do not sell perfumes. It's been 4 months since the Black Dragon War ended, and thanks to the help of Gora's knights, the city's security has finally subsided, so we thought it would be a good time to open our shop again. The Black Riders of Gora looked at each other and whispered suspiciously. However, the bill was in order and there were no omissions. The man who calls himself Gallius is a mild-mannered old man who does not seem to have had any experience with swords, and his loose-fitting toga and travel cloak, which are typical of civilians, are well paid for, and no one in the party is wearing a sword. When he saw that the guard looked uncomfortable, Gallius walked up to him and casually put a small leather bag into the hand of the guard on his right. Thank you for your service. I was wondering if you would like to use one of our products for yourself. The weight of the gold in his hand suddenly made the guards feel better, knowing that it was gold. Very well. Come on by, Garius, where's your shop? Yes, sir, it's a great store on Salia Street, a very old store. If you say it's Gallius' shop, I see. Fragrance. I'll buy some soon. You'll have to come through. Put your seal here and write your name and number. You're in luck. Commander Tyron just issued a decree yesterday that stores must remain open for business as usual in order to restore the crystal. I'm sorry for your loss. Gallius bent down politely. A party of about 20 merchants, with their carriages full of goods, began to walk through the great gate. Wait. The guards held them back. That's the deal, he said, and suddenly pointed his spear at a package of goods that had been picked up by the wagon. Ah! Gallius screamed. The guard glanced at him and drew out a half-moon-shaped spear. Some kind of red liquid spilled from the cut end of the straw peg. What the hell is this? The guard said, put your finger on it and take it to your nose. But he immediately let out a cry of disgust and rubbed his hands against the stone wall. What the hell is this? It smells like a stale pear. Don't be rude, it's an extract of salvio, the world's most famous perfume for ladies. That ridiculous Paro specialty that costs 100 runs in a glass bottle. I know what that stuff smells like. I don't know if it's the salvos that stink so bad. When this undiluted liquid is diluted 100 times and a secret myrrh is added to it and left to rest, it becomes such an attractive fragrance. The jewel is just like a stone covered with soil when it is cut, Gallius explained patiently. In the meantime, one of the young men in the party worked hard to fix the cut package. It's as if you're poking around in filth. This is going to cost 100 runs, enough. Go. I don't want to be the one who accidentally throws it. The black-clad guards waved their hands. Gallius gives a polite signal to the group. 20 men and 4 carriages are about to start moving. The last, a black carriage, not a cart, but a standing vehicle, was driven by a coachman slowly through the great gate. That's when. Wait for the carriage. The other guard's loud voice rang out. A moment later, the whole group, even Gallius, stiffened. The guards are already at the last carriage, taking the black horse's shoes and holding him back, and are about to put their feet up on the ledge and look inside. Please wait. In a panic, Galerius rushes towards him. The guards, holding their spears, open the door of the carriage. Caw! A woman's scream came from inside. 2 women, their faces and bodies wrapped in long velvety travel cloaks in the style of Paro, were huddled in the corner of the carriage, frightened. Get out! A strong Mongolian accent commanded. As if Gallius couldn't take it anymore. Please wait. These are my son and my 2 concubines, the women I brought with me from Salam. We have the bills and the cargo has been changed, so I don't think there's anything more we can do to keep you. But that's not so easy, the guard said mockingly, and putting his hand on the 2 frightened women, plucked off the hoods of their cloaks to expose their faces. One of them gasped. One was a young and very beautiful woman with dark hair and dark eyes. Her skin was as smooth as wax. The other was a woman with a fair face and a sturdy appearance, who must have been beautiful in the past, but she was already old. Her hair, too, is beginning to be covered with white, and she is holding it up with a band. At a glance, this one could have been Gallius' old concubine. She shielded the trembling young woman behind her, and glared at the despicable Mongols with a stern expression. I've received word that Aldo Neris, cousin of the Holy King of Paro and Lord of Crystal, who is in charge of the Crystal City, was wounded in the Black Dragon War and has been resting in fear of the Crystal, but now he has been rescued by those who are dissatisfied with our rule of Mongol and is planning to infiltrate the Imperial City to reclaim the Crystal City. I've heard that he's planning to infiltrate the Imperial City to reclaim the Crystal City. Therefore, those who try to enter the city with a large number of people from the outside are subject to strict scrutiny, and if they are found to be such, they are to be immediately rounded up, and the Lord Crystal himself is not to be allowed to escape, no matter what. The guard said. But this is an order to scrutinize you, Lord Crystal, not to condemn a mere rake. Gallius replies with a desperate look. And as you can see, these women have no connection to Lord Crystal whatsoever. Well, I'll be damned if I'm going to let you see it. The guard lifted his cheeks, revealing his bearded face, and smiled wickedly. I've heard that Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal, is one of the most beautiful men in all of Paro, a beauty rarely seen in a woman, let alone a woman. He's still young. If he's so beautiful, there's no reason for him to disguise himself as a woman to blind us, especially if he's so beautiful that no matter how cleverly he changes his appearance to that of a merchant, he can't escape our notice. Yesterday, too, we beheaded 2 handsome traveling merchants. That woman. The guard grabbed the younger woman's hand and pulled her back, not caring that she screamed. You're very beautiful to look at, but are you really a woman? How do I know for sure you're not a man in a woman's dress, huh? Oh, the young woman screamed. The same age, the same height for a woman. No. Lygia, Lygia. A young man, said to be the son of Gallius, makes a screeching sound and tries to call. But Galerius held him back. All right, sir. You're right. I say with a sorrowful heart. Father, be quiet. We have our work to do. But for us merchants, every second is a minute wasted losing gold. She's Salem's slave girl, not Lord Crystal, but I'll leave her here for you to see if she's the real deal, if you please. There is nothing suspicious about the others, I'm sure. Oh, I don't see anything that looks beautiful enough to be called a parrot. Except for this woman. The guards immediately fell into a swoon. Then I will give you the woman. This is the woman I have been using for more than 20 years, and I can assure you that she is indeed a woman. Take that old lady with you, the guard said mockingly. Lord Crystal is 25 or 26. There's no way he can turn into a 40-year-old woman. Their eyes were dim. The son of Gallius bit his lips in regret. But when his father tapped him on the shoulder and whispered to him that he would buy another slave, he had no choice but to jump on the horse. The woman is grasped by the hands of the burly guards and is trembling with her eyes closed like a frightened little rabbit. Thank you for your time. Politely, Galerius apologized. Then the chariot began to move and entered the crystal city through the great gate. The faint scream of a female slave who had been run over and dragged into a hut was heard on the back of the group as they began to move toward the capital, the sound of the wheels beating slowly and heavily. At last, the group stopped walking when they entered the back street, where they turned into a narrow alley every time, and where there were no more black-clad Mongol soldiers strutting about selfishly. What do you promise? Evening, goes into Mage Tungu's house on Aurra Street. Goes in weary almost there. Then Linus is supposed to sneak over with the main crystal. Very well. Garius, the perfumery merchant, hastily flung off his traveling cloak and exposed his reddish-bronze face to the twilight of the crystal lamppost. Immediately, the mild-mannered man, who had appeared to be so mild-mannered that he did not even know how to hold a sword, was replaced by the face of General Lunnan, one of the 12 holy knights of Paro, who, although mild-mannered, had a steely, hawk-like gaze and the fearless expression of a warlord. They went into a house. 3 of them remained and took the wagon somewhere. The door was shut and the whole house was searched with great caution. Thank you, sir, Renaud said. From among the people slowly emerged the aged concubine of the merchant Gallius. Silently she took off her cloak and her grey wig. She wiped her face with a cloth thrust out from the straw. Then, with a heave, the wrinkled pigment was removed. From underneath it emerged the face of Aldonairis, the noble and handsome man, the most beautiful of the Paro, the Prince of Saria, who is said to be unforgettable once seen. I'm sure you're in a lot of trouble. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you, Renaud said. The way he looked at this beautiful nobleman was filled with the compassion and love of a loving father. I don't want to hurt you. It's okay. I think I'm all back to normal now, Lord Crystal said and took the cup of sake offered to him and drank it. Well, at last I can step on the soil of my beloved Crystal. Yes. We must be grateful for Janus' blessing, and for Valerius' resourcefulness. He's young, but he's a great soldier. Gallius' son bowed graciously. Aldonairis brushed his long black hair back from his forehead, where it was held in a thin copper band, the same as Linda's and Remus. His beautiful black eyes suddenly clouded. Lunnan, will you not go and save Ligeia? No. Renaud bit his lip. But the words were clear. That is also a female swordsman who dedicated her sword to the Crystal Palace. I'll figure out what to do after that on my own. But Nairis looked at Lunnan sadly. Your only daughter. Don't say another word, Lord Nairis, Renaud said firmly. But he was astonished when he looked and saw tears in Nairis's dark, shining eyes. Master Nairis. Forgive me, Renaud. For my sake. What are you talking about? What a waste. Renaud winced and put his hand to Nairis's head, which was bowed to him. Please, raise your hand. Ligeia is not a weak girl to be tortured for such a thing. If the sacrifice of Ligeia alone is enough to free Paro from the black hand of Mongol, then I will remember every sacrifice. I will take back the crystal as soon as I can. Nerys drew his dagger and took the oath of Paro. Everyone seemed to be nodding their heads and renewing their anger and determination at the unfortunate calamity that had befallen their relatives. Then there was a knock at the door, and Tingus, the court mage who had given them their home, entered. I saw Lord Linus. Alone. Rena will do it. No temple chief Lord Guise, Holy Knight Marquis Darvars, Crystal Merchant Tavern, Guild Chief Cravanus, and Princess Rana of the Crystal Palace, on behalf of Princess Rana. And Durkin. No. 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 It is said that he has been torturing her day and night to force her to confess the whereabouts of Princess Linda and Lady Remus. We've got to take care of this as soon as possible, Nerys murmured. His stern, determined expression, which replaced the tearful look he had just given, made his beautiful, woman-like face look like the likeness of Lur, the god of war. What about Lord Remus? We've sent people in all directions, but we don't even know if they're alive or dead. As it turns out, we're already at. If that's the case, then Lord Nerys must quickly proclaim the Holy King of Paro. But until we have proof that either Remus or Linda is indeed dead, or even alive. Nerys furrowed his brow. But soon. Well, good. Let Linus and the others pass. Here's what we're going to do. Her figure, standing straight with her hands on the table, was a picture in itself in the dark house. Hooray! Hail, Mongol! Long live Master Amneris! There was a loud explosion of joy. The cheers seemed to be deafening. The citizens of Taurus were gathered in front of the great gate, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Lady of Mongol as she departed for the crystal, soon after she had recovered from her expedition to Nosferus. That this departure was for the wedding of Amneris, of all people, was not yet known to the officers of the Golden Scorpion Palace. That's quite a setup you got there. But you're a little lightly equipped for war. Of course it is. Paro's in Mongol's hands now. No, but I'm told that the people of Paro are still vandalizing the city and forcing the hand of Commander Tyron. That's why the princess is going. But, oh, there you are. Sho! How sweet. Oh, my God, how beautiful and brave you are. It's Lord Amneris's White Guard. The lady's White Knight bannermen. Those who had the child in their arms would give it to him to show him, and those who did not would wave the little flag of Mongol and say, Mongol. 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 I wonder how many of them noticed that this departure was somewhat different from that of Tsun. The knights in white were advancing solemnly on white horses. Between the horses, dozens of huge carriages were moving forward. Inside the carriages were hundreds of boxes filled with extravagant costumes and personal effects. Amneris, with Ron and Rint at his side, his blonde hair flowing down his back without a helmet, quietly led the horse. Occasionally, he would raise his white-gloved hand to the cheers of the crowd. There was nothing in his expressionless, inhumanly sober face to suggest the unpleasant task awaiting him in the crystal. Long live Mongol! Long live His Highness, Amneris! The cheers of the crowd reached the residential areas of the nobles, which were far away from the Golden Scorpion Palace. In one of the rooms of the palace, a small, white, opulent room, there was a man who stood up and held up the curtains with his hand. It was Asturias. His face was madly pale, and his eyes were glazed over like those of a sick man. Feldrick tricked me. Damn you. I'm not gonna let him get away with this. He covered his ears, ruffled his hair, and walked around the room in circles. Let's go to Paro Alto. Suddenly, I stand still and mutter. Ignoring orders, I know what that will do to me. Let's go to Paro. To the city of Crystal, we go. He jumped up and began to prepare for his journey, as if he could not think of anything else. Parohi Parohi. Amneris procession now leaves the great gate of Taurus. And far away in Argos, Lord Beck the Valiant and Aldo Nerys. Now Yarn, the god of fate, began to pull in the thread that stretched out in all directions. Parohi, and Chapter 2. Farewell Desert. Leopard. When Shiva appeared around the rock, he looked at the scene and rolled his eyes as if he were taken aback. What are you doing? He looks at me curiously and asks. Shh, be quiet. We don't want any distractions. Istvan, who stubbornly refused to remember Shem's words, or Lagan's, or even the end of them, turned and said, of course, Shiva doesn't understand him. Of course, Shiva did not understand him. The leopard-headed tall warrior stood up slowly and raised his big palm to stop him. Linda is about to divine the day and the way of our return. I will explain it gravely. When they come out of Shem's throat, they are high-pitched like the chirping of birds, but when they come out of the mouth of the leopard-headed Guin, they are deep and heavy like the barking of a leopard. Leopard. Shiva's faithful, hairy face suddenly twisted into a crumpled heap. You're going away, after all. Shiva. Guin bent down, put his hand on Shiva's shoulder, and gently pushed her across the rocks. With her eyes closed and her fingers dipped in the water on the Ouija board, Linda was waiting for a revelation, mumbling something, but it seemed to her that it would take some time before the result of the divination would be revealed. Later, Istvan the Valachian, who had apparently grown tired of watching her, followed her. Kaoru said that the leopard would soon leave us and go away, and then Shem's good fortune would be over and we would all be slaves to those giants. Leave us. I'm not leaving you behind. I'm not leaving you behind, Shiva. Guin sat down on a rocky corner and looked down at the face of the young Semitic warrior, still below his head. And don't ever be afraid that Ragan will ingratiate himself with Shem and turn him into a slave for saving his people. Ragan's chieftain, Ka, is right, wise and compassionate. As long as Ka is with us, we will never let Lagan overrun Shem, even though Lagan is many times larger and more powerful than Shem. Ragan is a good giant. Shiva shook his head and said. I disagreed with Kaoru when he said that. Ragan is not the kind of man who would do such a thing, and Leopard would never abandon Shem, and when everyone said that Leopard had done so, he came to Shem's rescue with Ragan in tow. Shiva sniffed like a child sulking. But Leopard says he's going. You have to understand, Shiva. Guin looked somewhat perplexed. What the hell is wrong with you, monkey? When Istvan asked him and heard Guin's answer, he mocked him. What a noisy monkey. Guin's spoiling you and that's why you're so picky. Tell him we're busy with our own ambitions, Guin. Guin held up his hand as if to restrain him. Although Shiva did not understand Istvan's words, he sensed the general direction from the tone of his voice, and his nostrils flared as he compared the two warriors. I had always assumed that Leopard would stay in Nosferus and become the king of Nosferus, ruling over both Shem and Ragan, if the others had gone. Shiva looked meaningfully at Istvan. When Istvan asked him what he had said again and asked for an explanation, he blew his nose and said, Ha, of course not. With 1,000 fangs at the mouth of the river Kes, you've got a thing for these monkeys and nude trees, Guin, that's what I thought all along. I've been thinking it since the beginning. You've always been able to speak fluently. Maybe you were born here, in Nosferus. As I said before. There's a country in Nosferus somewhere with Shem, Ragan, and another leopard-headed man of your race. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. You were talking about yesterday. When we were discussing our future. I want to find the Lady of Light and send the Prince and Princess of Paro back to Argos in good time as per our agreement. Princess Linda and Remus, of course, want to rebuild Paro and reclaim their lands from Mongol. But you, Guin, you have no real agenda, do you? You just want to find out who you are and what you look like. If that's the case, then maybe he's just thinking about it. Maybe you'd rather be king of Nosferus. Here, no one calls you a monster, and for some reason, they all want you to stay. Istvan was about to continue when he saw a beautiful face with silver hair, violet eyes, and delicate features peeping out from behind a rock. Remus seemed to want to say something back to Istvan, but he was a quiet, reclusive boy by nature. Linda said I've got some answers and I need you to come over. He pointed over the rocks and said, "Oh, yeah. Sheba, I'll see you later." He waved his hand at the little warrior who was still trying to say something, and Guin and Istvan returned to the Ouija board. Linda looked up at the two men and her brother with a somewhat sullen expression, but with a lamp-like glow in her eyes, which had not lost their unusual mental concentration. "So, how would you like to go, priestess?" "As I said, down the Kess to the city of Loth, then by sea from Loth, and then by land from Ligal to Argos, or as Guin insists, across the Canaan mountains to Kittai in the east." "Or, as Guin insists, to cross the Canaan mountains into Kittai in the east, as the oracle of Janus says is right. I've told you many times, Istvan," Linda replied, raising her eyes tiredly. Unlike the lazy fortune-tellers, the secret art of divination passed down in the royal family of Paro is not meant to leave decisions to chance. It is always human beings who decide and judge. Fortune-telling and prediction only bring me a little closer to the ultimate form of things, their true form, their unseen pattern. Leave the nonsense out of it. "So, what do you say, princess?" Istvan crouched down at the edge of the matted wolf pelt where Linda sat and shouted angrily. Linda was disgusted. "You've always been so unreasonable in your attacks on me. I didn't call you here to talk about the consequences. The horoscope says this, Guin. The red star of mischief has left Nosferus. The stars are moving. It's about to enter the water palace. In the water palace, the dragon constellation, which marks Paro. The currents are moving toward Paro. It is safe to assume that for the time being there will be no major invasion of Nosferus by Mongol." "That's not an answer at all." Istvan, who had nothing to do with it, again made a snide remark. Linda pouted and didn't bother with him anymore. "And as to the question of land or sea, there is a white light in Canaan, far to the east, calling our attention to it. Whether it is a sign not to come, or whether it is the guiding star of Yarn, I do not know. This white light is so unusually intense, I've never seen a star like it before. It's like, well, I don't know how to describe it, an inexpressible door or death, or a great, great light, no, a flash. Either way, there's something beyond Canaan. Something unusual, something we can't just walk away from. If we take the land route across Canaan, we'll be caught up in it anyway. We cannot go on unless we pass through it. However, what is bothering me is that no matter how many times I look beyond that white light, after entering the eastern countries, I cannot see anything at all. It is not enough to say that the incandescent light has erased everything behind it, but there is a huge void to the east that cannot be explained yet. Maybe this means that we will never go beyond Canaan. Or maybe not. I don't know. On the other hand, there's nothing suspicious about the passage down the Kess. The stars that mark it are only commonplace and familiar, the great journey, the difficulties and struggles, the dangers and adventures, the friends and foes. But it's clear that they're filled with hardships and perils that are worth talking about. And I'm curious, Guin, about the allusion to Ingis, son of Ilana the huntress, in the direction of the sea on the way down to Kess. Ingis, the famous hunter, fought in the forest against the leopard, the master of the forest, and with his wits he caught it and locked it in a cage. And Guin the leopard, perhaps the allusion is to the fact that the trouble that awaits them on the road down to Kess will fall partly on Guin. That's what I'm worried about. None of this is going to do much good. It's up to us to judge and decide. Linda kept her mouth shut meditatively. After a fortune-telling session, she was always embarrassed, limp, tired, and terribly depressed. "Hey!" As if to discourage Istvan from speaking out of turn again. "Okay, that's good to know." "Thank you, Linda," Guin said quickly. "That's more than enough for me. So what are you gonna do, Guin?" Remus says, looking at Guin anxiously. "Istvan. It's obvious. There's some mysterious thing waiting for us in Canaan. It's going to eat us. By sea, of course. By sea." But he said that the road would bring danger to Guin. Remus objected. Istvin shrugged his shoulders. His dark, glittering eyes spoke eloquently of what was on his mind. Guin would be no trouble. Remus mouth agape. He licks his lips, gathering up the courage to say something back. But then. Well, I guess that's settled, Guin said quietly, and Istvin looked at him rather surprised. Which way? Remus says in a shaky voice. By sea. Let us go down the river Kess, hire a ship from Ross to Rigor, and from Rigor follow the red road further into Argos, where Linda and Remus' aunt is married. Ha! Linda and Remus looked at each other and shouted. Because, you know, Guin was such a... Yes, I claimed the Canaan crossing for a good reason. She was about to say something, but Linda suddenly stopped talking. This was unlike her usual strong-willed nature, but it was not without reason. In order to ensure the accuracy of the oracle and to prevent the fortune-teller's humanity from entering into the divination, the 12 oaths of the mages stipulate that they lose their right to vote on what they have read. The reason I brought up the idea of crossing Canaan into Kitai was that when I crossed the Salt Valley into the village of Laden recently, I heard that Kitai traders came over the mountains to trade the salt with Laden, and I thought that there must be a shortcut across Canaan known to Kitai traders. The other reason was that to go down the Kess River was to go all the way along the territory of Mongol, and he was concerned about the danger of that, and insisted on crossing Canaan. But, when he thought about it, there was no need to launch a raft from the opposite shore near Alvan and Turid. Now that we had Shem and Lagan with us, the danger in this direction would be greatly reduced if we took the road southwest from here to the far lower reaches of the Two Reed and entered the Kess River only after we had entered the settlers' land. After all, the sea route is faster. But Guin asking for a boat in the Ross River harbor is a very public. Remus's voice trailed off confidently in his mouth. Linda clicked her tongue softly, wanting to go to her brother's aid, but the rules of the past prevented her from speaking out as usual, and she felt a pang of annoyance. Don't worry. That's something we can handle on a case-by-case basis. It's not like the unknown danger that awaits us in Canaan, Guin says. Istvin took a piece of moss from his hiding place and chewed it with satisfaction. Yes, that's the god of war, leered. That's what I've been saying all along. Linda and Remus want to say something, but one of them is stifled, and the other doesn't know what to say, so they take each other's hands and stare at the red mercenary. Istvin raised his chin and made a show of not feeling anything. Then we must enter the river Kess from about Cologne. What about the rafts? There's no forest big enough for a raft in Nosferus. Ask the people of Nosferus about Nosferus. If you cannot find wood for your raft, go to Cologne and ring the river Kess, or cut wood from the other side of the river and build it into a raft. Even in the worst case, you can follow the Kess all the way down the bank on the Nosferus side. As long as Shem and his men are with us, we need not fear the ID, the Sandhills, or the Glutton. You've already got a plan in place. Istvin to follow. I'll leave you to it. Anyway, down to Kess and on to Paro. Well. Now we're back to where we started when we escaped from the flames of Stafford's castle. It was tough, chasing after Mongol's army, running away even to Mount Gudu. I wish I could just let the river Kess flow without such a thankless hindrance this time. I'd like to leave it to the flow of the Kesu River without such a thankless hindrance, on the never-rotting remains of Sti Arion. Even so, things have moved on some, and even if it was just a circle around and back to the beginning, things have been different for that circle that was drawn, Guin pointed out. No doubt. As always, you're right, Guin of Liard. Istvin said teasingly, took a bottle of water from his waist, put it to his mouth and gulped it down. Guin was about to say another word when Sheba peeped his head round the rock again. Can we just? He must have meant fortune-telling, for he asked her with a cautious look. Oh, that's enough, Sheba. Liard. Roto. A Sheba emerged from the rock. Behind him, Loto appeared in a relaxed manner. Behind him, Suni, whose head had finally healed well, followed him little by little. Liard. Here comes the monkey master. Istvin murmured and drank from his water bottle again. Come on, Guin. If you really want to make this desert your home and the monkeys try to convince you to stay, at least you'll be the only one left. I'm really fed up with the sand, monkeys, wood trees, sandhills, giant anteaters and angel hair. I want to go back to Nakahara. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I want to go back to a land of civilized people with good wine and good cooking and hairy but not tailed boobies. I'm a Valakian. I really don't want to spend one more day here. Lothier understands a little of our language, Istvan. Linda was concerned and warned me. Suni is getting to know you better. Be careful what you say. Ha! Istvan sniffed, but it was strangely uncharacteristic of him, and weak. Guin glanced at him funny and sideways. Only Guin could see that this reckless, cynical, overbearing young man was actually homesick. Leered. There's something I need to tell Reardon, Roto said slowly. Guin nodded as if he understood. I was just thinking I need to talk to Lothier, too. Where are the others? All of Shem's people are busy working to build a village in this oasis, Liard. Sheba answered. Ragan is a demon who spends his days consulting near the rock. I see. Guin looked up at the sky without a care in the world. The sky was literally blue, and the waves of white sand that spread out beneath it, and the strange rocks of Onigaiwa, with their soaring, bizarre forms, and the harsh, inhuman beauty that not even a single tree or a single plant could soften, seemed to be trying to dye the no-man's land of Nosferous blue. They had spent so long in this desert, in the midst of sandstorms and winds, that it had become a familiar sight to them. It was not surprising that Istvan, a mercenary who had been born in the port city of Wallachia and had wandered from place to place in the cities, should miss the city, the people and the noise. However, the desert life must have been even more difficult for the noble twins of Paro who had grown up in the gorgeous crystal palace of Paro, who was called the flower of the central plains. Guin's yellowish eyes were fixed silently on the endless sky and sand. Then, urged on by Shiva, he walked away without saying a word, accompanied by Loto and Suni. Linda, Remus, and Istvan were left in the shadows of the rock. Seeing Guin off in the distance, Linda sighed softly. We always leave Guin to fend for himself. I said that the journey down the Kess would bring hardship chiefly to Guin, and Guin agreed to go down the Kess because she didn't mind the hardship to herself. Oh. Why can't I be like this? I'm always in trouble with Guin. Why, indeed, why is Guin so kind and strong and always faithful and unyielding and willing to sacrifice himself for me? I'm not sure why there are really people like Guin in this world. When I think of him, I feel like crying because I feel like Guin is the embodiment of Janus. Ha! Istvan spat out the moss that he had been chewing. How can you be so grateful to Guin? You don't seem to care that I threw myself into a deadly situation, got chased by sandworms, disguised myself, and went to save you guys. Ha! It seems that the princess is going to give all the favors to Guin and all the bounties to me. Oh, my. Linda stammered a bit. Her reflex was to say something back, but when she thought about it, she realized that she was right. Oh, no, it wasn't, always be grateful, it was you and Guin who helped us when we were so helpless. When you, the demon, cut our rope near the rock, when I recognized you then, I was so happy. Really? Istvan's eyes lit up. Of course. That's why I'm going to rebuild Paro as soon as possible, and I'm going to make you a Marquis of the Holy Knights, as promised. I don't care about the Marquis of the Holy Knights, but if you want to give it to me, I'd be happy to. Istvan added in a panic. So it's not like you don't like me, Linda. Oh, my God, when did I ever say I didn't like you? Really? Well then. Istvan's dark eyes met Linda's beautiful purple ones. Suddenly, Linda's neck was covered in blood. Linda, you're so beautiful, didn't I tell you before? Istvan's voice trailed off, as if something had caught in his throat. His hand crept out and sought Linda's. Linda stiffened, as if an electric current had suddenly passed through her. And then Remus, who had been all but forgotten, suddenly Ahem, ahem. He coughed loudly. Well, then. Istvin, who had almost jumped out of his skin, suddenly smiled and said, well, if you like me so much, I'll take you, so don't be a holy knight marquis and make me a crystal lord like you promised. He starts laughing out loud. When did I promise to make you Lord Crystal? Linda was so excited. First of all, Lord Crystal, now Lord Crystal is a nobleman that you can't even stand up to. Beautiful, truly more beautiful than anyone on earth, gentle, wise, brave, even with his dark hair and dark eyes, he's nothing like you. He's my cousin. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as Neris. If something happens to Remus and I become Queen of Paro, Neris will be my husband. I've wanted to be like her since I was little. She's a great singer and I've never seen anyone with a voice like hers. It's beautiful. You must be my cousin. Istvin is in a terrible mood. Don't you know that if you get too close to your relatives, your blood will stink? No, of course not. Neris is nothing compared to you in every way. Linda noticed Remus tugging on her hand, as if he was anxious about her, and turned to look at him noisily, but that cooled her down a little, and she gulped down the rest of the words. Oh, okay, I get it. Istvin spat with a stern expression. A princess should be a nobleman, after all, or she'd be a disgrace to be around. A battle-hardened mercenary like me is allowed to stay by your side as a favor until we successfully escape from Nosferus, but when we're no longer needed, we're not allowed to talk to you. When you're no longer needed, you can't help but cut me loose. I'll put my foot down on the sulfur breath of Dole and I'll never lay a finger on you again. As soon as I've made a deal to send you back to Argos, I'll be happy to see you go. Sure thing. Istvin spat at him and walked away. I didn't mean to, but how rude. But Linda is about to say something when she realizes Istvin is gone. Suddenly, Linda was overcome with a heavy heart. I don't know what I said. I can't believe I made Istvin angry like that. Remus, what did I say? Neris can't compare to that guy in any way, shape or form. Remus sighed. Linda and Istvin are always fighting when they talk to each other. It's Linda's fault. It didn't matter what she said about Neris. Well, I don't know why you're saying that, but Linda almost lost her temper, but then she lost it again. You know, Remus, I don't understand it either. I always think I don't hate him that much, and I always try to remember that he helped me. But when Istvin smiles at me with that cocky look on his face and starts to say something, I lose my temper and say something stupid, and make him angry. Is there something wrong with me, or is it just that we're incompatible? I guess you could say that, but I didn't always mean to. And yet, when I look at that shrewd face, I'm weird. And, I don't know how I got so mad just now, when Istvin told me. She said I was beautiful. Linda's eyes suddenly became puffy. As if I were suddenly enveloped by a sweet mist, I vaguely ruminated on those sweet words and tried to say something. Then. Oh. He must have dropped this. Remus bent down and picked up a small water bottle from the sand. I'm gonna give it back to him, and I'm not dropping water in the desert. He wrinkles his nose and frowns. Linda, Istvin was drunk. I thought this was water, but it's shemnut wine. And to think he's been guzzling it since. You were drunk. Linda's cheeks flushed again. But this time it was not because of shame or a sweet crush. You were drunk and making fun of me, and so you were. Amused, weren't you? Her whole body burned with humiliation. Linda turned around, swiped the water bottle out of her brother's hand, and glared at the innocent Remus with glowing eyes. Don't you ever say that man's name in front of me again. That said, you can't because this isn't the Crystal Palace, Remus tried to tell him. But by then, Linda was already walking away towards the Shem camp. Remus rushed after her. The boy, who was a bit of a shyster, had no idea how this whole thing had happened. Liard. Rodo's pensive eyes glinted sadly in his small, old face. Liard, why do you have to go? I intend to. Guin, Rodo, Sheba, and Suni walked along the banks of the oasis. Shem and Ragan, two tribes of very contrasting size and character, fought together and defeated Mongol's army at the foot of Mount Gutu and then pursued the fleeing Mongol army for a while. However, it was unlikely that the enemy would further develop their ambitions for Nosferus for the time being. The various monstrous creatures of Nosferus, the Edo, the sandhills, the giant anteaters, and above all, the dark Kes River and the fierce desert itself, have become a natural line of defense, protecting the people of the desert from the civilized nations of the Middle Plains who seek to expand into it. And, of course, both Shem and Ragan are people of the desert and the wilderness, and they know Nosferus well, though not all of it. Having burned the Karoi Valley and abandoned the village of Rak, Shem has moved his headquarters to the foot of Mount Gutu, where he is building a new village of Shem, protected by the rocks. Unlike the area around Rak Valley, where there are many idols, the greatest enemy around Mount Gutu is the desert wolf. If we want to live there, we must quickly complete the construction of a solid earthen house. On the banks of the oasis, the Semitic tribes of Lak, Raza, Karoi, and Guro were busy kneading the earth with water, the women cutting it into heaps, and the men dodging it to make materials for their houses. Some of the women, in order to replenish their supplies of arrows and machetes, which had been depleted by frequent battles, worked from morning till night, scraping and sharpening stone arrowheads and attaching machetes to handles. Even the children, instead of playing, waddle about with their urns in their hands as their mothers tell them to do. As the group passed through the tall trees and the brownish water, which made a sound of dripping. Liard! Liard! The women and warriors of Shem called to him from the right and from the left. The little Semitic children would roll their eyes and look up at Guin and follow him or try to touch his spring-like body without hesitation, only to be scolded and pulled back by their mother. Liard! Liard! The faces of Shem and his friends are full of affection and laughter as they call out to each other, wiping their hands on the stone axe they are about to make or the mud they have kneaded. I'm sure. Guin said to no one in particular, it would be the most comforting thing for me to live here. Here neither Ragan nor Shem would call me a monster or a freak. They don't bother to ask me what secrets lie beneath my leopard's head. They just accept me as I am because I look like this. And that's not all. In the village of Shem, the chieftain's house was the first to be built, and the mud bricks had already begun to dry up. It was built quite large. As he bent down to enter it, Guin meditatively gazed up at the sky, which was beginning to fade. I like this desert. I love this desolate land of IDs and sandhills and wild, unborn monsters. Istvin says it's not because I was born here. Maybe so. I hope so. Then at least I'd have a home. Even if it's in this godforsaken land full of ID, sandhills and gluttony. But even if I wasn't born here, I'll always feel an unusual familiarity and affection for Nosferus. I don't know why, but I have the feeling that this place fits me like a sword and its scabbard. Guin was unusually talkative. Perhaps he was relaxed by the fact that he was with Shiva and Loto. Soon he went out quietly, and when he came back with a jar of muddy wine, he left it behind and went out again. The three of them sat down directly on the floor of the chief's house. The bare mud brick floor was covered with the white sand of the desert instead of a rug. It was lovely and light. It's a mystery, Guin said in a meditative voice as she scooped the sand into her strong hands. Yes, by chance, I had wandered into this desert, this place was worthy of me, and I was worthy of it. Rather than the lush green fields and delicate works of art, the blue walls covered with painted tiles and the silky-skinned, fair-haired women, my eyes were drawn to the desert, a white expanse of sea, with its swelling, wind-sculpted forms, and the blue sky above, the bare rocky mountains, the modest oases, and the harsh, scorching sun. These things are seen as beautiful and desirable. I raced through this desert. In despair I shouted in battle and swung my sword. However much blood I spilled, the wind blew it away in the night and the sand was white and nothing could touch Nosferus. And the desert people. Guin put his big hands, as big as their heads, on the small shoulders of Sheba and Lothier, in a friendly manner. I like them. It knows no tricks or tricks yet. If they are hungry, they eat. If they are likable, they accept. If they are enemies, they take up arms. If he is not strong enough, he dies and feeds the bellies of those in the sand. If he is strong enough, his enemies are defeated and there is no resentment left. Here, everything is simple and clear. The lust for power and the lust for money are meaningless here. I'll probably never again be as happy as I was here with you and Lagan after I leave. The people of the Middle Plains are a proud people, beautiful, refined and wealthy. To them, I am nothing more than a strange, deformed monster, and they live in a game of use and be used. Even life is not as simple there as it is here. I would dream of the white desert where I had raced with Shem and Ragan and the others, thinking of my foolish choice, stamping out the frustration of wanting to slice the tangled threads with my great sword. Then, Shiva interjected as if he couldn't take it anymore. Then why did Leard? Leard was told that he would be the king over Shem and Ragan. I am good. I belong here, and I can live here hunting wolves and fighting enemies without missing a thing. But not the other three. Guin drew the jar close and drank. They are the people of the Middle Plains. Linda and Remus are the princess and prince of Paro, the most civilized country in the Middle Kingdom, and they've endured life on this frontier without complaint. But Istvan too, in the end, no, he is more than anyone else, a child of civilization, a child of the city. They will not live in a place where there is only desert and sky. They will live only among people, among paved roads, beautiful towers and music. Sheba's mouth agape. Then send them on their way, and let Guin alone dare to remain in Nosferus. That thought flickered in his discontented eyes. Roto says nothing, but crouches down with his fingers on his stomach in a strangely ape-like gesture. Linda and Remus are driven by the desire to avenge their parents and rebuild their homeland of Paro from the tyranny of Mongol. Knowing how difficult and painful an undertaking it will be, they will return to the Middle Kingdom. That is because they are a princess and a prince. Royal blood will not let them live in obscurity in a corner of the city. Istvan, on the other hand, seems to be a man possessed by something. Even he doesn't seem to know exactly what it is, let alone us. But that thing is definitely being moved by something, going somewhere, trying to go somewhere. Maybe that's what fate is. Guin sipped his drink again. The story seemed to have struck Roto and Sheba as little more than meaningless words. Look at it. And as for myself, slowly, gravely, Guin said, it's not that I don't have things to do, vague things as they may be. It's just that. Guin told him, in a slow and deliberate way, that he had awakened in the forest of the Rude in the frontier region, unarmed and naked, so to speak, as a huge baby just born, and that he did not know his birth or even his own fate in the forest, a few words of clue within him. He told about his birth and his fate in the forest. Sheba listened with his head cocked, as if he did not understand at all. The great chief Roto, however, listened slowly, nodding his white head. So I must go in search of myself and my fate with only these three words, Aurra, Guin, and Landok. Even if the search brings the most misery and misery, no man, unless he is a beast, can live without his past and himself. Of course, I don't have any clues, and it's up to me to find them wherever I go, but I can't let that stop me in this desert. The color and size of my skin from the neck down is unmistakably that of a man of the Central Plains, and my muscles seem to have been trained in the true sense of the word with swords and martial arts. As for me, I'm going to help Linda and Remus to get them to safety, and then I'm going to set out on a long journey to find Landok. The word Aurra is too vague to be a person, a god, or a place. Aurra. Roto thought about it. For a while, his eyes were closed and he looked as if he had fallen asleep, but then he opened his eyes and said, the words are familiar. But I don't know what it was or what it was about. But it was in a very, very old legend, a myth passed down through Shem, a story about a god we've all forgotten. Lotto, Guin whispered quietly, but in a hushed tone that suggested inner tension. Can't you do something to remind me of that? If you do, I may not have to wander back to Nakahara. Kaoru, let's go talk to the cult. Roto said. If the cult's father's father, the great chief Kano, had been here, he would have remembered, but there's nothing you can do about it. It's an old, old story, an old tradition, and only Loto remembers it. Remember me. Guin tweeted. Aside from that, for the time being, are the tribes still not going to live together? I still can't be around Glow, Kaloe. Roto said, his eyes half-lidded. As long as Leopard is here, but once Leopard is gone, Karoy will try again with Rak and Raza. I will leave this oasis to Karoy and Glow, and Raku and Raza will build another village. There may be another invasion of Mongol at any moment. Guin muttered sadly. If we fight each other in the same shem, black-haired or brown-haired, one day we will be trifled with by Mongol. In the meantime, I'll ask Ragan to watch out for Mongol, to side with Rock and Raza, and to keep Kaloe and Glow from doing too much harm. But, Ragan, he said he was going away. Sheba said. Are you going? Yes, Leopard. Ragan, every day the demons would gather at the rock and tell each other stories. Since yesterday, they've stopped talking to each other and they're all ready to go away. I don't think so. They are a people of faith. Guin got up carefully and left the chief's house. Leopard. Where are you headed? Wait and see, Loto. In the meantime, let's find out what Ragan wants. Leopard, I'm coming with you. Sheba rushed out and Roto followed her out of the house. Then. Oh. Sheba points to the rock. A number of very large figures were coming toward me like a slow, soundless stream. One of them was somewhat smaller than the others. The one leading the way was larger. A little laden came running up to us. Guin. Oh, Lana. Guin reaches out and picks up the laden girl. He was followed by the brave Dodo, and the heroes who followed him. Guin, is it true that you're going away? I'll tell you in a straight, thick voice. Oh. It's true. That's no good. The Dodo said. Guin is the messenger of Akula. Guin will lead Ragan to the promised land. Otherwise, there's no reason for Ragan to have followed us here to fight. If Guin goes, then Ragan goes with Guin. Not so fast. Guin smiled bitterly. I can't take a giant of 2.5 feet tall with me into the middle plain. Why can't I go? Because where we're going is not the promised land of Ragan. Can't Guin take Ragan with him? I can't take you with me. Guin. Suddenly, the Dodo's appearance changed. He raised his hands straight up and pressed his palms hard towards Guin. Guin, take Ragan with you or stay here with Ragan. If you do neither, Dodo the Brave will challenge Guin. Will you accept the challenge or stay? I can't stay. I can't even follow you. Suddenly, there was an intense tension among the Ragans. I accept the Dodo's challenge. TSK, Guin said. They gasped. Guin has accepted the challenge. Fight. At the same time, the brave Dodo lowered his hips, raised his hands in front of his chest and prepared himself. Oh, Guin. It was Suni who ran to tell him. She saw Shem and the others and some lagoons surrounding a wide grassy area at the edge of the oasis. Out of the way, please. Let me through. Shouting, Linda waded past Shem and the others and finally poked her head inside the circle. Oh, he stands there with both fists over his mouth. Remus and Ishvan catch up with him and jump in behind him. The people were frozen, as if they had realized that even the slightest creak of sand would crack the fierce confrontation between the two heroes and send them into a raging struggle. Guin holds the laden girl Lana in his right arm. Keeping his eyes on Dodo's binoculars, which are shining sternly under his protruding chin, he gently taps Lana on the back to keep her from being frightened, and sets her down. Still facing the Dodo's eyes, she slowly caught her breath. His strong chest swelled up like a bellows. You were supposed to end this, Guin. The Dodo said in a low crouch. I promised to fight in the name of the brave. Oh, you did, Dodo. If Guin wins, he does what he wants. If Dodo wins, Guin will stay in the desert and join Ragan to lead him to Aurra. Very well. While they were exchanging those words, both sides were changing their positions and looking for an advantageous position. Dodo already knows that Guin can match his strength, skill, and fighting ability. He has not underestimated his small size and ineffectiveness, nor has he refused to challenge him, as he did in the previous confrontation in Raggan's village. That's why he's such a formidable opponent for Guin. The dodo is twice as tall and twice as heavy. We can't be too careful this time. Oh Guin. Linda's hands were clenched at her mouth, and without even realizing it, she was biting down on her fists, leaving a clear pattern of teeth. Raggan's words are very similar to Shem's words. And Linda, who had studied hard in order to communicate with Sunni, and had learned enough of the language to be able to understand the meaning of a simple conversation, understood the meaning of Dodo's words vaguely. Oh, if Guin is defeated, it seems the group will be riveted to Nosferus. And if they try to escape Raggan's clutches, they might end up making enemies with this race of giants full of super warriors. Guin, oh, my God, Guin. Linda squeezed her hands with deep teeth marks and did not notice Sunni's anxious clinging. She felt so helpless, so useless. But apparently, from the looks of it, this was a clear one-on-one fight, and even if he could do something, he couldn't help her. Besides, if Linda and the others hadn't known about the duel in Raggan's village, it was unlikely that Guin would stand a chance against a giant like Bulbus. Don't do this. Please. In anguish, Linda covered her head and ruffled her hair. A sound like a whoosh escaped from the dodo's mouth. It was the sound of his breath being squeezed out. Dodo's entire body, and Guin's as well, immediately began to twist and heave with rope-like muscles, and as Dodo tried to inch around on his tiptoes, Shem and the others who had been there fell back. And then... Wait. Stop. Both of you. With a calm, deep voice, the crowd quickly broke in two. The wise man Ka of Lagan appeared on 3 palanquins. Behind him, a group of mighty Lagan warriors. They must have heard the news and rushed immediately. The fact that they had no weapons in their hands must have been because they were afraid to enter the camp of their small ally, Shem. Kaur. Guin turns and exhales deeply from his chest. Dodo has relaxed a little, but his eyes have not yet left Guin's. Do not take up a position in the camp of Shem. The wise man Kurt stretched out his 6-fingered hand and rebuked the dodo first. Guin will leave Raggan behind. She will not lead him to the promised land. She will not stay in Nosferus. The messenger of Aurra was supposed to lead Raggan to the promised land, but Guin said he would leave. So I challenged him, and Guin accepted. The brave dodo explained. It apparently even fluttered like a sulky spoiled child. Is it true, Guin the brave? Carr confirmed. Guin nodded, but there was no time here to elaborate, as he had done with Rodo. I've got work to do out in the desert, he said, searching for the words. That's what we're going to do. I will not forsake Raggan nor neglect him. I'll do the duty of a messenger of Aurra. Raggan believed in me and followed me to fight with me. That's why I'm going. The dodo rasped. If I go, Raggan says he'll go, too, but Guin says no. Dodo the brave, Ka the wise, where we are going is too different from Nosferus. Linda breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the fight between Guin and the giant warrior had been averted for the time being. But Guin was rather unhappy that the duel was interrupted. I don't think the promised land of Aurra is there, and we're getting further and further away from Aurra. But we will go because we must. And when we're done, we'll come back and lead Lagan to the promised land. What is it that must be done? This. Guin thought for a moment. Pointing to Linda and Remus. They are on their way to a land promised to them by another god, not Akula. That's their country, but it's occupied by Orm. I made a sacred vow to take them to the promised land before I met Raggan. I must fulfill this promise and then I must fulfill my promise to Raggan. The brave dodo stepped back and stood with his arms crossed like a log on his chest, as if to say that it was the role of the wise Kurt to think. Sage Ka slowly closed his eyes and seemed to be waiting for some kind of voice of revelation. Then he slowly opened his eyes, folded his 6-fingered hands and looked at Guin. This is a case I've never known. There was no hint of bewilderment in Sage Kerr's voice, but the edges of his lips were slightly drooping, and he had a difficult look on his face. Thinking back on all the sayings passed down through the generations of wise Ka in the long, long history of Laden, there is no precedent for how to make a decision in such a situation. Guin the Brave. He untied his hand loosely and raised his palm. This still leaves us with no choice but to ask Akla on which side his heart rests. What do you mean? The dodo and the brave Guin. Oh! Howling with laughter, the brave dodo struck his chest with a bang, bang fist. He bared his teeth in glee. You should have done that from the beginning. I'll bark at you, but not here. Kerr the Wise gave the oracle. A little later, when the sun has reached the shadow of the rock in the west, let the demons fight in the hollow before the rock. Let the victor acknowledge the will of Akula upon him. But the journey is a happy one, not until death, but until one of you does not rise from the earth. Or until one of you has declared himself defeated. No problem. The brave dodo was in a joyous state. The people of Ragan, with their super warrior qualities, were also unparalleled in their belligerence. The warriors of Ragan, who followed Kerr, shouted with joy when they learned that they would be able to see each other fight. Guin. I'm stronger than you, the dodo says with glee. Guin laughed. No, Dodo, I'm stronger than you. It has been told before that it is the prescribed manner of challenge and duel. Get ready. At Kerr's command, the three warriors' palanquins rise up and carry Kerr away. The giant warriors lumbered away, followed by Guin and the watchful Shem. Hey, what the hell was that a farce? Istvan, who understood nothing of the language, came up behind Linda and Remus and asked them. Linda was distressed, but her determination never to speak to him again wore off in less than a moment. Ragan wants us, or rather Guin, to stay close to Nosferus. And maybe it means that Guin and that giant will fight, and if Guin wins, we'll do what Guin wants, but if he loses, we'll have to do what Ragan says. Ha! Istvan runs his quick eyes over the back of the dodo like a hoarder. This is no good. Guin doesn't stand a chance against the fire pike of Lur, god of war. I said simply. Linda choked up. Ishtvarn. Look at you, Istvan. What are you ranting about? They want us to stay in Guin and we don't, do we? Then there's no problem. I'll send you two safely back to Argos as long as you sign a mercenary contract. No, in fact, this might be the best thing for all of us, think about it. I can't go on a boat or eat a meal with that leopard head without attracting attention. No, I don't mind being noticed, but you guys will be in trouble. Linda stared at Istvan without saying a word, but left him alone. Come on, Remus. Come on. I grabbed my brother's hand and we ran. Istvan rushed after him. Already, the crowd has grown 10 times larger than before, and demons are surrounding the rock. It seems as if all Shem and Ragan have jumped out of the rock upon hearing the story. From behind Shem and the others, Linda and Remus looked at each other, then crawled to a nearby rock and peered over it. In the center of the huge circle of people were Dodo and Guin. The two warriors stood in silence, separated by a distance of about 3 tarpaulins. A little further away, at the apex of the triangle, stood the wise man Ka, carried on a palanquin. Until one of us loses his mind or admits defeat. In the name of Akula, Ka announced gravely. Then his 6-fingered hand came up and was slowly lowered. In the name of Akula, I am stronger than you. The dodo challenged him, slowly unfolding his strong, root-like arms. Guin said nothing more back. His eyes were narrowed, his lips flared, his fangs bared, and he seemed to be trembling with the fury of his fight. But it was the same as the fine shaking of an arrow feather just before it is cut off. Come on, Guin. Come and get me. The dodo was about to say, it is a moment. Head first, to the surprise of all onlookers, Guin plunged headfirst into his massive opponent. Ah! Istvan, Linda, Remus, Lothier, Shiva, even the wise core let out an involuntary shout. No one, not even Dodo, had imagined that Guin, who was significantly inferior in size, would suddenly run at him. With the round head of a leopard, Guin suddenly head-butted the dodo in the stomach. The dodo was taken by surprise and staggered, but he clenched his teeth and caught the blow with his legs and his stomach. Even so, he received a considerable shock, and a short, unconscious, strange gurgling sound, as if the air in his belly had been forced out and spurted out, came out of his mouth. The dodo grunted and flailed. Immediately, Guin, who had jumped from his head-butting stance, sprang to his feet and tried to strike him again in the stomach. Just as Dodo was about to stretch out his monkey arm and grab his leg, Guin jumped away and escaped. Dodo's face is turning red. He swung his upper body wide and jumped at Guin's body, trying to catch him. He turns his body and catches his foot, trying to make him fall, but the dodo has anticipated this. Quickly, he tries to get back on his feet by stepping on the tatara, and then Guin comes up behind him and joins him. Your left hand passes under Dodo's chin from his left side and grabs his right arm. He wraps his right hand around his torso, leans his upper body to the right and exerts himself. In order to avoid the pressure of the left arm on his throat, the dodo is forced to turn his upper body backward as Guin pushes him, and is unable to exert himself. The difference in height between the two men made it easier for Guin to exert his strength. Guin exerted himself relentlessly, as if he were trying to break a long piece of timber with his hand on the top. The muscles in his shoulders and legs heaved wildly, and his feet sank slowly into the sand. Dodo tried to remove his hand from between Guin's throat-pressing arm and his own throat, and flailed his elbow to free his right hand, which Guin held above the elbow, his fingers digging into the muscle. But Guin had taken advantage of the position. The more Dodo struggled to free himself, the more Guin pushed his left arm toward his right, and the area from Dodo's right elbow to his left began to bleed and turn a strange purple color. "Gawo!" Dodo barked. Instead, he threw his body into the sand, grabbed Guin by the neck with his left hand, and pulled her to him. Suddenly, Guin's support is released, and his body is knocked down by the dodo. The two of them rolled on the ground, clawing at each other's necks. And Shem and Lagan, who were in the direction where they fell back with a shudder. Guin rose to his feet and slipped out of the dodo's arms as if he were kicking the dodo in the stomach, and stood up quickly. It was to Guin's disadvantage to take the fight to the bedroom. The dodo jumps up. They stare at each other, growling like two wolves, and bare their teeth. This time, it was the dodo that came after me. Guin also did not dare to dodge. While accepting Dodo's monkey's arms, he ducked down, put his head on Dodo's chest, stepped out with one foot, and stretched out both hands to accept Dodo's hands. The two men clasped each other tightly and put all their strength into twisting or throwing each other down. From the outside, it might have appeared as if the two parties were rather quiet. As soon as the two sides reached the extremes of their equilibrium, they stopped moving. It is not that he does not move, but that he cannot move. If you move carelessly, the one who moves will break the balance of the tremendous force that is churning in you, and the broken force will immediately spurt out toward that point like a torrent that has been cut off at one place. Both of their faces turned red and spewed fire, and they gritted their teeth and held their ground. In front of the audience, who were gasping for breath, the muscles that had risen to their full height were stretched to their limit, and it seemed to be the embodiment of the two antagonistic forces themselves. A horrible, stifling silence prevailed, and not even a single rustle tried to break it. Even the faintest sound, such as the wind blowing on the grass, seemed to crack the stuffy air and split the world in half. Of course, there was no one to cheer them on, and the barbarians of Ragan and Shem, each of whom was a fine warrior and fighter in his own right, watched the battle between these two rare heroes with bated breath. Who will break the equilibrium, the aggressor or the defeated? There is a clear sense of foreboding in the hearts of all those watching that this will determine the outcome of the game. Linda let out a small gasp. "Oh, Janus, Father Yarn, Saria, Mother of Paro. Protect Guin in thy holy name. Give Guin your strength. If Guin is defeated, we will not be able to return to Paro, take back the Crystal Palace from the hands of the hated Mongol, avenge our fathers, or anything else. Please, oh Janice, for the sake of your people, Paro, shed the power of your light. It's not that I don't like it, but it's not that I don't like it. Little by little, very little by little, the legs of the two men, who had been pushing each other to the utmost of their strength, and who had become motionless because of the opposition of their strength, to the extent that only a very careful and experienced warrior could notice, were slipping back. In order to hold on, the one foot is moving forward and the other backward, and the foot with the knee bent wide is slipping backward. One force slightly outweighs the other. The two who are exerting all their strength against each other may not be aware of it. But now the eyes of those around them have begun to know this, and silent agitation and murmurings have begun to spread like a wave of silence. Now, in front of Guin's 2 feet, there is a trail of about 30 targals of dragging. They are the marks of his feet, which were pushed downward while he was trying hard to hold on. Oh, Linda, finally, couldn't take it anymore. Guin. He puts his hands up and covers his face. And then, at last, the balance has been broken. Suddenly, Guin's left leg gave way and he fell to his knees in the sand. A moment later, the dodo attacked. With his heavy weight and long arms, he jumped into the air, grabbed Guin's arms and head, and threw him. Unable to resist, Guin's body flew up into the air, spun around and was knocked down. Guin struggled to change his stance, but in the end, his struggle resulted in a bad posture. With one hand under his body, Guin was in a half-hearted position, and before he could regain his footing, Raghan's brave warriors, who had gained momentum, rushed at him with tremendous energy. Kahea! It was Remus who screamed, not Linda. Linda was too afraid to look at him and covered her eyes. But she opened her eyes at Remus' scream. Then she put her hand over her mouth. Ah, Guin! A voice like a scream emanates from her mouth as well. The dodo's huge frame held Guin firmly in place, as if it were covering him. Guin goes pale and tries to fight back. However, Guin has no way of escaping when Dodo, who greatly outweighs him in weight, holds him down from above. The dodo's hands are coming up slowly to Guin's throat. Guin raises his elbows and tries to defend himself. There is no chance for him to win if he goes for the clinching technique. Behind the apparent leisurely movement of the hands, the two are fiercely struggling against each other as their terrible power and strength collide. At that moment, Guin's elbow slipped from Dodo's arm, slippery with sweat. Oh! For a brief moment, even those who were watching could not see what was going on, but it was enough. For a moment, Guin's elbow seemed to flap outward, blocking Dodo's arm, but then Dodo crossed his arms and slid his hand into Guin's throat and neck. Guin's throat rumbled. Immediately, the muscles of his neck gathered all their strength to repel the pressure of the hand. His hands dug into the tightly interlocked rings of his arms, trying to soften the terrifying force. But it was only when he let go that the dodo bent his legs back and forth, opened them wide, and grabbed his left wrist with his right hand in a tight circle of arms, and with all his might, tightened them. Guin's eyes snapped open. The leopard's mouth gaped open and it gasped for breath. Immediately, his whole body turned red and beads of sweat broke out. Dodo strained to keep his arms from slipping because of the sweat, changing their angle slightly. He heard a faint, unpleasant sound. Guin's limbs stiffened. His whole body, which had turned red, now began to bleed quickly. A red tongue spat out from his wide-open mouth. Guin tried to slip his hand between the rings of his arms, but it had already lost its initial momentum. The crowd was on their feet. A strange murmur surrounded them, a mixture of fear, astonishment from Shem, and applause from Raghan. They knew well that they could not intervene or interfere in a one-on-one duel, but even they could not sit still as calm spectators in the excitement that was building up. Lee! Someone's screeching voice cut through the murmur and the forced silence. Liard! It was the voice of Sheba. It brought back the tongues of all the Shemites. Liardot! Liard! Liard! Get up, the voice cried. It was a rage, a reprimand, and a trust, saying that Riyadh, who was supposed to be the son of Alphatu, the god of war and their god, would never be defeated by a flesh-and-blood human being, no matter who he was, and would never be forgiven. Leopard! Leopard! The silence of the desert had been broken. The cries of Shem were now only replaced by that mighty call. Leopard! Oh! Not to be outdone, the young Lagan warrior raised his fist. Dodo! Dodo! Daw-daw! Instantly, Ragan chanted. The desert dueling ground was now divided into two halves, and the two chants were intertwined. Daw-daw! Lyre-dot! Daw-daw! The giants, who were delighted at the superiority of the heroes of their clan, and the dwarfs, who called upon their god of war to stand up, exchanged glares of challenge, shouting in their throats that they were not to be outdone. Rather, only the two warriors, who were tightly knit together like the eye of a typhoon, seemed to have even heard of the whirlwind of screams. By now, Guin had stopped trying to pry his hand into the ring of his arm and wrench it away. The dodo saw it as a sign that his enemy was growing weaker. In fact, Guin's body, which was being choked by his thick arms, was slowly losing the strength it had once possessed, and even now its strong limbs looked as if they were about to be thrown off with all their strength. Dodo was sure of victory. Beneath his narrow brow, his downcast eyes shone with the pride of having brought a mighty foe to his knees. But, of course, he was not about to let up for a moment. On the contrary, he put all his strength into it, and his face turned red and his arms grew tremendous muscles in an attempt to crush Guin. But suddenly, the people stopped shouting the names of the two heroes in their mouths with a feeling of breathlessness. Something strange is about to happen. Such a sudden and strange feeling of foreboding seized them. But what is the source of this premonition? I don't know. Once again, the people fell silent. They continued to watch the two motionless figures in the center of the circle, even breathing down their necks. At first glance, it seems that no new development has come to the two of them. As always, the dodo's arms were tightly around Guin's neck, one of its legs was wrapped around Guin's torso, blocking her movement, and Guin's hands, having given up trying to pry open the loop of arms, were rather weakly trying to grab the dodo's thick torso. Guin's legs are bent. One leg is up and one leg is under his body. Guin's eyes were closed. It was as if he had already been strangled. The color of the red blood that had soaked his body was gradually fading, and instead he was covered in a strange pallor, and it could only be seen that the victory had been decided. And yet, quietly, very quietly, something is about to begin. A feeling like a clear revelation is gripping people. They did not see the dodo now. Not only Linda the seer, but all, sensed that whatever it was, if there was to be any change, it would come from Guin alone, never from Dodo or anything else, but solely from Guin. But all of them felt it. And oh! Someone let out a gasp. Oh, Janice! This was supposed to be Linda's voice. Gradually, oh, really slowly, but surely, inch by inch, the giant body of the brave Dodo rose up. For a moment, the people did not understand what had happened. But there is something vaguely terrifying about it, and you roll your eyes and look around. Right in front of his eyes, the dodo's body was now clearly rising up, as if a hoist had been placed underneath it. Oh! Again, another voice uttered a gasping murmur. This time the whisper was filled with a strange sense of astonishment and awe at the sight of something that could not possibly exist in the world. Slowly but surely, the dodo's massive frame is leaving the ground. Guin's legs were thrust wide into the earth. And Guin's hands, now firmly grasped under Dodo's torso and chin. Oh, my! It was Ishtvan who moaned faintly. What power, what stupid power! To the guardian god Moss, he's not human. That's not human, that's... No one paid any attention to his moaning cries. Now, once again, the people were on their feet. But no longer did the shouting escape their lips. As if some tremendous awe had clutched their tongues and seized their mouths, they watched in astonishment, their eyes widened to the utmost limit, as the leopard-headed, superhuman gradually lifted the huge body of the hero of Lagan, which weighed nearly twice as much as he, with only his arms, as if it were a chunk of rock. I was just watching him lift it up. The dodo's fingers slipped away and his arm loosened. Guin did not stop his hand. His expressionless leopard head had the same inhuman calmness of Celinos, and although his whole body was dyed red as if it had been boiled, and although his arms, shoulders, and chest were filled with tremendous muscles that were still trying to squeeze out this unbelievable vigor, there was still something mysterious and divine about his appearance. The figure of Guin was somehow mysterious, even divine, as if he were a single statue cutting a frightening moment of stillness into eternity. There is no longer a single voice to be heard. It is a frozen statue, a group of people whose eyes are alive, with a shake from the depths of their souls, who have witnessed something so unbelievable and witnessed a miracle. In the midst of it all, Guin finally stretched out his arms and the giant body of the dodo floated like an offering higher than his head into the skies of Nosferus. Oh oh! Oh! Finally, a faint cry emanated from Linda's mouth. Oh Guin! Oh, Guin, Guin, Guin! Leopard! And the cry of the girl broke the bonds of their frozen bodies, and revived them. Guin Guin Guin! Leopard! Leardo! And now! And every mouth was crying with every voice that could be heard, saying, let his name be blasphemed. Ragan, and Shem, and all of Paro's orphans. The cry becomes a tsunami, a tidal wave, exploding into Nosferus, overflowing and spouting. In the midst of the tremendous, thunderous cheers, Guin raised the hero of Ragan to his full height and stood up on his feet with both feet propped up, turning him into an immobile statue that did not move a muscle. On his hand, the dodo does not move an inch. Every muscle in Guin's amazing body is wet and glistening as if it had been wet with oil, and is shining in the blazing sun of the desert. Guin! Guin! Leopard! Finally, the clamor rises to an uncontrollable level, and the cries, the cheers calling out only Guin's name, rise to a scream. At that moment, a single voice with a heavy and solemn sound, similar to the voice of God, cut through the tsunami-like clamor. The battle is won. The battle is over. The wise man Ka, supported on both sides by the two lagoons, stood up and spread his six-fingered hands wide. The sun was directly behind Ker. So his figure, with his arms outstretched, looked like that of a prophet, radiating light and enveloped by light, and it moved the hearts of all who saw him. And it was now the day of the departure of the party. A month passed quickly as they prepared for their journey and selected the warriors of Ragan and Shem who would accompany them to Paro. All the warriors hoped to go with Guin's party. From among them, they selected 20 Ragan and 50 Shem, and asked them to guide them and carry their baggage on the journey from Nosferus to the river Kess. As the day of the party's departure drew near, a feeling of loneliness and regret came over all the inhabitants of the two deserts like a tide, in spite of the hurried atmosphere. Neither Ragan the giant nor Shem the small barbarian was more grieved at the parting of Guin and his men than the other. They were all the people who had fought together under Guin in the fierce battle of Nosferus. For Shem and his men, they are the ones who saved Guin and the little princess and the little prince of Paro from Mongols' pursuers, and gave them their first ally, and withstood Mongols' 20,000-strong expeditionary force in many battles, and fought in the Karoi Valley and the Gouda Mountains. I am convinced that they are his servant people who should be protected by the god of war, Leopard. On the other hand, the giant race, Ragan, is proud that he left the stone village where he had lived for many years and followed Guin, the messenger of Akula, with his own body. No one can complain because it was decided in a duel in the name of Akula, but we left our village and fought on Mount Gouda only at Guin's request, because we knew that Guin would be the one to lead Ragan to the promised land as Akula's messenger. The secret thought that Guin would be the one to lead Ragan to the promised land as Akula's messenger is evident in every eye that sees Guin and the others busy preparing for their journey. Of course, Guin couldn't have been oblivious to that. But he hurried to get ready without saying a word. On the last night, when the preparations were finally complete and we were to leave at sunrise tomorrow, Ragan and Shem all gathered at the oasis for a grand farewell party. The women were helping them to prepare for their departure, and at the same time they were preparing for this feast. Because it was also a celebration of victory, it had to be a feast of great magnitude, unprecedented in the history of all the people of Nosferus. There were heaps and heaps of cypress and edible mosses in large containers, countless jars of wine, and hundreds of sand lizards and Baltic birds piled high with their skins peeled. And Laden and his men returned to the salt valley to fetch salt. This was to add a delicacy to the feast that Shem and his men had never known. The feast began just as the sun was setting. Huge bonfires were lit, and Shem and Laden sat together, and Kaoru and Rak, their faces glowing with the anticipation of the feast, were exposed to the fire. The wine was poured incessantly, and the people were constantly reaching for food. There was more food than all the people could eat, and it was piled up in heaps. It was a day of rejoicing for Nosferus, and it was also the first day that the inhabitants of Nosferus, the giant Ragan and the dwarf Shem, two races so unlike each other, came together for the first time from the heart, ate from the same plate, and confirmed the irreconcilable bond between those who called the desert home. A new era was about to begin in Nosferus. At the height of the feast, Ka, the wise man of Ragan, and Lothier, the great chieftain of Rak, came forward side by side to praise each other and to swear a promise of friendship between Ragan and Shem. The cheers of the people were so loud that they made even the desert tremble. After that ceremony, slowly, Guin stood up. Immediately, the people quieted down as if they had been flooded. They were not all convinced that Guin was leaving. Roto and Kar had taken great pains to suppress the voices of those who wanted to hear an explanation from Guin. And now Guin is about to speak. The faces of the people lit by the bonfire, the small, hairy face of Shem and the narrow-browed, forehead and chin of Ragan, were all drawn together with anticipation and enthusiasm. Guin stepped out in front of the bonfire and stood in full view of everyone. His monstrous leopard's head and his strong, leather-belted body were illuminated by the blazing fire. Behind the circle of people, the starless night of Nosferus spread out in gentle undulations like the surface of a black eel. The people listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. Guin opens his mouth slowly. "O Shem and Laden, and all my desert brethren." Liard. A shout that was about to go up was stopped by another. "Yes, my dear desert brothers. I'll leave here tomorrow," someone shouted a reproachful voice. But it ceased at once, and the people waited for the continuation of Guin's grave voice. Guin closed his eyes for a moment. Then he continued, "I love the desert. The desert people welcomed us and fought with us. They are a brave, unbowed, warm-hearted people. I'm proud to call them my desert brothers, but I have to go. Because I've got a lot of work to do. It's a long, hard job and it will take a long time to finish. But it has to be done. And the longer it takes, the sooner it will be done. There's only one way to get it done, and that's to get on with it. Brothers of the desert, so tomorrow I will leave the desert. But I will not forget my brothers. I will not forget my brothers who told me to live in the desert and be king over Laden and Shem. So I'm going, but that doesn't mean I'm leaving. I'm going out to finish my business. I'll definitely be back in Nosferus." Suddenly, Guin's voice was muffled by an explosion of cheers. Ragan and Shem stood up and called Guin's name and shouted. They wanted to know. That was the very word they wanted to hear. Guin held up her hands. He seemed touched. He waited for the cheers to die down and then he continued. "So, brothers of the desert, forgive me if I go out into the desert to work and if I am away for a long time. But I promise you, I swear by the honor and sacred name of the son of Alphatu, as Shem calls him, and the messenger of Aurra, as Ragan believes. No matter how long it takes, I will return to the desert one day. And I will lead Ragan to the promised land and keep the peace in Shem. Until that day, will you wait for me, brothers of the desert?" Liard. Guin. Again, the crowd exploded in cheers. However, the mixed cries somehow merged into a single chorus of who knows what. "King! King! The king of Nosferus! Everyone!" Guin looked around. All the faces were shining with crumpled or tearful faces. Roto stood up and approached Guin. "Guin, king of Nosferus, we await your return." Gravely, the little ape-man chief told him and knelt down at his feet with a gracious smile. It was the brave Dodo who shouted at Gwyn's shoulder over his head. Ragin won't understand until Gwyn comes back. Dodo bared his teeth and gave a wailing laugh. Because you're not just Akula's emissary anymore, and since you defeated me, you're really the new Dodo who's taking over for me and leading Ragin. I'll come back. Gwyn was nipped in the leg by Roto and grabbed by the shoulders by Dodo and repeated. He was deeply moved. No matter what Jan's tricks I may play later on to make me king of some powerful country, for me, my true people are here. Ragin and Shem are my people. I will return to Nosferus. Hail, King Gwyn! Someone shouted. Immediately, the cry spread as a tsunami. Linda and Remus took each other's hands and gazed at the leopard-headed warrior, who was being roughly blessed by a crowd of people. Tears streamed down their cheeks as they watched. And so, Gwyn, Linda, Remus, and Istvan left the oasis of Mount Gudu, protected by a mixed escort of Shem and Ragin. Their path will lead them to the desert up to the Kes River, and to new adventures in the faraway Middle Plains after they have passed the Kes stream. Now that we're saying goodbye, I kind of miss Nosferus, Remus said in a low voice, but Linda, tears in her eyes, did not reply. She had cried herself to sleep last night after the party, thinking that this would be her last goodbye to her little friend Suni. Oh, man, we're finally going back to civilization. I resent the fact that Istvan is so giddy, and Suni didn't come to say goodbye. Even if you think that it is because it is painful, you still feel lonely. Departure. With a long line of people following them, the party took the first step on their long journey. Linda and Remus are riding on the horse that Shem has procured for them. Farewell, Nosferus. Farewell, Shem, Ragin, and goodbye, Suni. Linda's eyes were blurred with tears, her vision blurred by the blue sky and white sand of Nosferus. That's when it happened. Leanda. A small figure came rolling out and clutched Linda's horse's leg. Linda, I'm coming, Suni, I'm coming with you. Suni. The party stopped again. They were followed by Loto and Rack's party. This one, by all means, will not let me accompany you. Loto smiled lazily. I'll give you Suni. Please take me as far as you want. Snee. This time, Linda's face contorted in sobs, and she sobbed inaudibly as she held Suni close. The blue desert sky stretches out over the line. Chapter 3. A beautiful prisoner. Master Neris. The raider was a young man named Bran, who worked for the young Linus, Paro's loyal servant. Master Neris, is it still night? Will you keep quiet? It was Lord Lunnon who came out, a faint hint of concern on his mild face, and reprimanded Bran. Where and how could Mongol scouts be lurking? There's a saying the wall has ears. When you call on a lord, try not to mention his name. I'm sorry, sir. Bran was honestly sorry. But I have some very startling news, my lord, and I hope you are awake. Oh, I'm especially awake. A cool voice answered from behind the half-open door. Let's go there now. More than half a month had already passed since Aldo Neris, Duke of Crystal, cousin of Linda and Remus, and third in line to the throne of Paro, had successfully entered Crystal, evading the scrutiny of the occupying forces of Mongol, who had been very strict with his clever plans. In the meantime, Aldo Neris has remained in the Crystal, or hidden in the underground, waiting for the time of counterattack, or patiently endured and remained loyal to the rightful ruler of Paro while appearing to have succumbed to Mongol. I have been trying to unite the forces of Paro. At first, Neris settled down in the house of the mage Tungus, but as people came and went too often, she would be suspected, and as more and more people gathered, it became too crowded there. The lavish inner sanctum, originally used as a lady's chamber and inner palace, had been thoughtfully furnished by guys, and the hands of Rena and Linus had been filling it day and night in shifts to protect the noble members of the royal family, who were now Paro's last hope. It's an early start for you, Bran. As soon as he saw Neris coming out of the inner chamber, the knight, who wore a black monk's robe to disguise his appearance to the soldiers of Mongol, fell to his knees. Neris wore a soft white loungewear with loose trousers and a lustrous sash tied around her waist. His black hair, which he was proud of, was combed back by a samurai, and covered his shoulders and back. He shone like the sun even in a dark room where the curtains were closed as a precaution. You may thank me. Speak quickly. A samurai brings Neris his morning drink. Neris takes the silver cup in her slender hands with a gesture of infinite grace. Good news, or should I say bad news? Duke, we have learned of the whereabouts of Lord Durkan. Oh. Neris looked back at Rena. Dalcan was one of the 12 holy knights and the most brave general of Paro, known as the Tiger of Paro. He was seriously injured in the last battle of the Crystal, and his whereabouts are unknown, dead or alive. Is Durkan still alive? Rena said sharply. The messenger nodded. Alive and apparently all of his injuries are gone, but where he is now? You are in the Crystal Palace, locked away in a dungeon, deep within. I knew it. Neris and Rena exchanged a bleak look. I wish I could save you. Neris murmurs quietly. His beautiful face does not reveal the seething resentment he is experiencing and the hatred he feels for Mongol. The imprisonment of the dungeons must be hard on an ailing man, but even more so on the proud Durkan, who is helpless in his chains. Lunnan said. You don't know which dungeon, Bran. Landsbert's tower or Nervous? That far perhaps Nervous jail. But I'm not sure. I'd like to save Durkan. Neris repeated. And Durkan's valor, that is what we want now more than anything. If Beck were here, but if Durkan were my right-hand man and led my men, we could time it so that Beck could lead the Argos army into the Crystal from the outside, and if we were to attack from the inside and the outside at the same time, Mongol would not be able to hold back. That's true, sir, but... Rena said thoughtfully. I will speak to Lord Geese and Lord Darvars today and consult with them, but I am not sure if it is wise to act on such temporary emotions right now, from the perspective of the larger movement. Regardless of how they managed to keep their heads clear, they would have already heard that the young master had entered the Crystal, and therefore they would be desperate to find him. If you make such a move, it will be easier for them to catch our tail. In any case, if you are not in the provinces but in the Crystal City, they will be able to see where you are hiding, but you're going to have to give up your army sooner or later. Neris said. If we use the rescue of Durkan as a signal, the remnants of the Knights of Paro, who are still loyal to the royal family, will gather in droves. But the time is not yet ripe. Rena squeezed his goatee. Right now, the most we can muster in the Crystal is 5,000, including the temple's monks, and Mongol's watchful eyes are constantly shining on the main areas. And Linus said that it was difficult for him to come to the mansion of the guys too often. Linus said. In addition, according to Linus Information Network, the Commander-in-Chief, General Amneris, who was once sent back to Mongol, is now heading back to the Crystal, and will probably enter Paro in less than 10 days. That also means. That means that even if we estimate the 50,000 troops currently stationed at the Crystal and the reinforcements brought by Amneris to be at least 20,000, there will be more than 70,000 Mongol soldiers in the entire city. 70,000 to 5,000, this is. The lady of the house. Neris's girlishly white hand traced the carving of the cup in annoyance. You have made a strange move, Lunnan. Why, at a critical time, only a month after the Crystal's occupation, did you rush out of the Crystal without warning, protected only by a small force, and return to Taurus? There's a reason for this, Lunnan. Something unforeseen has happened on Taurus, or... I'd like to know, sir. Lunnan finally smiled wryly. And what does it mean that you went to Paro again after that? Has the contingency subsided, sir? Or vice versa? Lunnan, I hadn't thought about it, but it certainly seems like one way to get Beck and Argos to cover up and let Taurus come at them from behind. I see, sir. Rena's grimace faded into a sly grin. Then we can take advantage of the Paro garrison's panic and retake the Crystal Palace with only 10,000. Then it may be our good fortune to have the Lady of Mongol join us in Paro. I've heard that Prince Mayor of Mongol is sickly and that Grand Duke Vlad is thinking of giving his kingdom to her. If we can somehow get the Lady of Mongol on our side. 70,000 men are not to be feared. Besides, once we're in the Crystal Palace, we're all set, Runan. We have a trump card left in the machine. If it works out that way, that is. Renaud shrugged, and concluded. At any rate, for now, we can't do much except wait for you to make contact with Lord Beck and Queen Emma, Lord Nerys. Not yet, I'm afraid. It's hard, just waiting. Nerys had a smile on her beautiful face. This beautiful prince had a powerful weapon, a mysterious and free smile. At times it made him seem like a gentle, unapproachable man of the clouds. At other times it made him seem like a formidable god of war. At other times it made him seem like a delicate, dreamy poet. And at other times it made him seem like a cruel, beautiful devil with something terrible hidden in him. It was a smile. Although Nerys knew the power that his smile, in all its nuances, had over others, and he used his own beauty, wit, and charm as a skilled swordsman uses his sword. For this reason, he was sometimes regarded by those with a somewhat discerning eye as a beautiful, gentle, yet cold nobleman, and sometimes as someone who did not know what he was thinking. However, even those who said so believed that they understood Aldo Nerys better than anyone else, and they did not doubt that even this was not the full picture of Nerys' true character. The ability to manipulate both his own impressions and the hearts of others, this was the greatest power of this prince of unparalleled beauty. Now, Nerys' smile was faintly cold, as if she were laughing at her own impatience, and thinking of the distant time of the counterattack. Renaud watched Nerys' distant smile as if fascinated by it. There was a secret admiration for his sovereign in the eyes of this sober and sagacious nobleman, which he had never been able to see, even when he guarded him day and night. It won't be long, sir, Lunnon said meaningfully. Nerys shook his head. Anyway, we need to prepare for Lady Amneris' arrival in the Crystal and contact Beck and King Argos. If Lord Beck and the Dauphin lead the Argos army to Paro, it will be easier to gather men. At this moment, the most we can muster is 5,000, and 10,000 to 20,000 with the presence of Lord Nerys, but once the reinforcements are known, 50,000 will be enough. Which is Bratuk Prince's call, Black Prince of Argos. He and his horsemen are legendary for their strength. Nerys smiled again. This time the smile was a little fainter. Is that all you've got this morning, Bran? The most important thing is that a horse came into the Crystal Palace late last night along the Red Road, and the commander of the occupying army, Tyron, had a secret talk with him immediately. Since this morning, there has been a strange movement in the Crystal Palace. Strange. The merchants of carving polish, rugs, furs, jewels, perfumes, flowers and fruits were assembled and ordered. The Lord Serbanus said that it did not matter how much money they had to spend, they were ordered to bring all the best goods they had on hand to the court tomorrow and the day after. The ladies are busy at work. A feast. I suppose they're welcoming the arrival of the Duchess, Aldo Nerys said with amusement. Renaud furrowed his brow. Something doesn't sit right with me. If we do that now, it will stir up the anti-Mongol sentiment of the Paro people. Nerys shrugged his shoulders slightly and did not answer. Lord Guise has returned. He said he was coming here. The samurai will come in with news. Good. Now, Bran, go back to Lord Linus and ask him to contact your mother at the Crystal Palace and find out where Durkan is being held. If the jailer is from Paro, there may be a way. Also, do as I ask and for the time being, don't move around too much. And Linus himself shouldn't be here for a while. Renaud interrupted. Yes, sir. I'm sure he'll tell you. And then. Nerys adds, knowing full well that it is useless to say so. Do we still not know where those two are? Is it, still, frustrating? Or perhaps I should say frustrating. If only we, the people of the Paro family, could see the mechanism of that machine, and if only we hadn't tampered with it afterwards, we could surely see where the crazy coordinates pointed, and find clues to their whereabouts. Master Nerys. Lunnon whispered hesitantly. What, Lunnon? You know, that mysterious withdrawal of Lady Mongol that could not possibly be related to the whereabouts of the two of you. Are you saying that the coordinates were wrong and they were supposed to go to Argos, but they showed up in Taurus and got trapped there? Nerys's brow furrowed. Something blunt, like a thundercloud, chilled his beautiful face. Lunnon. If such a thing should happen, if the heir of the Paro holy royal family should fall into the hands of Mongol while still alive, it would be better that the heir of Paro should be dead. Bran looked up, astonished. Well, it's very much the same with me. If I should fall into the hands of Mongol, Rena here or any other man would turn his hand to make sure that I would be poisoned in prison before long. The secrets of the world are too great in the hands of the pharaohs. I don't even know them all, but I do, Runin. Well, so I swear to you, I will protect Lady Nerys and not let her be poisoned by my hands. Rena chuckled. It was a faint laugh. I'm still good. I know next to nothing but not Linda and Remus. They hadn't completed their coming-of-age ceremony. So they have no idea how much they know, and how little they know. That is both a relief and a despair for Paro and for them. Master Nerys. Renaud gently interrupts Nerys. He signals to Bran to go. The man in monk's robes bows and leaves. Almost as quickly, High Priest Guise, the chief priest and temple leader of Paro, entered, also in priestly garb. He looked somewhat pale. How do you like it? Although a monk, he is a resolute old man with a stern face and the spirit of an ancient samurai. New information. We have learned that Durkan has been imprisoned by our enemies, but that's about it. The Marquis of Durkan, the head of the temple, frowned slightly. But he didn't dwell on it for long. As a matter of fact, this morning, just as the morning bell was about to ring, a carriage was sent from the Crystal Palace to take me home. The steward told me about it, and I was hoping that nothing would happen to Lord Guise. Speaking of nothing, as you can see, there's nothing to worry about. Guise held out his hand lightly. I was immediately brought before the Tyrannian commander. They have no respect for the priesthood. In the Star Chamber, their colorful armor-clad vassals and generals lined up in an intimidating line, and all they could say was, "You know where the Lord is," as usual. I asked him if he had a source for such a tip-off or false accusation, and he replied that as the head of the temple, he would be familiar with all that goes on at the Crystal. But it seems to me that this mansion is not safe enough to protect you, Your Highness. The interloper, Lord Geese. Or. This is a matter of the utmost importance, and must be taken very seriously. Did they seem to be certain that the young master was hiding here, Lord Guise? Tightening his face, Runin started. It's hard for me to say, Marquis Renaud. But in any case, I have long suspected that if the Lord were in Crystal City, this would be one of the greatest hiding places he could find. My temple grounds are a sanctuary within the city, and even soldiers cannot trespass there without permission. So. When Renaud tried to say more, Gizi interrupted him with a hand loosely raised from the sleeve of his black toga. Don't worry, Lord Renaud. I've given you no clues, and I've given you nothing to accuse me of. Of course, I suspect he's here, or worse, he's infiltrated our ranks and already knows about it, but since this is temple territory, even Mongol can't be trusted. Mongol is also a nation that believes in Janus. Don't be alarmed, Lord Nerys. As long as you are here, I, Gith, will protect you as best I can. Only, this place is not safe either, I meant the spies. From now on, I'll gather my trusted men from home and have them watch from the shadows every suspicious movement to make sure they're the spies as soon as possible. That's it. If we find out that he is the one, the rest is ours. Rather than killing him or chasing him, we can keep him in ignorance, pass on false information, and let him swim for our convenience. Valerius will take care of that for you, High Priestess. Nerys smiles. High Priestess Guise nods and hurries off, saying, "Don't stay too long. I'll see it off." Have you noticed, Lunnon? Nerys chuckled. What? Lord Geese's fingers. They were bruised. Perhaps he was tortured by Mongol at the Crystal Palace. My God! Renaud was astonished. How dare you torture the noble body of the High Priestess of Janus? As a nation that dares to sacrifice to the altar of Janus, we know nothing of the horrors of Such a thing, if I knew, I would not have hoofed Janus elect, Paro, from the start. Nerys chuckled. But the smile soon faded. Perhaps the enemy has already been informed privately that we are hiding under the protection of Lord Geese. But they cannot enter the temple grounds without being outraged, so they pretend to be ignorant of what is going on and put pressure on Lord Geese to make him tell them or give them up. Well, he's moved around a lot since he joined the crystal. He can't be so secretive. Nerys-sama would be too conspicuous if he wasn't, Renaud said with a sigh. But if that's the case, it seems we're getting hard to stay here, too. But only in this temple territory. I know. But I'm more afraid. I do not want any more harm to come to Lord Geese because of me. That's true, sir, but the influence of the Temple of Janus in London is so strong that in a sense it can be said to be an independent nation within a nation. As much as we value their blessings, it would be wrong for us to be the cause of conflict between Mongol and Janus. But Renaud clammed up. Then where do you think you're going to go when you leave here, Master Nerys? Give me your ear, Lunnan. Renaud did as he was told. When Nerys turned her face to him, her rich black hair swaying softly, there was an inexplicable fragrance, fresh and sweet, that she always wore. Ha! But when he heard the whisper, Lunnan jumped up and turned his eyes. That's ridiculous. Hush, Lunnan. Nerys chuckled. That is the least dangerous thing you can do. Because we all think it's impossible and we know every move the enemy makes. And we know that place inside. We can always find a place to hide. But, Crystal Palace, how daring. Daring is the best policy, my dear Lunnan. And the beautiful face of Aldo Nerys became stern, and he said to him with a piercing indignation, "Oh my lord. And I am the Duke of Crystal. I am the Crystal Duke, Renaud. I will not leave my royal castle to the selfish roving of the hateful Mongol." But Renaud still looked worried. It may be good for hiding, but if we're going to infiltrate the Crystal Palace, we won't have enough to protect Nerys-sama. There's no need for that. I know every inch of that palace. The palace itself will protect me, but... He was about to say this when Lunnan suddenly jumped against the curtain behind him with a movement like an electric light. The dagger shone brightly in his hand. Who is it? Quickly draw back the curtain with your sword. But... Oh, Sarah. There stood Sarah, tall and lame, daughter of High Priestess Guise. I thought you were Mongol spies. If you're here, say hello. Renaud protested. Well, I'm sorry. Nay, he who is pursued is inevitably the soul of a cowering rabbit. Nerys laughs. Sarah gazes at his incomparably beautiful face with drunken eyes. I'm sorry I asked. It's madness for you to be in the Crystal Palace, Duke. Mongol is madly searching for the Duke to capture and torture him. He's got 50,000 Mongols against him. The only place in the crystal where the Duke is safe is here, in my house. Nerys smiled a gentle but cool smile. He didn't really try to persuade Sarah as he had done with Lunnan. So, don't go anywhere and stay here with Sarah. In return, my father and I will protect you and defend you no matter what. I beg you, do not risk going to the Crystal Palace with your sickly body. She was a girl with hair as black as applewood, eyes as hard as steel, and a posture as straight as a tall tree, though she walked with a cane. In the light of Sarah's eyes that looked at Nerys, there was a feverish glow, as if she were intoxicated, as if she were devouring food that had been forbidden to her for a long time. Renaud's brow furrowed slightly. He looked gently at his beautiful young lord, and saw that Nerys was quite unassuming, meeting Sarah's eyes with a gentle but very cool smile. It was not unusual for Aldo Nerys, known as the most dashing man and the most beautiful prince in all of Paro, to be gazed at with a passionate gaze, regardless of gender. Renaud brought the cup to his lips somewhat roughly, as if to make fun of his own reluctance. That's it. For a while, it looked as if the days would be uneventful. In turn, Linus's men would arrive in the morning and evening, bringing information about the arrests of prominent citizens by the occupying forces in Paro, the rampage of violence and oppression against those who refused to cooperate, and the disappearance of those who were hiding in the city, daring to stay, or being held captive like Durkan. However, none of them were of much importance, and the Crystal Castle seemed to be in a lull for the time being. And so it is with Nerys. In the palace of the High Priestess Guise, she boldly revealed her intention to move to the Crystal Palace by herself, but she did not seem to proceed with her plan. So quiet and motionless have they been for 3 days and 4 days. Rena also did not seem to be in a hurry for anything. Before he knew it, Sarah, the daughter of High Priestess Guise, had begun to frequent Nerys's chambers to look after him in any way she could, but he was not particularly concerned about this, nor did he give her any advice. However, it was impossible to drive away the Mongol army from the Crystal even if I moved a little until I could contact Argos or rally the forces of the Paro remnants to make a simultaneous uprising. The only thing he could do was to lie low and not take any chances. In the city, the soldiers of Mongol strolled around wearing rough and tough armor masks, and they took whatever they wanted from the shops without any hesitation. By the order of Commander Tyron, lawless looting and destruction had been forbidden, but the Goros soldiers were renowned for their rudeness and bravery. Although the number of violent acts, such as burning and destroying shops and cutting down householders who try to stop them, has been somewhat reduced, the looting is still considered a natural right of the occupiers. On top of that, Crystal, the flower of the Middle Kingdom culture, is overflowing with beautiful cloths, jewels, furniture and ornaments, which are not available in the newly emerging military nation of Aurra. The Mongol soldiers, as a souvenir to their homeland, competed with each other in looting and chased after the beautiful and smart women who were not seen in their homeland. In order to protect their wives and daughters, the citizens of Crystal dressed the women in dirty clothes, hid them in the depths of their houses and did not allow them to go out at all, and closed the gates and turned off the lights before the sun went down. The bustle of the streets of Saria and Iris, which had been called the Nightless City, disappeared, and the doors of many of the great shops were left open, and the beautiful women, who were usually dressed in the latest fashions and hairstyles, were no longer seen murmuring to each other. The city of Crystal has become like Canaan, a dead city ravaged by disease. And walking along the cramped avenue, with the clatter of their hoofs and the clatter of their riveted boots, were the knights and footmen of Mongol, armored from head to foot in hideous black, venomous red, or intimidating white, even the horses on which they rode. The rest were nothing but long-cloaked Myroks, Janus monks, traitors, informers, evildoers, and prostitutes. But, of course, Paro was not only held under the yoke of Mongol, but also his life was stopped. A careful eye would have been able to see in Mongol's intimidating patrol that the loyalty of the citizens of Crystal to the holy house of Paro had not yet been stifled or even slightly weakened, and that the occupiers who had trampled the old royal castle by force could not yet roam the city alone. The occupiers, who had trampled on the old royal castle by force, could still not walk around the city alone, and you could see how tense the atmosphere was. Paro was the oldest civilized country in the Central Plains, beautiful and delicate, and the center of culture, art, religion, and learning in the Central Plains, but it did not boast only a delicate elegance. Although they had succumbed to the valor of the Aurra, the people of Paro were beautiful and refined, and loved literature and art, but they also maintained a resolute and dignified spirit at their core. They were a refined but not decadent people, a prudent people, polite but not cowardly or effeminate, a gentle and compassionate people, but bold and assertive where they had to be. Needless to say, as with all peoples, there were exceptions and traitors among them. But even among these outcasts, one thing was clear. But one thing was clear to all of them. As long as Paro was under the occupation of Mongol, the people of Paro would never be able to enjoy the peace and prosperity they once enjoyed, especially in the last couple of days. It was 3 days after the disappearance of the Marquis of Durkan that the informant used by Linus came to tell him secretly. The Mongol army seems to be growing impatient. What's the rush? I'm trying to find out where the Duke is. But that's not the first time it's happened, is it? And Lunnan. No. It's not that. For example, Since the day before last, the Guild of Informants in the town has been receiving a military offer of 10,000 rands of gold for anyone who brings them a clue to the whereabouts of Lord Neris. Don't worry, even the Dark Guild of Informers has the spirit of the Crystal People. If someone gets blinded by money and starts gathering information against Lord Neris or makes any strange moves, that person will be floating under the bridge in Lansvale tomorrow. But, just until a short while ago, the bounty was 5,000 runs, and they doubled it at once. There are signs everywhere in the city of Crystal now, with a portrait of Lord Neris and a sign saying 5,000 gold runs to anyone who informs them of his whereabouts. It's as if the citizens of Crystal don't know the face of our Lord, Lord Crystal. And they were painted in such a hurry that the paint was still wet when they were put up. Most of them were ripped off in the night by loyal Crystal citizens. Anyway, it seems that the last couple of days have been very hectic with all these developments. And that means... Renaud turned to Aldo Neris, the man in question. So, what do you think, Kaoru? Neris questioned the informant. The little informant snapped his teeth. After all, you want to get rid of the interloper before the Lady Mongol enters the Crystal. However, the way you are doing it is a bit noisy. Anyway, if you want to capture the Lord in the Crystal City, unless you are a fool at heart, you will make sure that the citizens of the Crystal do not know about it. Indeed. A righteous citizen of Crystal would surely risk his life to interfere if his lord was about to fall into the hands of the Mongol soldiers right in front of him. And one more thing, they've been putting a lot of effort into trying to capture the living Duke. The stories that have been circulated to the Informants Guild and the signs on the street corners all point to Aldo Neris, alive and well, or hiding in plain sight. What do you think you're doing, sir? After the informant left, Lunnan frowned at Neris. I know what you mean. What is it that they need to know from me if they have me alive? Whether it's about Linda and Remus or about the machine, there's no end to what they'll want to know from me. More and more, if I should fall into their hands, I shall need your sword. Or, Renaud asked sharply. But Aldo Neris just shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything about the future. However, apparently, at the bottom of those seemingly uneventful days, the various situations were slowly being pushed to the boil, waiting for some completely new phase or rapid development. It was a day or two later that the first signs of a sudden change appeared. When Neris and Renaud awoke in the morning, they had already received word that a carriage had arrived from the Crystal Palace to take them to court. Sarah comes in with an early breakfast tray for her maid. Don't make your father suffer for me again, the young lord said to Sarah. Priestess Guise would not be summoned to court except to be tortured and questioned by Commander Tyrant if she knew of Lord Crystal's whereabouts. But I don't think it will trouble him much longer. It would not be in my best interest to make things any more difficult for Lord Guise. Such things are commonplace among the people of Paro. Sarah, who had straight black applewood hair, said firmly. Since my father is also a high priest and a temple chief, I am ready to give my life for Lord Crystal. But the Mongols are barbarians who don't know the proper respect for the holy orders. I don't know what they will do to you, High Priestess, to your family, or to your women. That's not. Sarah acted furious. Anyway, as long as you're here, you're safe. Don't think about going to the Crystal Palace or anything dangerous like that. Sarah's stern face darkened and she hesitated before saying, I was so crippled that I did not attend court often, and when I did attend the glamorous balls at the Crystal Palace, I could not dance, but always sat on a couch and watched Lady Neris from a corner. Even in a crowd of flamboyant young nobles, Neris always stood out, beautiful and dazzling, no matter what she did, whether she danced, sang or rode with a sword. No matter what she did, whether she danced, sang, swore, rode, played the bocce ball or played a musical instrument, she was magnificent. I still remember her clearly. After the Pearls had celebrated their 12th birthday, Neris stood dagger to dagger with Lord Beck in the middle of the Star Chamber. The young and lithe Lord Neris was no match for him, and he won by making a beautiful slash in Lord Beck's silver underclothes. And then you reached out to him and helped him up, breathless, when he said, I'm lost. It was like a painting. Hi, you probably don't remember me, but I too attended that banquet with my father, wearing black to cover my unsightly feet, and watched from the wall. Many beautiful ladies and princesses of the Crystal Palace surrounded you, offering flowers to Lord Nerys, and Princess Linda kissed your cousin's forehead in celebration. I thought it would be rude for someone like me to offer her flowers, so I sat and stared at her. It was more than 2 years ago now, and I remember everything about you. That's why I was so happy that this misfortune had brought her to stay here in my house. All those beautiful princesses, the Marquise d'Herbles, Madame Lansbert, Phyllis, the Duke's sister, and all the pretty and dignified people who had always surrounded her, did not know where she was now, and I, Sarah, who was lame, did not know how to dance, and was not beautiful, did not know where she was. And I, Sarah, who was lame, and did not know how to dance, and was not beautiful, was taking care of her, and I felt as if she had fallen into my hands because of that battle. So, really, I want you to stay here forever, Mr. Nerys. Of course, what do I want? I'm just a crippled woman, not half as beautiful as Princess Linda or half as brave as Lady Ligeia. But as long as I'm here, Lady Nerys is safe. Suddenly Sarah realized that she had burst into an unexpected passion and, as if in shame, she dragged her cane away and left the room. The clank, clank of the cane and the tramp of her bad footsteps disappeared into the corridor. Another woman in trouble. You got what you deserved, Lord Nerys. Renaud mutters, somewhat annoyed. Although Nerys smiles slightly and makes no reply. But if Sarah had been there and had seen his smile, the blood would have drained from her face as she would have been gripped by the thought, what is it? It was a cold, rather too indifferent and unfeeling smile. Nerys didn't even seem to be the least bit moved by Sarah's unintentional outpouring of emotion. At this rate, it's unlikely we'll be staying here much longer. Or perhaps Lord Nerys will be able to, as long as Sarah is happy. It's so easy to be a woman and a child in this crisis of Paro's existence. Lord Nerys ignores the needs of women and children too much. A woman's resentment at being humiliated, or anger at not being able to turn her back, can be too much for her own good. I think it would be better for you to follow her advice before you stay here any longer and Sarah becomes more aggressive. Crystal Palace, huh? Nerys took a piece of vatcha fruit and said, I'm not going to eat it, but I'm going to play with it. I thought you were against it. I object. It's too bold, but then again, the Marquis of d'Herbles, Servanus, Duke of Mar, much less Linus nor Aurelius, would be a flash in the pan, for the eyes of Mongol would be shining at all hours. I'm sure. After all, I should have stopped him by force and let him return to the crystal, but I couldn't find out any information by hiding in the countryside, much less what to do with that machine. No, now that we're back, it might be better to take bold and strange measures. The only problem is, it's the interloper that Lord Guise was talking about. Yes, well, so I'd like to do it this way, if possible. That way, if the interloper is in Lord Guise's mansion, we can cover it up. Renaud began to speak in hushed tones. Well, that might be a good idea. Let this be known only to Lord Guise and a very few. It's just, well, it's only been a month, that's all. It won't take a month. 5 or 6 days, if you can manage it, and I'll take care of Valerius and your next move, and in time you'll have an envoy from Argos. Will you take care of it that way? Quickly. Renaud nodded. Immediately afterwards, a messenger of Renaud ran to Linus and to Valerius, the military commander who was with him, and told them of his plan to leave the Guise estate as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Valerius himself, dressed in monk's garb, entered the Guise house with a number of knights, who spent a long time planning ways to dazzle the Mongols. Apparently, preparations have been made. It was a very sudden move, but the most important thing for those who are being arranged and pursued is speed and decisiveness. So, when night falls, Valerius and his men left Guise's mansion ahead of the others, having made arrangements. In the vicinity of Guise's residence, the cavalry of Mongol stood guard at all hours. Even though they were disguised in monks' robes, they had to be prepared to be followed and to have their faces recognized if too many of them came and went too frequently. I'm sure Valerius will take care of the rest. Just let Lord Guys know. But that Lord Guys is. You're not back yet. Something's wrong. It's been too long. Nerys furrowed her beautiful brow. So, Sarah, what do you say we go? She's done so much for us, risked so much for us. I can't just walk away. Why don't you give him a message later? That's when Runan said it. Suddenly, the sound of rough footsteps and cane cracked, and the door of the room's partition opened. There stood Sarah with a pale face. Sarah, what the hell? Stop Rena from saying anything. I adore you, Lord Nerys. Sarah gasped and ran to Nerys. The cane made a sound. Sarah, which one? I'll protect you no matter what. I swear to you, Sarah will protect you. So don't go anywhere. No matter what happens. Sarah, what the hell? My father. Sarah clenched her hands. Her knuckles were white. Lord Geese. My father has been imprisoned. Mongol's army will turn a blind eye and hand over Lord Nerys, or he'll have my father executed by tomorrow morning. Mongol dares to lay his hands on Janus priests. But, oh, Lord Nerys. My father is ready for. I'm ready, so please, don't go. If you go, Sarah will. Sarah collapsed on the floor and cried out as if she had lost all her energy. Rena and Nerys looked at each other with tightly drawn faces and gasped without speaking. Sarah. After a while, Nerys put her hand on Sarah's shoulder and spoke soothingly. Don't worry. Right now we're clearing out, so hurry up and tell the occupation headquarters that we don't know anything about it and that we'd like to search the house if we suspect anything. If there's no trace of him, even the savages of Mongol won't imprison the Lord Guys. After all, he is the High Priest of Janus. Even so, however reckless Mongol may be, he has taken another violent step. The last words were in a low voice, as if she were saying them to herself and to Lunan. But as soon as she heard that, Sarah quickly brushed her hair out of her face, glared at Nerys, and shouted, How can you say that, Lord Nerys? Don't you mean to say that Sarah would protect you at all costs as long as you're here? I said even if it kills my father. Why can't you understand? Come with me. You're not to go outside the walls of this house. Sarah realized that she had misspoken. Nerys's handsome face turned stern and cold, and her dark eyes, which had always been as beautiful as a woman's, narrowed and became as cold as ice. Despite his doll-like beauty and gentle demeanor, the proud and ruthless Lord Crystal was not one to let a man, much less a woman, say no to him. Nerys did not say anything, except to raise his lips slowly and sarcastically. But the coldness of his eyes, which seemed to revile rudeness, and the irony with which he turned his mouth away, spoke more eloquently of his anger than words ever could. Sarah flinched. But she, too, was a hard woman to please. She said, turning pale, You mustn't go out there. You have no idea how madly the occupying forces want to get their hands on you now. You're only safe within the walls of my house. Step outside and the Mongols will have you in their clutches in no time. I don't want to give you up to the Mongols. I'd kill my father for that. I will protect you, Lord Nerys. I'll take care of myself, Nerys said. His voice was gentle and low, but there was something in it, like a blade of ice, that made the listener shudder. I won't let you go. And still, Sarah didn't flinch. Or tried not to flinch. Her face, stained with tears and not very beautiful, had turned pale, her bitten lips were bloodied with teeth marks, and her whole body was trembling, but Sarah, in desperation, suddenly pulled the ornamental dagger from her waist belt. What do, Sarah Witch? I won't let you go. Do you mean to deny my heart, my desire to kill even my father? I won't let you, not even with my sword. I've told my men to shut gate after gate and let no one in or out. Lord Nerys is mine. Calm down, Sarah, Lunan said in anguish. But Nerys did not wait until the other had calmed down so that he could hear what he was saying. His beautiful face twisted into a grim expression of anger. He strode up to Sarah, unconcerned about the sword in her hand, and snatched it from her hand with ease. With his slender hands, he grasped the two ends of the dagger, which was of a stout construction, and, with a fierce spirit, he smashed it and threw it on the floor. Now go away. We have a matter we need to discuss. Sarah, silently, glared at Aldo Nerys with fiery eyes, then flicked her wand and staggered out. Neither of them moved until all sound of footsteps had died away. Oh, my God! Oh, young master, your hands! Finally, Lunnon noticed and rushed to take the Lord's hand. His hand, as white and smooth as a woman's, seemed to have grasped the blade of the sword when he had first snapped it, and the palm of his hand had been cut in two, with fresh blood dripping from it. Okay, this is nothing. Your body is too valuable. If anything should happen to you, let me out. Renaud scolded him. How reckless. What if you get a bad wind? I can't stand that kind of recklessness in a young man. If you're Lord Crystal, I hope you're a little more aware of how important your body is right now. I'll angrily apply medicine and bandages. All right, don't be mad, Lunnon. Renaud has been Aldo Nerys' protector since he was a boy. They know each other's temperaments. Well, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Oh, no. We still have 3 or 4 more Zangs before Linus and Valerius are ready to go. Any word? It's a little late for that now, I'm sure, but I'm sure you'll be able to do what I asked you to do and get the job done. But we can't stay here any longer. Now that they've gone so far as to take Lord Githa's person, they'll come raiding here too. What do we do, Lord Nerys? Nerys thought for a moment. But soon. All right, let's take what Valerius has prepared for us and go back to Tungu's house once we have dressed ourselves in it. There we have some provisions. There, we'll wait for Valerius to finish his business with your mother and make arrangements to infiltrate the Crystal Palace. We leave now. Okay, sir. Renaud clapped his hands and called for the samurai of Narisuzuki. Nerys enters the chamber with the samurai. From outside. I'm going to tell Sarah to go to Tungu's house so that Valerius will know where to find her. And I'll say a few words to pacify her. Renaud called out to him. Nerys. Please. And that was it. The door of the chamber was still shut when Renaud returned after some time. As Renaud waited, it opened, and from within came the samurai and a deeply cloaked figure, who stood before Renaud and flung back his cloak. There was a beautiful woman standing there. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a great woman. She is dressed in a long white dress of the Paro fashion, with a narrow sash fastened at the waist, slightly limp, so that the lines of her body do not show clearly, and a shawl of light silk, slanting from her left shoulder, which indicates that she is a courtesan, and over it a cloak. She is wearing a cloak. How do I look? Do I look like Princess Rana's handmaiden, Runan? The voice that said it with a laugh was Aldo Nerys. Renaud laughed, averting his eyes, which had been unconsciously drawn to him. If you don't make her a little uglier, she'll attract the attention of the Mongols, who will pick her up and rape her whenever they see a beautiful woman. And thus, the hood will be tilted high. How's Sarah? She's still complaining. No, his head must have cooled down a bit. He promised to be quiet and let the wagon go. I see. No, if I leave here as a woman, my true identity will be revealed. I was going to send you to Linus in disguise, but now I have no choice. Is Renaud ready? No, I'm ready to go. Very well. The samurai came to tell him that the carriage was ready. Lunnon, who was leaving the room in a hurry, suddenly saw him coming. Lord Nerys. You'll be conspicuous with such a mighty sword on your lady's person. But what happens next? No matter how you look at her from any angle, she stands there as a noble courtesan who is impeccable in every way, even if she may be a bit too tall. I hope Janice doesn't inspire the color-conscious soldiers of Mongol to take a peek inside the hood. Renaud murmured anxiously. He led her into the courtyard with his hand, as a woman of noble birth would do. In the courtyard, there was a carriage with curtains down and 5 or 6 men in priestly dress waiting to escort it. Of course, they were not actually monks, but knights of Neris's SS. It was a covert action to avoid even attaching more men. When Neris was about to get into the carriage with the samurai children, Runan tugged at his sleeve to warn him. When he turned around, he saw Sarah standing quietly in the shade of a pillar. She was so pale that even from a distance you could see it, and her eyes were all agitated. She had a tight smile on her face and did not come close to me to say goodbye. Neris hesitates for a moment, but then bows his head gently and enters the carriage. The door is closed, and Lunan and his guards mount the horse. Rena gave the signal, and the group began to move quietly. The style of buildings in Paro, especially in a city like Crystal City, is mainly made of stone, and is large and magnificent, with a huge gate, a spacious porch, a beautiful front garden, a main building connected to it, separate buildings on either side surrounding the courtyard, and a female palace connected to it by a corridor. The private residences of the wealthy, noblemen and warlords usually house as many as 500 or 600 guests, mercenaries and servants. These men and women become the children of the family and serve as their bodyguards. The chief priest of the Temple of the Geats was a priest, and unlike the houses of warriors, it was inhabited more by young priests than by clansmen, but even they seemed helpless in the face of their master's misfortune, and the courtyard was silent. They crossed the broad courtyard, the afternoon sun shining on the statues, the beautiful mosaic ground, and the flowering trees, with the sound of clattering hooves. Passing between the main building and the right wing, there is a back gate surrounded by a high wall. Wait! Rena kept the party and the carriage in front of him, then dismounted and went out through the back gate to look around. There was still some time left before nightfall, but the streets were deserted and there was no sign of anyone passing, not even the gaudy and conspicuous armor of the Mongol soldiers. However, since they had imprisoned Guise, they had secretly sent out troops around his mansion, and they could naturally predict Neris's actions. In fact, since the imprisonment of Guise was intended to force Neris to leave the territory of Janus Temple, we must assume that the area around Guise's mansion was fortified to cope with Neris's movement at the same time, with no time for ants to crawl out. He knew this when he made this foolhardy escape. There were only 10 of them in all, but none of them, including Neris, could stand against 100 men if they took up their swords. Besides, they were greatly strengthened by Mongol's supreme order to capture Neris alive. Even though they are small in number, no, the smaller the number, the more advantageous it is for Neris and the others to know the geography of our city, from the small streets to the back streets, and to act quickly, rather than the colorful and numerous Mongol soldiers who stand out even on the large battlefield, in the city of Crystal. It is to the advantage of Neris and his men who know the geography of our city, from the small streets to the back streets, and can act quickly. Anyway, if we can get away from Guise's house, well, if we can get into Salia Street, we're in. In the meantime, we'll have to open up a blood route by force, but after that, we'll be able to spread them around and get them under the houses. That's what Lunan read. It would be far more dangerous to remain at the Guise residence if your whereabouts were known. Rena raises his hand to give the signal. The carriage, flanked by 6 priestesses, leaves Guise's house. But not a tad sooner. A group of black-clad Mongol soldiers, who must have been huddled in the back streets of the area, rushed out from between the beautiful white crystal houses like sinister, unholy soldiers of darkness. You're here. I'm fully prepared. The men in monks' robes did not exchange glances with each other, but relaxed, repositioned their horses so as to be ready for anything, and waited for the approach of about 20 soldiers led by a knight, who looked like a black demon. Stop that wagon. The leader of the knights, who seemed to have stopped long ago, was approaching with a loud voice, taunting the horse. Rena silently and peacefully bowed his head. You're out of Guise's mansion. Yes. Rena replies meekly. Who's on it? By Lady Debbie Maya. Debbie is an honorific title for a courtesan of high rank. Debbie Maya. Who is that? Handmaiden to Princess Lana of the Crystal Palace and sister of Count of Edus. Why did that wench come out of the Guise mansion? I was on my way back from an errand for Princess Lana. Where we're going? I'm going to the Crystal Palace, but before I go, I'm going to Kurland's in the Rue de Saria to pick up my dress, as the princess requested. You are? I'm Regan, Debbie Maya's butler, sir. What is it with Princess Rana's errand? It's not for me to. Renaud shrugged his shoulders and made a show of not knowing. For a while, the Black Knight seemed to be pondering something, but when he nodded his head like some kind of silly doll. You don't understand. Let's hear what the lady has to say. When I gave the signal, 2 or 3 infantrymen immediately jumped on the wagon. Oh, wait. Renaud raised his voice a little louder. In Paro, no man is allowed to see a woman, let alone a noble woman, except in the audience room. And a courtesan, a maid of honor to the most noble of royal sisters. You Paro people have always made fun of us as Gorahiks, barbarians who don't know how to behave or eat. The knight said with a strong Mongolian accent, as if on purpose. Then there's no need to be polite to the ladies now. Come on, come on. I'm sorry. Like a frightened eunuch, Lunnan muttered a protest in his mouth. Ignoring him, 2 black infantrymen pulled open the door of the carriage and dragged the samurai out. The Black Knight dismounts the horse with a deliberate gesture of deference and peers over the steps with his heavy black boots. Inside, Nerys, wearing a woman's cloak, tries to duck deep into the depths. The Black Knight held out his hand. Now, please take my hand, Miss Debbie, he said in a voice that contained a sickening laugh, grabbed Nerys's hand and tried to pull her out. Why don't you show your face? I'm afraid there's some reason why I shouldn't show my face. He reached out with his other hand and began to pull off the hood of his cloak. Sir. Let's get it over with. Behind him, Volus, a master swordsman known to the Holy Order as the man himself, gives Lunnan a secretly annoyed look. No. We wait. Renaud restrained him with a slight movement of his eyebrows. But there's no mistaking that Lunnan is tingling with the irresistible urge to explode at any moment. Without knowing it, the Black Knight finally flipped Nerys's deeply hooded head back to reveal her face, lifted her fingers to her chin, and peered into her eyes. Oh. A low, startled voice is heard. He gazed at her with rushed cheeks, as if he could not believe what he saw. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths hung open like fools at the astonishment of seeing something so incredible. What a beautiful woman. Lunnan and Volus heard the Black Knight groaning in a voice that sounded as if it had been struck by lightning. Lunnan and Volus gently looked at each other with concern. In the carriage, Nerys, disguised as a lady-in-waiting, did not seem to flinch in the slightest, but kept her perfect, beautiful face straight up to the gaze, as if to repel the stare of some lowly rude person. The inside of the carriage, with its curtains closed, was dimly lit, half blocking out the dying light outside, but even under the midday light, not many people could see that this face, perhaps the most beautiful in the world, a wonder of creation, was not that of a real woman, but that beneath it lay the soul of a valiant warrior. Not many people would have been able to see that underneath it lay the soul of a valiant warrior. Now I see. The Black Knight, at last, turned away his fascinated eyes and said in a throaty voice. It was more like a soliloquy. This must be the lady-in-waiting. I've been told by the captain that Lord Crystal is a beautiful man, but no matter how beautiful he is, I don't think there's a man in the world who's as beautiful as a goddess. But... Renaud's cheeks twitched slightly again. Slowly, Volus signals to his companions as he casually fixes his sleeve. But... The Black Knight once more fixed his eyes on Nerys' lightly made-up face. Lunnan saw that his gaze was becoming more and more insistent and glaring. But oh, yes, but... The Black Knight was looking for an excuse. Apparently, he found it. I knew this woman was suspicious. We've been watching the area around the guy's residence since this morning under orders from the commander. But we've received no report of such a wagon entering the manor. Say it, woman. Why, if you didn't go in, you can come out. No, I don't think so. Master Debbie came 2 days ago and stayed for a while, Renaud said. Nerys turned his face away demurely, as if he would not speak to a lowly man. You may not know this, but in this Paro, a noble woman, unlike a lowly one, does not behave roughly and hurriedly at every turn. For example, when they visit a mansion, they give him a warning, take a short rest as soon as they arrive, bathe, prepare themselves, and comb their hair. Then, at night, they go out to formally greet their master. That night, they only greet him, and the next day, they go out again. Oh, that's enough, all right, all right. Noisily, the Black Knight interrupted him without listening. His eyes never left Neris's pale, marble-white skin as he stared at her. Whatever you do, come here. I must send a messenger to the palace to find out if you're wrong. If you can find out if Debbie Maya, Princess Rana's lady-in-waiting, was sent to the palace a few days ago, all suspicion will be removed. It'll only take a couple of hours. In the meantime, there's a makeshift city guard hut. Get off the wagon and go in there. The Black Knight's intentions were obvious. No, but we're in a bit of a hurry. Lunnan clicked his tongue and leaned close to the Black Knight. I hope you don't mind, sir, but if Debbie is late getting back, it will be our responsibility to protect her. Quickly, he tries to hide it in his sleeve and presses a heavy little leather bag against it. The Black Knight looked at Lunnan sideways, took it without a second thought, and put it in his hiding place. All right, let's just hold them off for a bit and call it good. Come on, this way. He grinned savagely and stretched out his hand, trying to pull her up. Renaud frowned. That's not what I'm talking about. Move, eunuch. The Black Knight now surged forward and pushed Lunnan aside, breathing hard and half-hugging the carriage, his hands clenched in a desperate attempt to drag the lady out. Renaud and the Vals quickly glance at each other. As soon as Renaud nods, the hood of his monk's uniform is flung back, and the guards all draw their swords at once. Oh. It's a stinker. We're gonna have to make a move. When the infantrymen were on their feet, gaw! Suddenly, the Black Knight's body, along with his soul-deadening scream, fell backwards from the steps of the carriage. His black armor looked as if it had suddenly been transformed into that of a red knight by some kind of magic. This was because the blood spurting from his slit throat had turned his black headdress, armor, and front of it red. Gentlemen. Aldo Neris exhaled coolly and unhurriedly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Your platoon leader's down. Hook that bitch up. Immediately, the infantrymen draw their swords with ease. Volus. Ha! If we take too long, the others will come running. Let's just cut through them and run to Viasaria. I understand. Renaud and Volus stood by the door, guarding the right and left sides of the carriage, respectively. Get him. I killed the captain. But finally, one of the brave ones in the midst of them got into trouble and rushed forward, and the others too. Wow! He shouted, brandished his sword and surrounded them. Lady Maya. Renaud called out through the door of the carriage, brushing aside the infantry that were approaching. Don't worry about it. Don't come out. If Neris gets impatient and runs out and joins the fray, he'll be in trouble. The Marquis of the Knights of the Holy Order gave him a good scowl. Do it. Mongol's black demon rose is just sword rust. He shouted as loud as he could to vent his anger, which he had been holding back for a long time. Lunnan, Lunnan. The carriages rode madly through the streets of Crystal with their escort of horses. Finally, Lunnan made the coachman slow down a little and brought the horse to the window after he saw that the coachman had passed from Viasaria to Via Urania, then back again to Viasaria, and that he seemed to have dispersed the Mongol soldiers for the time being. Are you all right, sir? Oh. Lunnan, is it safe to go into Tungu's house like this? They'd have gone into the geese house and questioned Sarah anyway. According to this, I'm sure you'll be fine. After a few moments of thought, Lunnan came to a conclusion. This was not the time for hesitation. He could still hear the unmistakable noise and the clashing of swords and hooves of men and horses across the street. It must have been the noise of the soldiers of Mongol, who were immediately on high alert to catch the owner of the suspicious wagon. I have told Sarah herself that we are to go to the house of Tungus for the time being, in a room where she is alone, and I have asked her to tell Linus Messenger by word of mouth. Sarah has sworn so much to protect the young man that she will not be broken up by any undue hardship, and even if she does, we will have joined Linus and Valerius and will have left the house of Tengus by tonight. If we move that fast, even the spies won't be able to catch us. The only problem is that the uproar has made it impossible for us to use the first plan we had decided on. Debbie Maya then will have to settle for the second option, or Valerius will come up with a better one. While whispering to each other in low voices, the group did not slow down one bit and turned east from Saria Street into the much narrower Arya Street, also known as the Mage Street. It is a crowded area, bordering on the downtown area and the residential area, where the houses of mages and fortune tellers are lined up with secret runes carved on their doors. The soldiers of Mongol were no longer to be seen in the area, and the people walking along the street were quite visible. The upper class may stay in their mansions and wish only to avoid difficulties, but the lower class, even though they have given their utmost loyalty to Paro, must open their shops in the morning and go about their business, or else the way of the moon will not stand. Monks and mages were also conspicuous in the area, and Renaud and his party were lost in the crowd, so they were no longer conspicuous. However, the luxurious carriages of the women were more conspicuous when they reached this area. When they entered the Aryan Way, Renaud stopped the carriage, unloaded Neris, and ordered the coachman to leave the carriage at a suitable place. At the same time he ordered the coachman to leave the carriage at a suitable place. Neris, hooded and cloaked in a black cloak, was dressed as a lady of high rank, and was placed on the back of Renan's horse saddle. From the knees down, she was draped with a thick cloth taken from the wagon, so that at first glance she looked like a sick woman who had come to a fortune teller who also served as a doctor for blessings and prayers. So they went on through the streets of Arya, until they came to the house of Tunguz, the greatest of them all, without being seen. The house of Tunguz the mage, to which the party had retreated as soon as they had finally returned to the crystal, was a two-storied, windowless, square building of stone, with one entrance on Arya Street and the other on a narrow street in a more disreputable part of town. At the entrance on the Aryan Way side hung 3 golden rings, the universal sign of a mage. The old marble door is carved from top to bottom with runes. Mr. Tunguz. Are you here, Lord Tunguz? Because of the suddenness of the visit, even Tunguz did not have time to be informed of it. When Renaud knocked on the stone door, there was a slight response from within the silent house, and the door slowly opened. A boy wearing the blue robe of a spellcaster was standing there. Oh, this is Lord Lunnan. Lunnan's voice is low, but he controls it with his eyes. I wonder if Lord Tunguz is at home. Yes, it is. I'm in a bit of a hurry. I need you to let me in for now. I'll be right back. The boy, who seems to be of Eastern descent, is frightened and tries to run back inside immediately. Lunnan pushes against him. I don't need to ask. There's me and that other guy. We're being watched and we're being chased. Anyway, let me go in and shut the door. Well, that's... As the boy was about to say something, an apprentice mage, a little older than him, suddenly appeared, pushing him aside. I've been expecting you. Please, come in, Lord Renaud. Waiting for us. I'm sure Lord Tunguz didn't know we were coming. Renaud told me. Oh, no, my husband said he saw you on the Ouija board. The young apprentice bowed his head and said. Renaud laughed bitterly and rushed back to the horse to help Neris down, lest he should be seen entering by the Mongols or any other spies. The house was dark and silent, and the scent of musty old books and herbs was characteristic of a mage's house. But that wasn't all. Neris stood in the doorway in her graceful dame's attire, awaiting guidance, when she raised her hand to the edge of her hood. Lunnan, he whispered in a throaty voice. The apprentice told him to wait a moment and retreated to the back. There's something wrong. Something doesn't feel right. There's something different about the atmosphere. Thank you for. We may have been ambushed, but it's not possible. It's impossible. The only one who knew we were coming here was. What if Sarah is working with the enemy? No way, Renaud said sharply. But Neris continued to discreetly lean on Renaud. Renaud, give me the sword. I gave mine away first. The dagger that was in the wagon is still in the Black Knight's chest. The sword is. Renaud nodded and turned to speak to one of the knights who was supposed to have the Duke's sword. That's when it happened. Master Nerys. Clearly, out of thin air, a voice that they could all hear suddenly rang out. Master Nerys. It's a trap. You must run. Lord Nerys. There was no one in the room. But the voice is clear, it's Tungu's voice. You must leave now. The Mongol soldiers are in this house. This is. That's a long way of talking about witchcraft, Nerys said firmly, calming the stunned volumes he had thrown off his hood, and his disguise as a graceful courtesan had vanished without a trace, his eyes blazing with the fire of ice. It's still a trap. Lunnon is. Renaud didn't say a word. He sprang to his feet and tried to pull open the great door. And bite your lip. They locked me in from the outside. That's all he said. To the back. Volus, Theon, whatever you do, don't let Lord Nerys become an enemy. Renaud commanded. The 6 knights have already formed a circle of swords around the lord. I'll show you how it's done. Young Hoss runs into the inner room where the apprentice has disappeared. Although Nerys and his knights are standing ready for anything, and they are watching the area with a watchful eye. So Sarah's the interloper. No, Nerys said. Unbelievable. How could the princess of the High Septon of Gath and Runan? While they were exchanging brief words, they were searching their surroundings for signs, ready to open a channel of blood. It's a blind spot, indeed. Well, I suppose it's our fault, too. Nerys did not seem to be moved at all. He did not change his color at this betrayal and in this desperate predicament, as if it were someone else's problem. That's when I heard faint noises and moaning in the back, and just when I thought, it's Aldo Nerys, Lord Crystal. I've been expecting you. Slowly, a voice with a sarcastic tone came not from the air, but from behind the back door, and the next moment the door opened and the room was filled with black monstrous knights, as if they had come out of the depths of the earth. Guarded by the knights stood a rough, large, bearded man with a black, bushy headgear. Ald Nerys's voice took on a crack as ironic as that of the man. Well, Captain Karsland of the Black Knight Squadron, I'm afraid you've arrived just in time. It's an honor to be recognized. Carthrend, the captain of the Black Knights, took a large step forward. With a slight movement of his head, he signaled, and 2 chunks were thrown out from behind the line of Black Knights. The faces of Nerys, Runan, and the others paled with rage as they saw it. It was the corpse of young Hoss, stabbed in the chest, and Tungu's, a mage in street clothes. Both of them were just killed, and both of them look like they're dying. Aside from Hoss, is there a custom in your country to kill mages? I thought it was an unwritten rule in all the Middle Kingdoms along the Red Road that mages, monks, and priests were not to be harmed unless they were in great danger. Nerys said, even with a hint of a smile. Carthrend shrugs. According to the mage's oath, mages are not supposed to misuse their power or interfere in the realm of reality, and since he, Nerys, warned me against it and violated the terms of neutrality, I assumed he was a mage and sanctioned him. It doesn't matter, Carthrend said flatly and took a step forward. The Knights of Paro, protecting Nerys, stepped back, their swords still in their hands. I could not be more pleased to see you, Nerys. The last time I saw you, at the Battle of the Crystal, in the midst of the flames with your army at your side, you were more beautiful than I had imagined. I had been told that, but when you came in like that, I feared that you might have made a terrible mistake, or that our friend might have mistaken the true beauty of the Crystal Court for you. Since you don't have time to change your clothes. Nerys smiled. Who is our friend? A woman you know well. Carthrend moved his hand again. Then the knights cleared the way and behind them stood Sarah, whiter than paper, as if she had been thrust out. Her eyes, glittering and mad, sought Nerys. I've been a little careless myself, Nerys whispered softly, very softly. Her voice was so unfeeling, so gentle, that any woman would have preferred to be told that she must die now, rather than to be told so gently. It was no wonder that Sarah's face immediately turned crimson up to her neck. I hadn't thought of that. I was thinking it was you, your handmaiden, or one of the monks. So much for. Sarah whispered back in a throaty, dying voice. Her eyes only glittered with a strange light as she stared at Nairis in the form of a courtesan. Sarah begged you not to leave. Stay in the house and I would have protected you at all costs. Even if it killed my father, even if it killed my mother. And yet Lord Nairis is gone. That's why you're so beautiful, my lady. Have you been threatened with the life of Lord Geese in exchange for yours? Nairis said, tilting his head slightly. He was calm, graceful, and composed, as if he were at a masquerade ball in the Crystal Palace. No, sir. Sarah said it loud and clear. I have betrayed my father and my country from the very beginning, when the occupying forces sought informers inside the Temple of Janus. My father doesn't know, of course. Why do you say that? I've always had a twisted mind, just like this hideous figure. In a court full of beautiful princesses, I was like a stone or a worm. But at the time I really wanted to protect you. And I thought I could protect you. And now Nairis is gone. It's worse than not letting me dream from the start. Don't you think so? Nairis didn't answer. Slowly, he turned to Karslan, smiled graciously, and held out his hand. You see, Karslan, I don't think I understand women very well. A woman is a terrible thing. Like the legendary Cyclops, she turns to stone if you touch her or look at her. I don't know what they're going to say about the pride of Crystal Palace, the date man. Karslan laughed, as if it wasn't funny. If Nairis doesn't know what a woman is, a country boy like us can't tell the difference between a woman and a scarecrow. Carthren signaled again and had Sarah taken away. She was taken away in his arms, the door slamming shut behind her. By the way, you're wasting your time. Carthren turned and stared at Aldo Nairis. I beg your pardon, Lord and Lord Lunnon. We at Occupation Headquarters in Mongol, on the honor of the Golden Scorpion, swear to you that we will not lay a finger on your person. And I have no intention of executing him. I was prepared to receive you as a guest of honor in my army. In any case, surrounded by crossbows and swords and surrounded by countless soldiers on the outside and inside, it's impossible for you to open a path of blood, so you believe our words, knowing that it's the same whether you die later or are cut down here. Why don't you put down your sword and become our prisoners? No, it is true that we mean you no harm, but if you do not believe us, then. I saw something brutal in Carthren's narrowed eyes. Renal looked at Nairis inquiringly. But. Very well. It's no use resisting when you're surrounded like this. I was surprised when Nairis said it so simply. And then. Still there, Lunnon. Stab me, Nairis whispered, hardly moving her lips. Renal flinched. What are you doing? Do you want to give me to them alive, as we agreed, and let them torture me? Oh, Renal gasped. Nairis is a man who knows what he's talking about. Karslan is in a good mood. So, my lords, Lord Renal, I ask you to put down your swords for now. Lunnon. Nairis's black eyes bored into Renal's like fire. Renal grasped the hilt of his sword with such force that his hand turned white. His eyes were fixed on the slender throat of the young duke, whom he had taught the sword and the art of war to from an early age, protecting and nurturing him like a shadow. Come on, your sword. Karslan's voice trailed off slightly in annoyance. Lunnon. But. Unintentionally, Lunnon was rambling on. What can I do for you, Lord Renal? He will be placed on top of Lunnon so that Carthren's eyes can see through him. Renal raised his sword slowly. It could be taken as a gesture to sheath the sword, and the Mongol soldier did not move. Nairis stands defenseless, with a faint smile on her face, her throat and chest facing Renal with all her heart. Renal's arm could, of course, pierce the heart of Nairis with a single sword. Suddenly, Lunnon drew a rasping breath and dropped his sword into its scabbard. With a light clink, the slender, parrot-like sword slipped into its beautifully carved scabbard. I can't do this. Renal grunted. I can't help but. I don't even want to. Nerys shrugged his shoulders and clicked his tongue. But from the beautiful face that looked back at Carthren, he could no longer see the secret struggle, the disappointment of being trapped, or even the fear of his own fate. Lunnon seems to have given up. He smiled and said, I'll go with you any way I can. To Lansvale, to the Crystal Palace. You're ready. Carthren smiles, a cruel, ghastly smile. Although Nerys had fallen into the hands of Mongol. Chapter 4. The Masked Ball. The walls are made of damp stone, and the wind that blows through them smells of a mixture of mold, old blood, and corpses. It was the dungeon of Lansbert's Tower. The Crystal Palace, also known as the City of Towers, is a royal castle with many beautiful spires as its main stylistic feature. The main ones alone, Lansbert, Nerva, Crystal, Thoth, and the Mage's Tower, each with a different silhouette, stand at the top of a huge pentagram on the 5 sides of the vast and opulent court grounds, and the largest and most important of them all, Janus Tower, stands near the middle. There are dozens of other towers of various sizes, including smaller watchtowers and others, which adorn the center of this beautiful old city. When people talk about the Crystal Palace, it can be either the entire center of the capital city, which is as large as a city, including all these towers, or it can be the Glass Palace itself, with the Tower of Janus behind it and the twin towers on each wing, beautifully spread out like a goddess guarded by a group of towers. There are 2 cases. In either case, however, it makes no difference that the Crystal Palace is in every sense the heart of the Crystal City and of all that is political, religious, cultural, and academic in Paro. And, of course, since it is not a parochial, dreamland kingdom, a paradise, the Crystal Palace has its darker side as well as its light side, just like any other country. The Tower of Lansvale, which rises near the northern edge of the Crystal Palace and imprisons high-ranking prisoners, and the Tower of Nerva, which stands on the northeastern edge of the Crystal Palace and is reserved for lower-ranking criminals, are both somewhat darker and cooler than the other, brighter, more beautiful, and prouder towers. Even the air around it seems to be darker, cooler, and more still. It was in the 3rd basement of Lansbert's Tower that Lord Aldo Nerys was taken by the Black Knight of the Crystal Occupation Army, Carthren. As the floor descends, it becomes darker and darker, and the air seems to be filled with bloody memories. Fearing that the Lord Crystal would be recaptured by the loyal citizens of Crystal, Captain Carthren had secretly transported the Lord Crystal. Aldo Nerys was separated from Rena and the others, clad in the armor of the Mongol soldiers and the headgear of a Mongol knight with a blindfold over his eyes, so that his face could not be seen at all, and put in a carriage that was summoned to the backyard of the Tunguz mansion. During these humiliating procedures, Nerys was left like a puppet and did not try to resist at all. In any case, resistance here is futile. The Duke, bold and fearless as he was beautiful and gentle, did not even utter a single word of disapproval, but concentrated on building up his strength for the trials to come. The carriage entered the Crystal Palace, surrounded by a squadron of Mongol soldiers, and then entered the walls of the Lansvale Tower. There, for the first time, Nerys was dismounted from the carriage, roughly pulled from both sides, and led down a gently sloping corridor. At length, with the sound of a heavy door, the company stood still, and Nerys's helmet and the black cloth which had been used to cover his eyes were taken. But the rope that had been tortured behind the armor remained untouched. All the soldiers of Mongol had seen Nerys' swordplay, which was as magnificent as a butterfly's dance. Nerys swept her long black hair out of her face like a person waking from a dream, and looked around. And muttered, "The torture chambers of Lansvale, I'll bet Durkin's chained up near here, too. I'm sure that the Marquis of Durkin would have attended this chamber every day." He took off his helmet, revealing a bare face with old scars running down it, and Karslan said with a low laugh, "But there's no point in asking more questions, Lord Nerys. We're the ones asking the questions, not you. What happened to Lunnon and Volus?" Aldo Nerys asked, unconcerned. Ignored, Carthren's beard turned somewhat red. "All knights under the Valls will go to Nerva Tower. Ser Renau, well, his fate is in your hands, my lord. When Carthren gave the signal, two of the Black Knights standing nearby stripped off the black armor Nerys wore, the same as theirs, and chained their wrists to the edge of the huge stone platform in the middle of the room. Nerys, in only his white robe, silk shirt, and under-armor trousers, and with his wrists tormented, arrogantly scowled at the Mongol soldiers under Carthren. Good grief! It was too heavy. How can you walk around with such heavy, clunky armor? From our point of view, the armor of the Holy Knights of Paro is nothing more than a showpiece, but it's not practical at all. Carthren shot back irritably. It's a good thing we're in the middle of the Middle Plain, but try fighting the barbarians of Nosferus on the frontier with that silvery, gaunt armor and helmet. Their stone axe would tear through that armor with a single blow. We both create styles according to our needs. But once a style has emerged, it will come to influence the need. Nerys looked as if she were having a social conversation in the crystal room of the Crystal Palace, holding a glass of red, clear fire wine in her hand. There's a hint of annoyance in Carthren's brow. You may be bold, Lord Nerys, but... He waved his hands frighteningly towards the various torture devices built into the walls and floor around him. You're too young to know. Sometimes an unwanted show of courage can lead to more cruelty than is necessary. I've been thinking about it. Not caring a bit about that, Nerys said. And Carthren's neck turned black, and he seemed to be restraining himself. Why did you carry me to the Tower of Lansvale, Lord Carthren, instead of waiting for Commander Tyrant to boast of your successful capture of Aldo Nerys and praise your work in front of him? Isn't it proper for a prisoner like me to be brought before the commander of the entire army for questioning anyway? Although, I don't know much about the customs of the Mongol army, Lord Nerys. Karslan made a low, sobbing sound. It's better not to show off your intelligence too much. You never know when that confidence might be fatal. I'm in my own dungeon, in my own territory, and I'm not going to die. Nerys burst out laughing. Laughing, as if he were trying to irritate Carthren even more. From what I can tell, Lord Karslan isn't necessarily satisfied with being Commander Tyrant's handmaiden alongside Captain Burke. Of course, if you report my capture to the commander, it will put Captain Burke at a disadvantage. But after all, once you report it, your credit is over, and in the end, to the Golden Scorpion Palace in Mongol, it will be General Tyrant's achievement in short. But if Lord Karslan were to use the various items on display here to reveal to me some of the most important secrets of Paro, such as the whereabouts of the Steppe Prince, such as the secret pact with Argos, such as the secret of that mysterious ancient machine that caused the Steppe Prince and the princess to suddenly disappear, well, then I would be able to tell you. If you can find out even one of those things, you'll be able to. Perhaps Lord Kosulong won't be brave enough to go and tell the commander about it. Rather, as soon as he hears of it, he will seal the door to the dungeon where I was locked up, and immediately run back to the Golden Scorpion Palace and report it to Grand Duke Vlad in person, past General Tyrant. I don't know, Lord Karslan. I doubt it. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Carthren leapt to his feet and roared. His face was blackened and twisted in dismay at being discovered. Nerys, however, did not stop saying it, as if he enjoyed provocation and mockery. As I recall, General Tyrant is the captain of the White Guard, and Lord Karslan, as you can see, is the captain of the Black Guard. I know it's not unreasonable, but not all of the 100,000 elites in Mongol's army are of one mind. In addition, there is a subtle rivalry between the 5 major knight orders that are divided into 5 different groups, which is not easily known to the outside world. Nerys's teasing voice suddenly stopped. In a fit of panic and anger, Carthren leapt at the chained Nerys and struck him sharply on the cheek. Nerys stumbled, but the chains pulled him back, and he did not fall. He saw Carthren's concern for his men in front of him, and smiled with cut and bloodied lips. You look like a dwarf, Captain Karslan. Somebody shut him up. Karslan ranted. Give me the whip. But the more so, the more you think I will open my mouth to you on any one point. As long as I don't, you won't report my capture to Tyrant. That makes it easier for my people to move. This may be vanity, but the citizens of Kriskal. Nerys's voice trailed off again, but this time it was cut off by the whip from Carthren's hand, which thudded down on his back. "You might have thought that if you pissed me off, I'd lose sight of you and screw up," Carthren said in a subdued voice and raised his wolfskin whip again. "Remember clearly that if you offend me, it will be on your own body. The only people who know you're here are me and my confidant. I've got plenty of time. I have plenty of time to get you to tell me Paro's secret." Nerys didn't say another word. Whatever he may have been thinking inwardly, his bright black eyes hid his thoughts in an unfathomable blankness. He gritted his teeth and withstood the blows that came one after the other. "The Tower of Lansvale, none other than your city, was entrusted to me by General Tyron when the crystal fell into our hands," Carthren whispered, laying bare his rough and rugged Gorian nature. "All that is done in this place is permitted only in my name. The Holy King of Paro is now a vile head on the gate, and the old Paro, the Holy Kingdom, is no more. You were always proud of being Janus' chosen people, and always looked down upon other nations, but Janus, you know, did not perform a single miracle to save you. Lord Crystal, the noblest boy in the land, the beloved son of Saria, but now that you're chained to this tower, you're nothing but a helpless rabbit begging for my mercy. Why don't you beg for my mercy and vomit all over me before I get up the nerve to try out the various tools that Paro has devised there?" Nerys stood there with a white silk shirt on his back, streaked with some blood. When he heard this, he slowly shook his head and brushed away the hair from his face, and looked at Carthren with meditative eyes. Suddenly, a cold, mocking smile appeared on his lips. "In any case, it is useless to tell them, for the barbarians of Gora will never understand the secrets of this world, which only the people of Paro know." Nerys said nothing. He closed his eyes, as if to say, "I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore." Carslan's breath caught in his throat. But then, as if he'd suddenly realized something. "The secrets of this world? What are you talking about, besides? That damn ancient machine, does Paro still have some secret weapon?" Nerys won't move an eyebrow. Carthren frowned, staring at the slender figure of Nerys. Beneath his narrow forehead and sun-browned, sallow face, strange suspicions, hesitations, and suspicions seemed to be struggling. But then Carslan's eyes suddenly widened. "Tie him to that pulley platform over there," Carthren commanded wildly. "Come on, Dallas." The door, made of heavy stone and fitted with a small window with a single iron grating at the top, creaked open heavily. The inside is dark, but surprisingly spacious, with simple beds and chairs in the corners. Two black infantrymen, who had not uttered a single word, carried something into the room as lightly as if they were handling a burlap sack, and placed it on the bed. There was no sign of life in the room until the high-pitched sound of the lock on the door and the sound of clattering feet disappeared. But then, suddenly, in the opposite corner of the quiet room, there was a sign of someone who had risen. It rushed towards the newcomer who had been brought in, who was lying on the bed, white as night, and then, in a low voice, put his hand on his body and shook him. Although Nerys let out a faint moan, opened his eyes and made an effort to see his roommate. But immediately, Nerys gave a cry of surprise. "Durkan! Dalkan! Lord Nerys, it's Lord Nerys, after all. This isn't one of their little tricks, is it?" "No, it's not. It's me." When the Marquis of Durkan, one of the 12 marquises of the Holy Knights like Rena and Darvars, and the fiercest and bravest general of Paro, saw that it was his undoubted lord, he took a pitcher of water from in front of the wall, poured it into Nerys's chapped lips, and leaned against the wall for comfort. He poured water into Nerys' cracked lips and leaned her against the wall for comfort. "This is horrifying." Nerys was quite weak, but his energy had not weakened in the least. He smiled faintly and turned his eyes to look at the face of his friend whom he had not seen for a long time. "I was surprised and despairing myself. Now that the Duke is in Mongol's hands, it seems that Paro has finally reached the end of his rope. They've taken Rena and Volus. They're watching Lord Gith. The only thing I can ask of you now is—" He was about to say that Linus and Valerius were the only ones, but Nerys suddenly changed his mind. So it's just King Argos and his cousin Beck under him, huh? I told him. Lord. You've been hit hard. Catherine, I presume, Durkin said. In his voice there was a deep and intense anger. How are you, Durkin? You look better than I expected. The first month or two, I had a little trouble. Durkin laughed. After that, they'll be busy and won't call on you so often. But as a mere warlord, I don't know what they want to hear. I only hope they don't forget me and turn me into a skeleton in this dungeon. Not many of the living dignitaries of Paro even know that Sir is trapped, Nerys said thoughtfully. If you talk too long, it hurts your wounded heart. If you're not careful, there's a good chance you'll end up as a mummy even after you've retrieved Paro, still tied up as if you were already dead. Nerys and Durkin began to laugh together, as if it were a very funny joke. But immediately, Nerys coughed and moaned violently. Master Nerys, Master Nerys. The Marquis of the Holy Knight was frightened and wanted to rub Nerys's back, but when he saw the countless whip marks running across her back, he withdrew his hand in a panic and muttered a curse while supporting Nerys's shoulders. Cursed be Yarn 1,000 times for allowing such tyranny to befall Mongol. If only Lord Nerys were safe, that's all I prayed to Janus day and night. Durkin. Nerys whimpered, feigning a groan as he folded under the torture. Pretend to take care of me and put your ear to my mouth. My Lord Nerys, are you in pain? At least have a drink or two. Instantly, Durkin responded. Nerys spoke quickly to Durkin, who looked at him closely as if he were holding his head and caring for it. It's a trap. They put me in the same room as you. I'm sure there's a conduit in here. I'm sure Carsland's got his filthy ear to the end of that tube right now, hoping we'll talk about the crystal situation, the people in hiding, our hopes for rescue, and hopefully the whereabouts of the pearls. Let's go behind their backs. One thing I'll do to piss him off. You'll thank me for giving you a good beating. If you can sleep a little, you'll be a little more comfortable, Durkin said, as if he hadn't heard anything. Nerys shook it off, her voice loud. No, but I can't let that happen. I left the house where I'd been hiding to come here alone, but in fact I'd already made arrangements for a secret. Now that I'm here, they'll be desperate to find me. It's fortunate that Durkin is here, to reassure you, Durkin. You'll be out of here soon enough anyway. I mean, Master Nerys. Durkin, come closer, Nerys said with an air of insolence. He said it in a slightly hushed voice. The truth is, I have someone on the inside. My God. Inside the Mongol army, sir. Oh, and a remarkable man, too. He promised to subdue the Mongol forces stationed at the Crystal and open the gates of the Crystal upon the arrival of the Argos army, on the condition that he would be received as the venerable Duke of Paro upon the recapture of Paro. Under his protection, I was about to return to the Crystal Palace to become the new king of Paro, when I was captured. Who, then, is this fearless traitor? Don't be afraid to ask, Durkin. Nerys was just. Burgundy. Ha! He knew it was a complete lie, but he was caught off guard, and Durkin let out a cry. Well, no way. Unlike Catherine and the others, Burke can see the future. The Black Prince of Argos, Scar, and my cousin, Beck, are steadily approaching the border of Paro across the steppes with 100,000 troops, while the barbarian tribe of Shem of the Nosferous Desert is threatening the border of Mongol, and the other two dukes of the three Gorgas, Kumu and Eulania, who are not pleased with the recent invasion of Paro, are also trying to contain Mongol at Paro's request. I wonder if Catherine is a small thing, just a fool. No wonder General Tyron thinks so little of him. He doesn't know anything about modern politics or strategy. He's a thick-headed man of violence. How did he get to be captain of the Black Guard? Unable to contain himself, Nerys stopped speaking and began to chuckle. Durkin also laughed aloud. Durkin. Put your ear to I think it's the right side of the door, about a tar from the bottom, Nerys said in a low voice again. Durkin does as he's told. It's very quiet, sir. I see. Then I guess you've stopped listening. Well, that was fun. You're still the same, Lord Nerys. Durkin chuckled. I wonder what he'll do, Blackbeard. If you were to instantly change your mind and go to General Tyron and tell him that the Burke was suspicious, nothing would be stranger. Nerys sat back comfortably, and in the gloom seemed to try to look beyond the wall with a cruel smile on his face. If he's even a little bit cautious, he'll realize that it's a Shikiri ward and tuck it away in his chest, but it'll still make his chest boil. A simple warrior-type man like Carthrin is no match for Lord Nerys. Durkin laughed as if he had been imprisoned for a long time. But then he stopped laughing. But be that as it may, Lord Nerys really needs to rest a little. He's not a strong man to begin with, and even a strong man like a demon god has suffered noises. Come, I'll lay out the furs for you, Durkin. Nerys muttered lowly as she was awakened by Durkin's sturdy arms. I wonder where and how those Linda is. Remus. Once you know that, there's nothing for Paro to be afraid of. It was an exchange made in a really low voice, and probably could not have been heard even if the legendary long-eared god Eglek had put his ear to the microphone. Nerys lay limp in Durkin's arms and closed her eyes. In the dim light, her beautiful white face sank into gloom for the first time, as if she were pondering the fate of her missing cousins, who were, in fact, her cousins' children. There was no way for the prisoners to know how many or even how many Zong had passed since then. For a while Nerys seemed to be aching, turning and moaning in his sleep, but then he fell into a muddy sleep, his face pale with sleep. Durkin, like a knight guarding a sleeping princess, crouched beside her, his eyes wide open in the darkness, pondering something. I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly, with frightening speed, the door of the prison was opened and the yellow Cantera light poured in with a glare that dazzled eyes accustomed to the darkness. Durkin braced himself. At the entrance stood a number of monstrous black-armored figures. As soon as the group stepped forward, the large man at the head of the group, not paying attention to Durkin, strode toward the bed and, with his momentum, grabbed the collar of the sleeping Nerys and pulled him up. Oh! Durkin screamed more than Nerys. Nerys opens his eyes limp. And then. You devil, you son of a doll. The one who hurled a torrent of curse words at him was Cothrong, whose face was redder than a ripe vatch of fruit, and who finally took on the appearance of an evil demon. What's that noise? Nerys says it's a pain in the ass. While others sleep. No, shut up, you devil, you set me up. Carthrin choked with rage. You must have the doll on your back. How dare you humiliate me by accusing me of being an informant? You put me to shame. You two-faced, womanizing, two-faced bastard. What the hell are you talking about? Nerys barely managed to keep from bursting out. When did I falsely accuse the Burg of? Yeah, shut up, shut up, shut up. Carthrin grabbed Nerys by the slender shoulders and shook her furiously, as if she were a bear swinging a deer. You knew everything. I've heard rumors that all the royalty of the Holy Family of Paro are wizards, but I didn't think of that from the start. I don't believe a word you're saying anymore. And now that you've pulled this little stunt, I'll have plenty of time to remind you not to play dumb. Otherwise, it won't heal my heart anyhow. I was even tempted to pretend you were dead, kill you, and turn your head in to Director Tyron. Nerys was cautious and didn't say anything. Take him upstairs. Take him upstairs to the torture chamber. Karslan commands with a vicious and brutal satisfaction. The expressionless, machine-like Mongol soldier approached silently, put both of Nerys' arms behind his back, put a hand chain on him, and then took his arms from both sides and made him stand. Nerys staggered as he tried to stand up. I will make you unable to utter a single word of strength or even to plead in a muffled voice. I'll make you so desperate for God's merciful death that you'll wonder why he hasn't stopped breathing yet. Come, Aldo Nerys. Karslan cocked his chin. Durkin had been hiding in the back of the room, trying to keep a low profile, but he couldn't help himself and tried to jump forward. But before he could say anything, Nerys, who had turned around with her hands tied behind her back, quickly stopped him with a look. Master Nerys. Durkin gazed at Nerys with an inarticulate cry in his eyes. Nerys smiled faintly under his eyes, as if to say, don't worry. At that moment, his body was pulled up from both sides, and a heavy and pitiless stone door shut between the master and servant. His footsteps echoed heavily as he slowly moved away. Durkin, his candle burned out, huddled in the cool darkness, patiently enduring the long, mind-numbing wait filled with anxiety, concern, and anger. And again, it was the basement of Lansvale Tower. Faint, human moans, and the smell of blood in the nose, slightly disturbed the grim, overwhelming silence characteristic of such a horrible place. Like dolls, the soldiers of Mongol stood motionless and expressionless. Covered by their cheeks and headgear, they seemed not to be moved even slightly by the horrors unfolding before them, not even by the treatment of their noses. Alone, white and defenseless against the black, ominous wall, Neris was hanging from a spike. The shackles attached to the end of the rope with a pulley have sharp rivets that bind his ankles. Her wrists, which were slouched to the floor, had large iron balls attached to them to increase their weight, and her long hair flowed down over them like black seaweed. Due to the beating he received before being attached to it, Neris' upper body was almost completely covered in blood, and blood was already dripping from his mouth and nose due to the flow of blood. Carthrin, his arms crossed over his chest, cast a satisfied and sordid gaze upon the sacrifice. Commander Tyron's strict order to capture him alive is now in effect, but if it were not for that, he would seem to be secretly lost, thinking that no one would ever know if he was condemned to death. Neris's eyes were closed, and his pale face was now beginning to turn an unusual shade of red. Neris made a feeble squirm, and a froth of fresh red blood spilled from his mouth. Carthrin cast a fascinated gaze on the upside-down head, which was dripping with blood. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he stepped forward, bent down, stretched out his hand, grasped the hair of the sacrifice, and put his face to it. "How's that, Neris?" Whispering in a hoarse, slightly muffled voice. "Shouldn't you say everything to make yourself feel better?" "No, it doesn't have to be everything. Just one, yes, just one. The fate of the Paro twins, the secret pact with King Argos, the whereabouts and faces of the main rebels lurking in the Crystal City, and that machine. What I want to know more than anything is about that machine. Tell me that one thing and I won't have to tell you anything else. If you tell me that, I'll immediately put my hand around it and secretly let only you, me, and my confidant into the mysterious room on the bottom floor of Janus Tower. All you have to do is teach me how to use that machine. Don't say I don't know. The heir to the throne of Paro will be secretly given all of Paro's mysterious powers at his coming-of-age ceremony. That's all I need. Just one word of my help and you won't have to suffer like this. You'll be dead in less than 2 days if you let it go on like this, and I'm not sure Lord Crystal deserves to die so miserably. First, to you, that machine is just one of Paro's many secret powers. You might as well give one of them away to us first. The machine has limited use as it is now. I've thought about it. If we could improve it somehow and build something bigger, something that could send an entire army to wherever we wanted in an instant, if such black magic were possible. If such black magic were possible, the country would have an amazing power. For that, you must first reveal the secret to me, not to Lord Commander Tyron or the Grand Duke. I'm not going to be just another Black Knight captain forever, Neris. It is not clear how much Neris heard and understood Carthrin's low voice, whispering insistently to her. A faint, uncontrollable moan escaped from Neris' mouth. But it was already feeble. Lord Neris. In frustration, Carthrin tugged furiously at Neris's hair. A red thread drips from Neris's lips. That's when it happened. Captain. Sir. A Black Knight came rushing into the cellar. What's with all the noise? It's bad news. At this moment, at the entrance to Lansvale Tower, Commander-in-Chief Tyron, what the hell? Karslan barked. Director Tyron sent you. No, that's the thing. What the? Say it now. Long, Secretary of State's arrival at the... What? Karslan's pale face immediately turned pale. Secretary of State. Why are you doing this? What the hell do you want? You'd better ask me that, Carthrin. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Carslan stiffen in surprise. Ta, Commander-in-Chief Tyron. Like a frog, it breathes through its mouth and turns around as if it is afraid to look back, as if it is turning around endlessly and lazily. There stood a group of people clad in shining pure white armor that made this dimly lit dungeon, and the group of black-clad demon-like people who hung around there look even more gruesome than they already were. One of the white knights grabbed the gatekeeper of the tower by the neck. At the head of the group stood a tall man with a hawk-like face who stood out conspicuously. He had a grim, nervous look, a fierce, angry look in his eyes. He was Count Tyron, captain of the White Knights and commander of the Crystal Occupation Army. I've taken the liberty of letting you pass, Carslan, Director Tyron said brusquely. His eyes scanned the bloody torture chamber with disgust, and then they stopped on the victim, who was hanging limply with his eyes closed. Carthrin. Chief Tyron's voice was full of a caustic rage that would have made even a more daring one than Carthrin nod his head involuntarily. What the hell is this? I demand an explanation. An explanation, if you call it an explanation. You know that I have sent many messages to Lord Naeris to return to his rightful place, the Crystal Palace, as soon as possible and in safety. Knowing this, you imprisoned him and never reported to me that he was in your custody, an act of treason against me and betrayal to Mongol. Is that correct, Captain Carthrin? As soon as the Black Knights flooded the basement, tension visibly filled the air. They quickly dispersed to the left and right of Carthrin with a silent determination to protect their masters, even if it meant putting their hands on their commander. And immediately, the White Knights behind Director Tyron put their hands on their swords. Oh, no. As expected, however, Carslan immediately realized the disadvantage of the situation and immediately set out to recover the situation. I can't begin to apologize to you for the trouble I've caused you. It was Carslan's mistake to create a situation that could have been misunderstood. Misunderstanding. Before you can shout out anything, Carthrin quickly draws his sword. Everyone froze. But Carthrin held the tip of his sword to his chest with his hand outstretched, and held out the hilt to the other man, as he took the oath of Mongol. It is the most sacred oath of allegiance of a Mongol knight, as a sign of his willingness to kill himself by pressing the hilt now, if he will. Visibly, the tension in the room eased. And look. Then allow me to explain. Actually, I misunderstood your orders somewhat, Carslan said hurriedly. Misunderstanding. Yes, I misunderstood. Your Excellency ordered me to capture Lord Aldo Naeris alive, but not in one piece, as I recall, so of course I had no intention of letting him die. However, since I was able to capture the Duke fortuitously, the city's security is under my jurisdiction, and if I can find out the whereabouts of the rebels from the Duke, I will be able to protect the city's security and keep the Commissioner safe. If I can find out the whereabouts of the rebels from him, it will be easier for me to protect the city and ensure the safety of the Secretary of State. Tyron has tightened his grip. It was clear to anyone who looked at them that the nervous and stern captain of the White Knight and the rough and ambitious captain of the Black Knight disliked each other, one with contempt and disgust, the other with only envy and resentment. But Director Tyron managed to restrain himself. I see. So you misunderstood my orders and did this out of a sense of duty, Tyron said, trying hard to hold back his anger. Then I must have given the wrong orders. But Burke is quite displeased by your thoughtless accusation. You'll apologize to him later. As for me, I would not want my two captains, who should be my hands and feet, to fall out over something like this. I'm sure he will apologize. For crying out loud, Carslan. That's what the bastard and Burke told him. Secretly, I confessed. When I slipped out that I knew of your treachery, that my betrayer had told me, you deduced, in light of my recent actions, that I was secretly hunting Aldo Naeris. You deduced that I was secretly hunting Aldo Naeris. You'll remember this. And he never seemed to think twice about it. But it's still a terrible thing to do. Somebody, die, Bolin, help the Lord quickly and treat him. Chief Tyron shouted in panic. Immediately, the pulleys are unrolled and the bloody body of Naeris is handed over without manacles and shackles. In response, not caring that his gleaming white armor would be stained, Director Tyron picked himself up and tried to wipe away the blood that stained Neris's face. You've suffered a terrible thing. At any rate, I must beg your pardon, it was a misunderstanding, Your Highness. Originally, we had no intention of harming Your Highness at all. Neris let out a faint moan and jerked away. Oh, did you notice? Water. Water. Quickly, Tyron ranted. As he watched, Karslan frowned and fought against the strange suspicion that was rising in his mind. What's he up to? He's being too coy. What is he up to? Your Highness, Your Highness. Tyron pours a handful of water, spiked with wine, into Neris's pallid lips. Finally, Neris opened her eyes weakly. But there was no expression in his eyes that showed he recognized Tyron. He had managed to wipe away the blood, shake off his disheveled hair. And with the help of alcohol, some of the raw color had finally returned to his face, but he was still so badly disfigured that he looked as if he could not even raise himself. This is not good. Boland, send a messenger to the Crystal Palace with a stretcher. And a pelt to wrap your body in. And as I said before, is the public chamber ready? Send the court physician to treat him as soon as possible, and get the maids and maidservants ready. What are you doing? Your Highness looks distressed. You're a doll. Carthren snorted. He knew that the more Tyron ranted and raved about Neris, the more he would lose his position as the one who had tormented her. I'll never forget this. Carthren's eyes on his boss, and on the pale face of Neris, were filled with the poison of simmering anger and deep-seated envy. Eventually a large stretcher was brought in. Neris was wrapped in furs, given painkillers for the time being, and put on the stretcher. Don't worry about anything else. Your Highness will be welcomed as a guest of Mongol, so please do not hesitate to ask for anything, Tyron said loudly as he stared at Carthren. The group left Lansvale Tower, leaving behind Karslan's bearded face as he chewed on his lip. All this time, Neris was still insane from the torture he had suffered. He was still half dreaming about where he had been taken and where he had been gently given. Tyron saw this and said bitterly. Carthren, you fool. I swore. All right, Zamasu. You must take care of whatever you need and get yourself back to health as soon as possible. If you don't, you'll never make it in time. He's a short-tempered man. Put all your energy into healing the wound. Good. Yes, sir. You sound like a doctor. At any rate, there is nothing we can do for you except to sleep as much as possible for the next day or two and regain your strength. Then let them. Anyway, there's no need to worry about him escaping when he's this weak. I'm glad to hear that. Seeing that Neris seemed to have fallen asleep, the people left quietly. For a moment longer, just in case, Neris lay still, breathing heavily. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The black, cold, unfathomable eyes, which seemed to have disappeared from the unidentifiable appearance of a moment ago, are filled with a seamless light. Surrounded by the most opulent and luxurious bedrooms. It's in the Crystal Palace, near the Pearl Tower. My own castle, familiar to me. I had an idea right away. Neris peeled back the covers and slipped out noiselessly. He felt lightheaded, but gritted his teeth and fought back the pain as he quietly checked the windows and doors on all sides. They were all locked from the outside. You're a good prisoner, Neris muttered, her lips twisting in a huff. But the rivalry between the white and black knights of Mongol, that's something we can use to our advantage. I'm sure the other Burke is also a white knight that Karslan could be useful. Anyway, let's just wait and see what they do for a while. In any case, whatever method they use to get me into the Crystal Palace, my home, they've already lost. Only I and my cousins know every inch of this palace. Neris returned to her bed and slipped into the luxurious feather bed. He thought he would save his strength anyway. Immediately, a peaceful sleep began to escape from the mouth of this bold prince. Mr. Neris. Mr. Aldo Neris, may I be excused? From outside the door, he heard the voice of a small man who seemed to be escorting a visitor. Although Neris carefully hid the letter he was about to write. "Come in," I called out to him quietly. The peasant who came in was a Mongol. It had been 3 days since he had been ordered to take charge of Neris, but no matter how many times he saw her, he could not seem to get used to her radiant beauty, and when he met her gaze, his cheeks flushed. She must be only 14 or 15. He was a slender boy with a pretty face. "Commander-in-Chief, General Tyron would like to see you, Lord Neris. Please come through. And 2 cups of fire wine. A little water." "Yes, sir." Instead of the boy withdrawing, a tall, nervous-looking Director Tyron entered the room. He is dressed in the white formal dress of the Mongol army. A man who looks like his second-in-command comes in from behind him. "That's very polite of you, General," Aldo Neris said sarcastically, brushing back his hair. "I'm your prisoner. Don't ask me to show you the way, just go on your way." "Neris is not a prisoner of war. I've told you that many times," Tyron said. "I'd like you to meet. This is my second-in-command, Naren." Naren looked at Neris and frowned somehow. Neris was so beautiful in his loose-fitting white loungewear and black velvet trousers that it was easy to forget that he was a man, a brave warrior, and a master of the sword. "How are you feeling? And are you experiencing any inconveniences?" A peasant brought 3 silver glasses filled with wine. They each took a cup from the other. "For the peace and prosperity of Paro." Tyron will raise the cup. "May God reward Mongol for his kindness." Neris responded with a hint of sarcasm. "I'm feeling much better. So is this place." Neris looked into the room, which was tastefully, elegantly, and extravagantly decorated. The bedding and rugs were all of the finest quality, flowers and fruit were plentiful, there were many servants and maidservants, all of them Mongolese, and the doors and windows were locked from the outside and guarded at all times. "I'd say it's comfortable. The only problem is that it's a bit boring. Carthrin has been severely reprimanded for his public disrespect," Tyron said. "That's the blackguards and they're not Taurus-born. He's rude and violent. Please don't let His Highness think of him as the epitome of a Mongol warrior and look down on him as a savage, uncouth country bumpkin who only knows how to pick up a sword and ride a horse. I believe Tyron was born in Taurus." Smartly, Neris said. Tyron's cheeks flushed. "Yes. I'd love to have you come to Taurus. It's a beautiful place. The Taurus court is not the provincial village you Paro nobles despise. Recently, masters from all over the world have come here to beautify the buildings and the people. When I entered the Crystal City, I was surprised to see many beautiful men, women and works of art that surpassed my expectations. I've heard that rumor myself. Princess Amneris, son of Archduke Vlad the Impaler and Lord General of Mongol, is said to be the most beautiful woman in Mongol." Aldo Neris said casually and laughed inwardly as the 2 dignitaries involuntarily revealed their innermost thoughts. Of course, speaking of Amneris, at the time of the recent unfortunate incident, he himself rode a white horse to the front of the White Knight Corps, and I saw his appearance, but it was in the midst of war, and the princess had to take off her headgear, and I, too, was in the midst of that confusion, so I cannot say that I was honored with an audience. I can't say I've had the honor of an audience. I would like to see the flower of the Mongol beauty, which is different from the gentle doll beauty of Paro. It's... Nellen reflexively tried to intervene, but Tyron, who knew how to play games and carry on a winding social conversation, stopped him in a panic. "She is a dignified princess, like a Moria flower. But then, Princess Linda of Paros 2 Pearls, who is unfortunately still missing, is also a very beautiful woman." "What, it's just a child," Neris said curtly. "But when you grow up, you'll be beautiful, and the crystal will bloom again." "I'm not so sure about that. A girl's face can change." No. Every word was a probing conversation, with a secret meaning behind it. It was easy for Neris, but not long after, Tyron, a Mongol, seemed to have given up first. "By the way, Your Highness, Neris." I drained my glass and changed the subject. "I'm only Neris. I'm only Lord Crystal for now. Not a prince." No, he's the heir to the throne. Tyron smiled. Although I told your highness that you would be my guest at Mongol, I did not offer you any hospitality of the kind, even though your health was not well. So, I have been feeling very sorry for you. No, no. I'm sorry you have to be so polite. I'm a general of a defeated nation. What are you saying? There may have been a few unfortunate incidents in the past, but they are past now. Now, I think it would be better for the two countries if Mongol helps Paro and, in return, Paro helps Mongol in a way that Mongol cannot. Both countries, you say, General Tyron. Then Paro is still on this earth. Neris's gentle voice was filled with bitter irony. Tyron's face turned red, but he restrained himself. Thank you, you're a hard man to please, Mr. Neris. By the way, on that subject, I've always wanted to throw a grand banquet to commemorate having Neris as a guest of my army. He boiled the water in the pot and then went to catch the rabbit. Neris muttered to himself. At Gaisa's mansion, I heard from a secret messenger that the occupying forces of Paro had prepared a great feast for each guild. Renal was suspicious, but Neris had a rough idea of the reason and the purpose of the concealment. That's great. Then, just now, a courier from faraway Taurus has arrived, and to my surprise, His Highness Amneris, Our Lady, who you mentioned earlier, has already left Taurus herself in order to pacify the unrest of the Paro people and to show that she has no ill will towards Mongol. He has already left Taurus and will soon enter the crystal. If this is a good opportunity, we would like to hold a feast so grand that it will be recorded in the annals of history, to resolve the misunderstanding between Paro and Mongol, to deepen the relationship between the two countries, and to light a bright light again in the city of Crystal, which tends to be dark these days. Neris smiled lustily. Tyron and Naren would never have been able to see the venom of thorn and irony hidden in that smile. I'm honored to be invited, Neris said, still smiling, and opened her hands loosely. But, as you can see, I'm a clothed sparrow, and I'm under your care for everything. Oh, no, don't you ever worry about that, Tyron said in a panic. He was already struggling to hide his delight at Neris's easy acceptance to attend the banquet. Of course, we've done everything ourselves, and, Your Highness, lest we be mocked as Taurus riffraff, we've put our heads together and come up with a few ideas of our own. Well, that's, like, what? Neris asked with a look of interest on his face. Such childish trickery may be nothing unusual for the ladies and gentlemen of the Crystal Palace at a masquerade ball. Well, that's interesting. I'm not grateful if you say so, even if it's a lie, Tyron said. I'd like you to be my guest of honor at the feast, and I'd like you to meet my lady. I trust you will attend. By all means. I'm sorry. Tyron was no longer trying to hide his relief. He had a big smile on his face. He must have been afraid that Neris would bend his whip and refuse to attend. I can't let him do what he says by chastising him. Then we will choose an auspicious day for the feast, 3 or 4 days hence. Until then, if you have any inconvenience, please let us know. After Tyron had left with Naren with a smile on his face, a strange bitterness appeared on Neris' beautiful face, as if she had eaten something bad. I knew it. They'll make me the son-in-law of Lady Mongol and make Paro and Mongol related to each other to appease the Paro people and take over Paro legitimately and bloodlessly. And to hold the Paro nation legitimately and bloodlessly. I thought that was how he wanted to keep me alive. Neris twisted his lips and gulped down the rest of his drink. Since you're inviting me, the Lord Crystal, the owner of the Crystal Palace, to the feast of the Crystal Palace, would you like to attend? Neris strained the slender hand that held the silver cup, as if he wanted to grab it and crush it. Mongol. His handsome face is twisted by a passion that he rarely shows. But, Master, did you call for me? When a small farmer who had rushed to the house, thinking he had heard a voice, came into the room, his expression had returned to a calm one, as if he had been lying. No, Simon. Bring me another drink. This time, don't water it down. Yes, sir. The fire of dark, unquenchable rage burned fiercely in Neris's eyes as he watched the boy hurry away. The news of the great feast seemed to spread quickly throughout the Crystal Palace. Immediately, This beautiful court, huge and magnificent, comparable even to a small city, was suddenly full of vitality and enthusiasm. It had seemed, since Mongol's occupation, to have died out under the monstrous knights of Mongol, who strode selfishly through the beautiful glass corridors, but it was now clear that this was not the case. If the three great duchies of Aurra, consisting of Mongol, Kumu and Ulania, are regarded as the country of war, swords and valor, the pride of the ancient Paro, the jewel of the Central Plains, is in the new flowers of literature. The inhabitants are proud of their lace, their silk, their velvet, their jewels, their carvings, their food, their wine, their perfumes, their music, their poetry, all of which are not the best in the world, and of which there is not a single thing in the world that cannot be obtained in Paro. Under the order of Commissioner Tyron, who had no interest in money, hundreds of cars were brought in, one after the other, with the finest, most elaborate, and most extravagant luxury goods. Countless twills, niches, gold, silver, and jewels were brought in abundance, and the Crystal Palace was completely redecorated. The bloodstains of wars past, the scratches on the pillars, the spur marks on the chairs and corridors, were all wiped away, polished and scrubbed so as to leave no trace of them. The headquarters of the occupying forces in Mongol, who had no confidence in me and my discerning eye, which was often mocked as a country bumpkin of Gola, did not give any instructions on the design of such decorations. It was all left to Paro's noble and extremely refined taste. The vast Crystal Palace was in a flurry of activity. Night after night, thousands and tens of thousands of people changed the carpets, replaced the curtains, and brought in new sculptures. Everything was polished, renewed and cleansed. Meanwhile, in the huge kitchen, all the famous cooks of the Crystal, along with their assistants, were packed in, and all day long, they were boiling, baking and cutting, their bodies and minds overwhelmed. The finest ingredients and flavors were brought in one after another. Thousands of dishes had to be prepared, large black pigs had to be brushed, bellies had to be gutted and stuffed, fried foods had to be ready for frying, soups had to be made, sweets had to be prepared, and long simmers had to be prepared. Drinking staffs checked thousands of barrels of liquor for deterioration, cleaned glasses and made cocktails. The Crystal Hall, which could hold 10,000 people, and the antechambers that followed it in the Crystal Palace were to be the main stage for the feast, but there were other rooms where food and drink had to be prepared, and there were knights of Mongol who were not high enough in rank to attend the banquet. And for the knights of Mongol and the merchants of Paro, who are not of such high rank as to attend the banquet, he must prepare a lower banquet in the garden. The food was simple enough, though, with Paro's skill, it would have seemed a breathtaking extravagance to the eyes of a foreigner, and the wine was not the best. It would have been better if it had been the best, but instead we had to prepare enough for at least 50,000 people. And the dressmakers were going crazy trying to meet the demands of all the invited nobles, noblewomen, princesses, generals, and other people. Hundreds and thousands of scissors were constantly cutting the cloth, needles were knitting, and ornaments were being sewn. There was not a princess who did not wish to be the queen of the day, and to attract attention, by dressing in the best manner at such a great feast, and it was a general belief in Paro that the men should at all times match the women in dress. All sorts of requests and orders were made and money pinched, which drove the tailors half mad. Everywhere in the Crystal Palace there were people running around, shouting, and clutching their heads. By the day before the feast, the chaos had become so out of control that it seemed as if everything would not be prepared in time. Hundreds of carts were loaded with flowers, from buds to fully bloomed ones, including Moria, Lunaria, Valia, Amneria, Rosalia, and all kinds of other flowers. They created an acrid fragrance that filled the entire court. The flowers were arranged, the glasses were set out, and the maids, and waiters were under strict orders. They were dressed in the first-class formal attire, cleaned up, and lined up in nervous anticipation of the big day. In the evening, the musicians arrived, and a place was made for them. There was always more to do, and it seemed as if it would never end. The person in charge of the banquet was in agony to the point of peeling off his head, and was plagued by a horrible nightmare in which he could not prepare in time, and had to wait for the ladies to arrive one after another, and everything was in a mess. But finally, everything was ready. All the preparations for the banquet had been made without omission. The center of the Crystal Palace, where people had been running around in a state of excitement, became quiet. The corridors and rooms were cleaned without a speck of dust, and not a single flower, not a single fold of the curtain, was twisted or disordered. Plates, glasses, and cloths were piled up on small and large tables placed here and there, and all that was needed was a steamy feast to be served. The musicians rehearsed all night in their assigned rooms, and the butlers and cooks would suddenly escape from their beds at midnight in a panic, fearing that they were missing this or that. Perhaps many of those involved in the feast did not sleep well that night. Some were too anxious, others too expectant. The princesses of the crystal spent the night, scolded by their nannies, trying on the new clothes that had just arrived and posing in front of the mirror. The princesses and the noblemen, who had not yet received their new costumes from the tailor, were so frustrated that their heads began to ache, and they were chided by their parents for trying to ride their horses too fast every third day. They must have suspected that this night would never end, for they were tired of waiting, and their hearts were filled with excitement. But at last the morning of the feast day dawned. As soon as the sun rose, a great trumpet was blown and all the gates of the court were flung open. There was not a single person in all of Paro who did not know what it meant, what this day would be like. All the people behind the scenes were running around with their sleep-deprived eyes shining brightly, as if the lid of hell had been lifted and they were preparing for the last moment. On the outside, however, everything was so still and empty that one might have been led to believe that everything was already over at a glance. All the rooms and gardens were still asleep, awaiting the great and splendid show that would soon unfold there. At noon, the invited guests should appear in the Crystal Hall one after another. As is customary at such banquets, the guests must appear in order of rank, holding a drink in their hands and greeting the characters, who are gradually becoming larger and more flamboyant. Then, the banquet continues, and at the moment when the sun sets and all the lights are lit, the guest of honor of the day appears. The banquet reaches its peak, and continues until the next morning, and even the next day. When shall we dress her? So although Neris was still sound asleep when Simon went into the darkened bedroom and asked him fearfully, "Have the bathroom ready after lunch? Then you can brush your hair while we eat, and then you'll be all set." "Yes, sir." Hearing Aldo Neris's sleepy instructions, Simon withdrew in a panic. While he was changing, he saw that the mask and costume had already been made to the exact measurements for Neris, as Director Tyron had specifically ordered. Simon was fascinated by the luster of the silk. He could not wait for Neris to wear it. At noon, the first to appear were 50 officers of the Imperial Guard in full dress and 100 court ladies. The officers, carrying short carved swords, wearing gold and silver ribbons on the chest of their pure white, spotless Paro regular army uniforms, and fluttering short scarlet capes from their shoulders, came down the grand staircase and lined up on both sides of the main gate of the Crystal Palace to greet the guests. Behind them, disguised as spirits of the Moria flowers, wearing red and silver masks covering only their eyes, and wearing red and clear togas and Moria flowers in their hair, lined up. In the garden that stretched between the Crystal Hall and the Green Crystal Hall on the right, as soon as the gates opened at noon, the captains and above of the troops of Mongol, the big merchants of the guilds of Paro, and the invited poets, beautiful women and artists were already pouring in one after another. The aristocrats, on the other hand, did not show up so early, for it was a sign of their low rank. From the garden, they could see the Crystal Hall, which was built on a higher level behind a hedge, and they could also see from the balcony the great hall of the Crystal Room, which was the formal stage for the banquet. They looked up eagerly, waiting for the interesting spectacle to begin. When it was well after noon, the first guests finally showed up. They were noblemen of a very low rank. They were greeted by the gloomy silence of the spectators. After them came a company of their wives and daughters, in the guise of Illyria, the spirit of the air. And this one was better treated than they. Quasi-barons, provincial governors, knights-in-chief, and others left their carriages one after another and climbed up the grand glass staircase of the Crystal Palace. When they stepped on it, it emitted a rainbow of colors and a beautiful sound like a bell. Next, a group of mages appeared, each dressed as a god. Ariel, Master Logan. They were greeted by their supporters by name. But when they entered the crystal room, they sat in a group in a corner, huddled together like a black cloud of foreboding. By the time the chiefs of the great guilds, the great merchants Lantern, Junas, Grow, and others, who had the titles of nobility even though they were townsmen, appeared one after another, the place was at last beginning to show the vigor of a banquet. The master of ceremonies was now standing at the bottom of the stairs, shouting incessantly to announce the arrival of the guests. The amount of applause and shouting from the people in the garden inevitably made it known to the whole world that the nobleman was popular with the people and that he was despised by them. The people knew the popularity of Mongols. The people never applauded the captains of Mongols. Instead, as if to show them, the knights of Mongol standing among the people shouted, "Mongol! Mongol!" as a show. The arrival of this astonishing band of black, white, red, blue and yellow men made the people swoon. At the top of the stairs, they all took off their masks, which resembled headgear, and it was revealed that they were the masks of Viscountess Dennis, a famous woman of pleasure, dressed in the armor of Mongol. People rejoiced to see her and her maids of honor take off their headgear, but it did not do much to endear them to this funny woman. The lady made a plaything. Then the hidden thread was pulled, and suddenly the five-colored armor was replaced by that of a silvery, crystal nymph. The Mongol soldiers were inwardly angry at this insinuation, but the people were so enthusiastic that they continued to applaud even after Madame Dennis's party, elated by their success, had disappeared in a dance-like gait. But it suddenly stopped all of a sudden. Lord Carthrin, captain of the Black Knights of Mongol, for the voice of the master of ceremonies shouted. The people watched with hatred and secret guffaws as the chief of security, accompanied by his second-in-command, ascended the stairs, mindful of his awkward fire dragon costume. To the refined senses of the people of Paro, it was an utterly ridiculous thing for Carthrin, who, however hateful an enemy he was a very high-ranking person on the side of the invitees to this feast, to show up so early. Carthrin, not knowing in his dreams that he was being laughed at all, walked to the back of the room, sat down on a chair, and began to drink heavily, making himself uncomfortable. At last, the guests had begun to turn into quite high-ranking and famous people. The day was beginning to fade to purple. Not to be outdone, the head of all the guilds, Serbanus, a man of noble birth but a townsman, appeared in the guild's guise as the god of commerce, to great applause and cheers. Serbanus took off his large mask, revealing a crisp and decisive face not unlike that of a merchant, and was again applauded. Behind him, his wife and daughters followed. Viscount Aurelius Debbie Aurelius Alma. The twin siblings appeared in disguise as the siblings of the lovely pigeon cuckoo. They were always popular with the people. Mr. and Mrs. Secretary Ryer. Baron Myris. Black Knights of Mongol, Lord Canorth. The people looked at each other mockingly, wondering whether in Mongol there would be a subordinate after the captain. Princess Iris. Lady Debbie Luina. Lady Debbie Lyra. The priestesses armed themselves with elaborate costumes. They stared at and criticized each other's designs, whispering inaudibly that the costumes were good but not elegant, or that this Debbie was more beautiful than that one. Count and Countess Mallow. Captain White Knight Lord Burke. Gradually, the status of the visitors became greater and greater, and at the same time, sunset was approaching. They arrived after a considerable interval, and they wanted to give the people plenty of opportunity to admire them. Holy Knight, Count of Edus. Lady Debbie Minor. The people of Paro were astonished. Count Linus. Sir Valerius. The cheers were even louder this time. The people were always in love with the young and brave Linus. Linus and his chief advisor Valerius dressed up as the legendary holy swordsman Gigan and his subordinate Rose, and their blue robes suited them well. Mr. and Mrs. Marquis of Nerva. Mrs. Debbie Neria. Marquis de Lansbert. Madame Lansbert and Princess Syria. The sun is gradually setting. In the garden, the first dishes had already been eaten and drunk, and new ones were being brought in again and again. The samurai children stood by the bushes with candles on the ends of long sticks, ready to light all the lamps at once under one command at sunset. The eyes of the people who had already entered the garden and the room were gradually turning towards the entrance with intense anticipation. There was no one left but the famous, the much-loved, or the detested. The people whispered to each other, "Why don't the chief of the Temple of the Geese and his daughter, Princess Sarah, show up?" Lord Bills, with his lethargic and fair face, walked up the stairs without attracting much interest, and Lady Felicia, the famous beauty who had changed husbands 10 times, disappeared amid the murmur of voices, proudly showing off her costume of Z, the goddess of chastity. It was a dazzling splendor, but there were many Paro citizens who secretly lamented. How splendid and dazzling was the former crystal court. "He's not here, he's not here, he's not here, he's not here," all of them, for the sake of the war of the past. And yet, the men of Mongol who trampled them and put them to the sword on that day are walking around my court with such big faces. Look now at. The applause for the heroes and noblemen of the crystal was even more fervent because of the deep feelings in their hearts. Marquis of the Holy Order of the Dervils. A thunderous roar filled the crystal hall, loosening the dying sky. The valiant Darvars were the hope of the crystal, and the master of ceremonies suddenly gasped. The Mongols, convinced that the first stage of the occupation of Paro, that is, the one by force, had finally been completed, had begun to seize the hearts and minds of the people of Paro and had prepared a secret plan that would please the people of Crystal more than anything else. Marquis of Durkan, Holy Knight. Oh, this time the groan was overwhelmed by the so voiceless cry. Next thing you know, Durkan. Marquis Durkan. Durkan walked slowly up the stairs, tired from his long imprisonment. Marquis of Lunnon St. Knight. Duke and Duchess of Marl. Lady Debbie Luria, Princess Phyllis. There was no more room for cheers. Lunnon, the eldest of the Holy Knights, along with Durkan, Lord Mar, the steward, Debbie Luria, the former king's favorite princess, and Princess Phyllis, Lord Beck's godmother, who has been away in Argos. The guest of honor is about to arrive. A secret crush is born in people's hearts. Commander-in-Chief Tyron. The people applauded without hesitation. The commander of the occupation forces, who pretended to be the new ruler of Paro, was dressed as a pretentious Dagon. Debbie Alicia, Princess Lana. Hand in hand by the chief consort of the same age, Princess Rana, old but still beautiful, appeared slowly amidst thunderous applause. She was dressed only in the formal furs of a Grand Duchess and a mask of silver eyes. She was the wife of the late Prince Artis, brother of King Aldros III, and now that the king, queen and queen mother had all passed away, this Grand Duchess was the elder of the Holy Royal Family of Paro. When Princess Lana entered the room quietly, a heavy silence suddenly covered the area. It was a dizzying silence, full of expectation. At the moment when the music ceased and the sun was setting, the ringing of invisible bells, the magnificent silence that seemed to echo from one end of the mountain to the other, shone through the many towers made of crystal. The crystal palace itself held its breath, waiting for something. In the midst of all this, a carriage, guarded by many horsemen, lies at the bottom of the grand staircase, surrounded by a purple twilight. Lord Crystal. The master of ceremonies suddenly felt a lump of something in his chest, and for a moment he was in a panic. His Highness Aldo Neyris. And then suddenly, people, it's exploded. Lord Neyris, Lord Neyris. Oh Duke. You're alive. Lord Crystal is at the Crystal Palace. The women, and even the men, could not restrain their tears, which were hot and welling up in their eyes. They rushed towards the fence and, unhindered by the soldiers of Mongol, they almost smashed it. When the signal is given, all the lamps are lit at once. The two sides of the glass staircase were lit from the inside, so that the crystal hall itself, which was made of glass, shone brightly as if it were studded with stars, and the violet darkness, which had almost fallen, was quickly eradicated by a light brighter than day. In the midst of this, Neris slowly stepped out of the carriage and, accompanied by 2 maidservants, walked up the lighted steps to the top of the stairs where Tyron and his mother, the Princess Rana, were personally waiting for him. He was dressed in the guise of Lua, the sun god, whose glorious beauty was like a picture. A toga of white silk of the finest quality was draped over her, one shoulder bared, and tied at the waist with a sash of gold and white diamonds. Her long black hair was sprinkled with silver powder, and a white and silver headband partly concealed her face. On his feet he wore silver-laced sandals over his loose-fitting white silk trousers, and in his hands he carried a silver lure shield and a bow and arrow. It was as if Lua himself, the god of war, had risen from the midst of the flames. As the people of Paro gazed at him silently, eyes wet, hands clasped together, Neris walked up the grand staircase in a dignified manner, and hastily had a samurai help him remove his silver helmet. Her long hair, fastened to her forehead with a thin silver band inlaid with white diamonds, fluttered softly. In the midst of the fascinated, breathless stares of the people, Neris quietly took her mother's hand, nodded to Director Tyron, and walked into the crystal room. Uh-oh! The sighs of the people flowed like the wind through the music that had been started lively again. Good. You haven't changed a bit. You're beautiful, you're beautiful. It's okay. As long as he's there, Paro's okay. Although Neris is the new king of Paro. He will drive away the Mongols and return Paro to us, rich and peaceful. Oh, Lord Neris. The entrance to the crystal hall was closed. The sound of the lively kithara was higher and higher, the glasses clinked together, and the fragrance drifted in the air as incense burned abundantly. In the midst of all this, the masked ball is about to begin in all its splendor and splendor. The people wore masks and costumes again. Ariels danced meekly with the spirits of the earth, and flower nymphs ran about trying to escape from the intoxicated duonis. One after another, the huge, grainy fruits of the cook's pain and suffering were brought out, and received the appropriate praise and conquest. In the midst of it all, although Neris was surrounded by an endless stream of people who wanted to greet him, princesses who wanted to be near him. It was familiar to him, something he had been accustomed to since birth. He was treating his mother, whom he had not seen for a long time, equally, saying a few words to everyone, calling out their names, and meekly attending to the duties of these noblemen. His face tightened very slightly as he saw the approaching, impudent figure. "Thank you very much for your time the other day," Carthrin said with a stern face. He wasn't used to this kind of party and he didn't enjoy it. "No, no, Lord Carslan." Neris's eyes teared up beneath her mask. Carthrin's mouth gropes for something to say, but then he says it. "I'll never forget what happened." "You will, Your Highness." "I'm afraid to hear you say that, Lord Carthrin." "Well, does Your Highness have some sort of beef with the captain of Mongol?" "That's cute," Debbie Aurelia said. "No, it's horrible." "No, no, Aurelia, Phyllis, it's not such a martial thing." "Well, then, I guess it's better. If that's the case, I'm more than a little upset." "Oh, Felicia. Someone like you. What do you want to say to me, my dear Neris?" Carslan was fed up and left. It was Neris's stage. "It's been a long time, Lunan." Neris is no longer concerned and smiles at Runan, who approaches her as if she has forgotten what happened at the Tunguz mansion. "I'm so relieved to see you looking so well. Durkan and Lunan. I, for example, am already." "Lunan," Neris whispered quickly to Runan, with the princesses laughing and whispering. "What do you think? Tyron's trying to get me to marry the princess." "I'll shield you right there. There are far more of Paro's men here. The Mongol men are drunk." "As you command, of course. I'll decide, at once." Neris and Rena laughed as if they were making small talk. And then, Mongol Grand Duke Vlad, His Highness General Amneris of the Right. In the midst of the thunderous cries of "Whoa" and "Whoa," came the sound of a new arrival. Then all the people ceased to dance and to cook, and turned their curious eyes to the entrance. The garden is buzzing like a field of reeds swaying in a mad wind. Slowly, the door, which had once been closed, was opened again. His Highness Amneris. While all eyes were staring at him as if to bite, he walked briskly in with 2 white knight captains. She was the goddess of the hunt, the patron goddess of war, and Ilana, the wife of lure. A white silk toga, a scarlet sash, a carving of a serpent wrapped around a spindly staff in his left hand, and a white and red headdress. Everything reminded me of the lure and the pair, and how fitting she was for Ilana. Amneris's white cheeks were even tighter as he was somewhat exposed to the scrutiny of the gorgeous nobles and princesses of the Paro court. Her headpiece is held in her right hand, and her golden hair is streaming down her back, glistening in the light. His lips were tightly pressed together. How ridiculous. I don't have time to socialize with these bored people. His deep emerald eyes scanned the magnificent room with disdain. I hope the princess is in a good mood. Oh, Tyron, we're here. Amneris is frustrated. Good, a long greeting. It's a travesty to be subjected to such a travesty, and it's more than a little uncomfortable upon arrival. So, what is it, Tyron, that you ordered? Well, it's true, he's over there right now. Which man is that? Amneris was in a terrible mood. This task itself was not to his liking, and such a classical affair as a masquerade ball did not suit Amneris's decisive temperament at all. He was surrounded by a dozen or so beautiful princesses, all gazing at him with rapt attention, and he was about to put a flower in the hair of one of them, which he had taken from a flower vase. A sun god lure. Amneris muttered, his lips pursed. I've heard many tales of Lord Crystal. I've heard he's a valiant man of womanly beauty. He's probably just a hero protected by his bannermen who can't even lift a sword. Tyron walked through the hall, disgusted, but full of pride that he had been able to bring the bridegroom there as ordered. She walked like a soldier, though she didn't notice it herself. I beg your pardon, Highness Neris. Tyron waded through the beautiful princesses. Her Highness, Prince Amneris, Princess of Mongol and General of the Right, has arrived. Oh. Aldo Neris stood up from the divan with his helmet on. So this is my good man. You've got hair like a woman, and you're wearing silver dust. Oh, this is beautiful. Since this is such an occasion, I'm going to say this in a rude way, this is really Ilana herself. Lunnon, and I'm very happy that this is a rude audience. If it had been a formal audience, I would not have been able to say what I thought so frankly. I see, sir. You're a toothless little. Amneris purses his lips. Tyron fretfully. Your Highness, with all due respect, your headpiece. Oh, yeah. That's right. Neris laughed and lifted her white and silver lure helmet. That moment, a low cry escaped from Amneris' mouth. What can I do for you, my lord? Princess Amneris. Oh, no. Lure. Amneris blinked furiously and tried to remove his gaze. But I can't take my eyes off Aldo Neris's face, which is revealed. World in the world, such, beautiful, dignified. Amneris was keenly aware that his heart suddenly began to throb. Your cheeks become hot and your eyes become dizzy. The noisy music and the voices of people talking were suddenly sucked into the silence, and I wondered if the whole world had turned into the bottom of the deep water. Silly, what's wrong with me? Is she tired from the long journey? I asked myself absent-mindedly. Right next to her face, Aldo Neris's brilliant, deep, unfathomable black lake-like eyes are staring at her. They glow like heddle, and just staring into them, you could be sucked into them, those fuzzy, cold, obsidian eyes. Oh, why is it that I'm so tormented by this? That's when Amneris thought, annoyed. What can I do for you? Can I get you something to drink, Princess Amneris? Gently, gracefully, Neris smiled at him. I beg your pardon, Tyron, thank you, I seem to be exhausted. I shouldn't have done that. There's an antechamber over there, so take some time off. So it is. His Highness has had no time to rest after his long journey from Taurus. Besides, he must have some things to report. I'll see you later, he said hurriedly, watching as Tyron and the White Knight captains stood guard and retreated. I see, it's Ilana, Nerys murmured. Renal looked up. What will you do? Will you do it? No. Renal looked at Nerys in astonishment. Nerys's eyes were glittering with a suspicious, unfathomable cynicism. I changed my mind. I don't think so. But tonight, we have the opportunity of a lifetime. That's what I thought. But apparently, there are more interesting ways to do this, Lunnan. No way, Mr. Nerys. Well, I guess you'll have to let me handle it, Nerys muttered to himself. Suddenly he began to laugh lowly, which soon turned into a loud laugh. Renaud stares at Nerys as if he has been grabbed in the chest. He can see that something frightening is stirring in Nerys' smile. Renaud gasped and stared at the beautiful profile of Nerys.